the first question he will ask me is if I've bought from you. Then I will say no. Then he will say, if we are really close, he will say, oh, yeah, oh, serious. So, is it me that you want to use as guinea pig? You didn't buy something, then you gave them my number so that they can be pursuing me. I beg you. Go and see that song. Even if he was considering it when I was talking to him, it will drop. You chase leads, amateur. But the professional does what? Controls pipeline. Okay? Controls pipeline. So why do you suck? Why do you suck at execution? Why do you suck at discipline? Why is it that you are not as disciplined as you should be as a salesperson? The number one thing, the major thing is that you lack interest. Yes. I know sometimes it shocks people that I lack interest. Mr. Adebo, I'm not sure you understand what you are saying. I understand very well. I know you are interested in something in real estate, but it's not real estate you are interested in. You are interested in the commission. That's what you have interest in, the commission. You are doing something by your own before, something else. You are a sales guy in an electronic shop. When they buy the flat screen stuff for 1 million naira, the best you can get as commission is somebody just dash you like 1,000, 2,000. Say, good. Whenever you are in this store, I just noticed that people buy things. So you'll be getting commission. They will calculate your percentage, 0.001%. But your other friend that went into real estate, he said he sold land 5 million one day. They just credit his account. Bam. To you, 500 was an alarm, no longer an alert. You said 500K for selling what? Say, me too. Register me under you. It would have been good and is a way to start if you could just get yourself interested in the product, not in the commission. Get yourself interested in the sector, not in the commission. So I challenge you today that if you really want to be a sales pro, you have to stop focusing on what? The commission. You have to start focusing on what? The sector, the industry, the products, the company. Do you understand? If you don't have interest in real estate, talking to you for 2 minutes, I will know. Because how you check whether somebody has interest is their drive and pursuit. Their drive and pursuit, especially for knowledge. Their drive and pursuit for knowledge of that sector. So as you join from your electronic stuff, you start to ask questions. But you've been in real estate for 2 years. You don't know this of your general's office in your state, in Ibadan. You don't know it. You don't know the full meaning of CFO. When they say 1 acre, you cannot convert it to square meters. You don't know what an hectare means. You've never seen a survey before, or you don't know what is written there. You just know that survey has one blue color. That most surveys, they usually have one blue color. You don't know why some are in paper, why some are like in teru. Do you know teru? Do you know the material called teru? You don't know teru? Go and find out. Check your Oxford dictionary. You don't know why some document deed of assignment are in one big paper like that and they would type. You don't know. You've come across them, but you don't have interest, so you didn't bother to ask anyway. The pursuit is not there. It's just about the money. When are they going to pay? Commission. That's what you're after. Your pursuit. The level of knowledge you have and the level of knowledge you go after is what tells me how interested. And that is an indication of how disciplined you can be or how you can execute in this game. And without your execution being an A game, you really cannot Be an effective salesperson. Sales rest on two legs. Again, systems and what? Discipline. You can substitute discipline for execution. You know there are things to do, and then you can do it. Look, knowledge is useless without pursuit. What's the use of knowing something that you cannot carry out? It's useless. So, there is a system of selling that I teach. You can teach systems. You unfortunately cannot teach what? Discipline. But you can catch it. So go and get interested. Find your way to getting interested in real estate. Start to pursue knowledge. Start to research. When they have a product, they were doing product knowledge. Some people were here yesterday and they've forgotten the price per plot. You are not interested. Is it commission? You were here yesterday and they were asking this one again. And some people don't know. They've forgotten. How can you sell what you don't know? It's basic product knowledge now. Do you understand? It's basic. So you go in pursuit of. So we teach. So I encourage you to go and do that. We teach a system called SLAM. Sell like a machine. Because we looked at sales process and we converted it to machine. Okay? And from head to toe, we put the components together and how people can sell. But we have different versions of SLAM. It is one of the versions that I will just run through today to help you with execution. I just want to give that to you to execute, right? To help you what? Execute. And it's still SLAM. S stands for sourcing or lead generation. L stands for lead conversion or engagement. A is for activation. And M is for monetization. SLAM. The reason is that if you have weak execution, you'll be losing revenue. You'll be losing revenue. So, what are the things you can use for your sourcing? We have all the tools with us. They are here. Right? WhatsApp status. WhatsApp what? Now, let me share with you why some of us fail in some of these things. Even on your social media, why you are failing and you are not generating a lot. It's because you are bombarding them with buy. Look, before you even talk about what you are selling at all, you need to get the heart of the people. And you don't get the heart of people by just coming at them with a buy message. There's a principle called jab, and then hook. You have to draw people in first before you sell to them. They said to catch a monkey. That's the principle in selling. I have to show interest in Ajia, not in what I have to sell. I have to show interest in her as a human being, as a person. Do you understand? First, then she will listen to what I have to sell. I will stand a better chance of selling to her than approaching her the first day I meet her with, will you buy this from us? Otherwise, the promo is on now. Are you interested? It's going to end tomorrow. Otherwise, don't you know that real estate is the best investment? I start to quote all the things they've told me. No, it won't work. So when you do your status, say you are doing digital marketing, hey, find something that resonates, that can get people in. Forget sales first. Do as if you are not selling. You know how you catch bird? You understand? Or if you chase chicken up and down, you know how to easily catch them? You just perch. You do as if you are not looking. Do you understand? Do as if you are not looking enough time. Because if you do as if you are not looking, but it's not enough, this guy will know that there is danger there. Walk away. You have to make people relax with you. So all this your flyer is what you are farm. What are the products? If we check the history of your status, Canva and this other app. What's this other? This other app. No. This other Pinterest. Pinterest is learning. In the amount of flyer you have displayed, if they carry it, they can use it to do another design AI. In fact, they can train AI on the history of your WhatsApp, on how to do digital design. And all of it is said by Ibadan is now booming. By it's off the sea, off the port. By Makinde is transforming Ibadan. By Ring Road. By hey, we are not looking at it again. Have you not seen that your WhatsApp view has dropped? And the only time you now get view is when, as a lady, you do your bump shot. So guys, it's something else they are looking at, not the land again. They are selling the wrong thing. Do you get? So you should learn how to find something that interests you. Find something that will interest your target market. Find information. Position yourself as something, not as a salesperson. Because even if you call yourself a consultant and you are still behaving like a salesperson, it has not changed anything. Do you understand? So you need to position yourself properly. So your status, getting referrals must be part of your life. How to be a sales pro? Getting referral must be part of how you sell. If you observe and you are sincere with yourself, there are people you've sold to that you did not tell them, but they introduced you to somebody else. Abi? Check sales pros. Once they don't stop getting new people, the people they've gotten, they also ensure that they give them people. I tell people in real estate, you shouldn't leave any customer until they've given you 5 referrals in their lifetime. You don't have to collect it at once. Do you get? But you should not leave any customer until they've given you 5 referrals in their lifetime. It could be 2 years, it could be 1 month, it could be 10 years, but you should not leave any client that has bought from you until you've gotten at least 5 referrals. And don't bother wasting your time collecting referral from somebody that has not bought from you. It's largely, there are exceptional cases, but it's largely a waste of your time and resources. And I hope I'm talking to committed salespeople here. Because that's the strategy some funny salespeople use to just occupy the office. To be able to give report. They'll say, I was at LA yesterday. Bodija. Ojo. Iwo Road. They are interested. Ring Road. They are interested. I met Mr. John. Mr. John was referred to me by Mrs. John. Mrs. John was referred to me by Master John. None of them bought from you, but you are collecting transport money, or they are fueling the car, giving you a driver to drive you there. You are collecting call card to call them, data to send them mail. Somebody that will not buy from you. But you just want to show effort. Amateur salespeople. Okay? So, referrals, make sure. There are strategies to all of this, but time will not permit us. I'm just giving you the, important things. We can have opportunity of developing it further. Videos of what you are selling and where you are selling it on your site. Site videos. You yourself hone the craft. Let me tell you something. To be successful as a salesperson, You have to forget that you are working for a company. Hello? For those of you that are still staff, are not freelance, I'm sure you have a mix of people here, right? For those of you that are still staff, you must sell like you are not a staff. This is your product that you have to sell. You are a sales consultant. Hello? That is right now offering your services to Landnest. So you are committed. But you are an independent entity. Doing your business inside what? Landnest. Under some terms and conditions that you must fulfill. So, opening a YouTube page that is your own name, in your own style, will come to you naturally. You won't be thinking that, why should I do that? I'm just a staff. You are a stupid person. If you want to be a sales pro, you own the craft. You open your YouTube page. You have a name for yourself. You're a Badon real estate girl. Do you understand? You brand yourself. Apart from that next brand, you brand yourself. Hello? You become an authority in that field. You take on a persona. Not the mentality of a staff. If they don't give you money, you don't do Facebook advert. Stay there. That's not how to sell. Okay? So you do videos on your own, you go to site on your own, you create ideas on your own. You spend money on your own. That's how to spend your expenses, your commission, to ensure that you continue to be a sales pro. That's a different topic altogether. There are so many things we can't cover because of time. Of course, if you are in this age and you are not using social media, you are on the long... In fact, you are probably on the shortest thing that is long. Because you are nowhere. Okay? Okay? So we go on. Your pipeline is your ATM. That's what gives you money. On. So I say, have a target of how many fresh leads you will get in a day. You know, we started by asking people, what goals did they set for themselves? I didn't say what goals did the company set for you. I hope you got that. Because whether the company said go for you or not, if you want to be a sales pro, you set for yourself. And you could see the number in the room. It was very abysmal. Abi? When we now went to people that are following it up, it became even more abysmal. And that's the level of success. That's how many people succeed. The people that do the right thing. Okay? So, go back to my last slide. So what I was trying to say there, I was trying to say something. I've lost my thought. Right? Sorry? Target. So set target for yourself. 10 to 20 on a daily leads. And this is what I call leads. Target market. If I ask you now, do you know what your target market is? You're not trying to get 10 people, oh. You know, when I think in your yesterday somebody said 1,000, how many people are you trying to sell? You have to get one person. To sell one person, or if you get 1,000, you have to sell one person. Abi? Look at that crazy conversion. Now, what helps you not to be hitting your head against the wall looking for 1,000 people is your understanding of your target market. So that you can reduce that journey of 1,000 to like 20, 30 to sell one. Target market. If I ask you, who are your target market? Do you know? Target market are people that look like they need your products and they can afford it. Hello? They look like they need and they can afford. In marketing, there is a clear difference between want and need. Hello? Need is a basic thing. Do you understand? I need to eat. But I may not be able to afford Sky Amala. Abi Shebi? Sky Amala. We're in Ibadan. Amala Sky. Amala Sky. I may not be able to afford Amala Sky. I may be able to afford Amala Origota. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, I need amala. Right? I need to eat. But whether it's amala or rice is another different thing. So, need first. They look like they need. That need exists. And they can afford. Hello? It doesn't just stop at need, though, because there are very many people who need but can't afford. Abi? And you'll be wasting your time on somebody who needs and can't afford if you think you are getting leads. Except you are very conscious, because there are other layers of strategies on lead acquisition. That is, you are getting futuristic leads that will be useful in the future. Like GT Bank got a lot of my own people under my generation in the university. They got them with zero balance. They open GT, one page, open account, zero balance, right? A lot of those bank accounts aggregated about 10 years ago to what made GT be the biggest bank in Nigeria. Because those zero accounts those days, some of us know the kind of millions and billions that have passed through those same accounts now. But they got those accounts when you had nothing. That's a way. It's futuristic. You have to have stamina to live till that time. Otherwise, you will have died before your glory comes. It will be useless. It's another person that will be shining on your behalf. Do you understand? So the most important thing, guys, is look for somebody who needs it and can afford it. So you are looking for, instead of looking for 1,000, I'm helping you to reduce your problem. You are looking for like 30, like 100 to be able to sell 1 or 2. Do you understand? So, when I say sales is not difficult, I didn't mean that sales is not hard work. Okay? Forget it. Your filler will fall. Filler sure. On sales, sales is granular. Sales is hard, intense work. If you are not interested in working, if you are really a salesperson, you need break every quarter to go and clear your mental health. Otherwise, you are going to run crazy. You can't run sales at the tempo sales should be run through a year. Or you say you are taking leave once. You are not a salesperson. I see some salespeople, they say, we are not going out today, we are free. If I give you head boots, a salesperson cannot be free except you free yourself. Your freedom has to be strategic. You have to tell yourself, on Sundays, I just want to cool down. I'm not doing anything. But that's a work day, you say you are free. Okay? That lead generation, this thing we are talking about, is the 80% of what you do. And everything rises and falls on it. It is why you will not have people that you will call and they will relocate. A good salesperson does not have time to waste. Because you are going through 100 people to find the one. That is in January. In February, you have another fresh 100 people that you had to the 99 of January. So you are dealing with 199 that you are looking for one. Abi? Then you carry 198 to match and find another 100. That is sales job. How will you not go crazy if you don't take leave that way? So it's hard work. If you are not ready to work, you are not ready for sales. The good thing about sales is that it rewards your hard work more than any other thing you can do. I can tell you that these two gentlemen will be very pleased for you to earn more than them in their organization as a salesperson. Because what it will mean is that you are bringing money in to collect commission that will be more than them. In fact, they will tell you to go and bring all your other family members that are like you or any friend you know that are like you. They want to employ all of you. Because people say there are no jobs, there are no jobs. I tell people, there is no organization that there is no vacancy. It's just that the vacancy is restricted to sales. It's perpetually open. I don't see the organization somebody will walk into and will say, you know what, guys? I want to sell for you. Don't even bother paying me any salary. Let's just agree on my commission. This is how much I will earn, and I want to sell for you. Just give me a letter to sell for you. And they will say, sorry, there is no vacancy. Have you seen any organization like that? But from the research we did, there are 4 types of salespeople. The useless ones are the ones that are in the majority. Sales job is a placeholder for them. They take sales job appointment because it's always almost available till they find what they are looking for. So they are using it as a stopgap. They are not salespeople. They will just while away time. If you're unfortunate enough in your organization that you now pay fixed salary, that is very reasonable. You understand? They sit tight there. If you don't know how to chase them out. Do you understand? So, you must. Then, conversion. How do you engage to get results? So I told you, the secret to your lead generation is getting your target market. Who is your customer? Thank God for AI. Write on your, and I'm telling you this now, you can do that. Write on your, any AI tool you use, right? You can do a persona for your product. In fact, let's quickly do that because it's supposed to be also practical. Bring out your phones if you have internet. If you don't have data, don't borrow from your friends. A sales person must always have data. You must always have data. You must always have call credits. More than enough to flash. A sales pro does not flash. Sir, sorry that I'm flashing you. I don't have credit. And you want to sell. No, you don't do that. You must have enough data. So can you think of any of your company's product? Any of your company's product? Can you think of it? Anyone, right? Now, prompt the AI you are using in this way. Say, give me the customer persona. Okay? For, you name the product. So estate. Of, so. Understand? Company. Where I can find them. The best medium or media of communicating with them. Yes, somebody's on. If you can do that, it will be good for us. Thank you. But put a product there. Can you put a product? Do you have any product you can put? Fine. So, customer persona. That's what your customer looks like. Because what helps you to be able to identify them is if you have an idea of what they look like. Then you now have where they can be found. You now have the best medium or media to reach them. In fact, you can prompt it further to say, how much will I have to spend reaching them if I must sell one plot or one something per month as a salesperson of so age residing in Ibadan? Or if your AI already knows you, if today is not the first time you are using it, say, as Debo Adejano or something. Do you get? Can we quickly do that? And let's see what we get. Yes. Quickly do that for us too online. Who has gotten a result? You would like to share with us? Please, can we give her a mic? Where is my water? Okay. Thank you. Can we give her a mic? She's there.
Okay. I used Oluyole Modern Market from Landnest Homes and Properties.
Okay.
So he said, for a project like Oluyole Modern Markets, marketed by Landnest Homes and Properties, your ideal customer persona is not just anyone looking for property. It's a mix of traders, business owners, investors, and upwardly mobile entrepreneurs who want visibility, rental income, and long-term appreciation. The market is positioned as a modern government-backed commercial hub in a high-traffic area of Ibadan.
Okay.
So it's saying the ideal customer personas, the growing trader, profile age 28 to 50. You have market women, men, wholesalers, fashion dealers, foodstuff sellers, electronic sellers, already trading in Dubai, Bodija, Challenge.
So you can see, it's telling you the market and the areas you should even go to. Yes, go ahead.
Baggy or roadside shops. opportunity to own instead of rent. Where to find them? Facebook marketplace groups, WhatsApp business groups, physical markets in Ibadan, trade associations, local radio advertising, Instagram.
Stop. When it says trade association, for example, you can say which trade association exists in Ibadan, where they can be found. It will give you a list. If it says radio stations, you say which get this type of people. It will give you a program on a station in Ibadan. That's where you can go and say you are doing product whatever. Do you understand? Or you are just engaging them so that they can be asking you questions and stuff like that. You know where you are spending your money. So that the 30 can come to you, the 100 can come to you, and you can probably make 1, 2, 3 sales. It will help in reducing how much you are running around. Yes.
Okay. So it says best channels: Facebook ads, WhatsApp marketing, on-ground activation or road shows, radio jingles.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's a lot you can do with that. We just have limited time. But you can drill even further, right? On everything it's telling you, you can drill further to get more and more results. Okay? So that said, guys, the next thing is lead conversion. A lot of times, we are not engaging people properly. The reason why we are not engaging people properly is that we are too eager to sell. The best approach when you are selling is diagnose first. Hello? What is wrong? Hello? So you ask questions. You want to buy for what purpose? To live in? As an investment? Or for speculative reasons? Do you understand? Like, when do you think you'll be ready, and what is informing that? Do you have any investment already? What's your portfolio like, so that I know where this fits you, or how many you should buy, or where you should buy? You diagnose first. What you must realize as a salesperson, especially in real estate, is that you are first and foremost a financial consultant. We don't have the time for that. But you must know that you are a financial consultant. The reason is this: real estate remains one of the best vehicles where people make their money or keep their money in the world. There is nobody on earth that is wealthy that does not have a real estate portfolio. Hello? I dare tell you, there is no corporate entity that is well off. They are well to do. They've been doing, let them be doing supermarket business, and they've succeeded at it, that they don't have a real estate portfolio. Some of them say they now have real estate company. Do you understand? Bill Gates is the largest holder of farmland in US. Bill Gates. So if Microsoft falls up today, that guy has no business with poverty for the rest of his life and his generation unborn. Reason: he has moved significant part of his wealth off of what can just go away. Do you understand? So that is what you are dealing with. People are interested in it one level or the other. So you just have to know, where is this person on his financial journey? And this product that I have, how can it help this person from know where to. Okay. Position yourself as an advisor, not as a seller. Hey, nobody wants to be sold. Selling is like catching that, do you understand? Catching that chicken. Nobody wants to just be caught like that. Do you get what I'm saying? A sales pro is somebody that positions himself to the extent that people actually come to you and buy from you. They beg, they ask to buy from you. That's when you know you are getting sales right. You are not just chasing shadows. You are pulling. There is a pull and a push strategy when it comes to sales. Both of them are good, and you should never despise one for the other. You should be using the two. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you see, you become a sales pro when you know how to use the pull factor. The pull factor is how to position yourself. Okay? So, diagnose, ask them questions. So, how much, okay, do you think you can invest here? What are you looking at? What's the expectation? Is it that what's your family size? You understand that? Somebody wants to buy a house from you, you're asking the family size, you're asking where the children are going to school, you're asking what the wife does, her office, what he does, his office. He begins to see you differently. Do you understand? Do you understand? Then you can now position your product to suit all of those things. He sees you as somebody that is trying to solve a problem for him, not really somebody that just wants to push a product down his throat. Okay? So, very important. Then you go on to a guy. So, let's be honest with ourselves. And I want you to write it down and show me. How many leads do you currently have? Write it down and show me. Don't worry, even if you are the one that your people have relocated to Canada, it's not a problem. That's why you are here. You are better off than somebody that is not here at all. So how many leads do you currently have that you are working on, that are active? How many? And how many have you followed up this week? Today is Friday now. And you've been here since yesterday, so you probably will be doing less today and tomorrow. So the week is already rounding up. How many leads are in your pipeline, and how many have you followed up this week? It shows how you are executing. If as a salesperson currently seated here, and this is what? This is May, right? Sincerely, if you don't have up to 50 leads, remember, it's not just anyhow name. Target markets. Hello? If you don't have up to 50 seated here, you are not doing enough. I give you for free. You are not doing enough. You are not doing enough. And if you've not covered up touching base with them, okay, and you don't have a system that assures you that you know that once you follow through, by the end of the month, you will have touched base with all the 50 to know or to determine whether they are buying this month or not, you are not doing enough. There are some of them that since March, you already know they are not buying till probably the rest half of the year. They've told you, let's talk again in July because of something I'm expecting, I'm working on, right? And it doesn't mean that you don't get across to them again until July. That's the essence of having them saved on your contact. You've been exchanging WhatsApp. That's the essence of your WhatsApp status that you are changing. Do you understand? They are seeing you. That's the essence of some free good information that you are broadcasting, not spamming them. Do you understand? That they've seen. It doesn't mean that you just have to call them and say, hey, sir, I just want to tell you that this is May. You know, you said July. No, that's not what I'm telling you. Is that you are reaching them, you are touching base with them directly or indirectly until the time you touch base with them directly. Do you understand? If you don't have up to 50 guys, you are not doing enough. And if you don't have a system that touches base with those people every month, you are not doing enough. Okay? You are not executing enough. And that way, you may have a challenge. Okay? So, activation. You know, with the kind of product we sell, is real estate. Activation is very clear. If you can't get somebody to discuss inspection, whether they are going for it or not, if you can't get somebody to discuss that in real estate, you know you are not going to close that person. If you started discussing with somebody and you couldn't get them to the point of Whether he wants to inspect, so you are going for inspection, or he's saying, don't worry about inspection. If you've not addressed the subject of inspection, you can't move to payment. Abi? In real estate, right? You can't move to documentation. Inspection and documentation are things that you must resolve in the real estate space, right? But a lot of us are not achieving so much in this activation because we are not creating urgency. You must learn tactically how to use urgency, clarity, and confidence when you are engaging. Urgency, clarity, and confidence. When you are trying to convert someone, you must learn how to use this. Very, very important. Because in real estate, you want to clear inspection, you want to clear documentation before you start to ask for what? Payment. So urgency, for example, you are talking to somebody. The companies do help in this, and I believe that Landnest will be helping. You know, in real estate, we have like about 10 promotions in a year. I hope you know. Some people wonder, why is it that we are always on promo? The truth is that we are just trying to help our salespeople with urgency. That's all. I just try to help. So we have New Year promo, Valentine promo, Easter promo, Ilea promo, MD anniversary, MD birthday, Founders Day, Independence, we have all manner of promo. What we are trying to do is just to help you create urgency. Because if you've noticed, you sell more during promos. Abi? And you sell more or most only a day or the day after the promo. Abi? If you like, open promo from January, say ending date is March 31st. You won't sell as much until March 30th, March 31st, and April 1st. There will shall be people who come and beg you as if they've not been hearing the promo since. By April 1st, that's when the guy will call you in the morning and say, "That your product." You say, "Which product?" The promo. I said, "Close yesterday, please." Do you understand? It's urgency. It's just the way human beings are wired. You must realize that sales is psychological. People need a push to make a decision. That gives them the push. So we say 2 weeks, flash sale, this one promo, that one promo, ending in this. All of that is to help you create urgency. You must learn how to use it effectively. Let me give you an example. So, if, for example, a product is selling for, say, 1 million naira, and it's now on a promo of 800K. But when it ends, this is what I teach organizations. When that promo is going to end, how you are going to make more money and even much more sale from this particular promo is, if it's supposed to end March, is that March 31st, Abi? 30 days of September? How many of us since that song? So, if it's going to end March 31st, guys, towards the quarter of this, the half of this period, so by March 15, the company must move this price from 1 million. They must publish a price increase alert to, say, 1.4, for example. They will say effective April 1st. They must drive this one the last half of March to be able to get their people to go out and say, "Oga, ATMLO, this thing that you've been dragging, you've inspected, you've seen documents, pay, you have not paid." He's going to go to, his promo now that you are selling for 8. The price is actually 1 million. He's going to go to 1.4 from April 1st. You better buy now. You will discover you make even much more sales. But you see, you have to be careful. The company by April 1st must actually move this product to 1.4. Otherwise, you are going to be creating a track record that will not help your future. Do you understand? You must move it to 1.4. And what you can then just do, by April 2nd, you say April promo. Is it not promo? So 1.4, you know how we do it now? 1.4 like this, you cancel. Say promo 900K. The guy who bought for 800 is not feeling bad because he saved 100. So he won't arrest you. Do you get what I'm saying? So let me tell you the secret. The main price, the product will never be sold at that price. The promo price is actually the price. But people must hear promo. And there must be a date that is closing. I'm telling you as salespeople so that you know why the company is doing this and you go and use it. Not that you be saying every time they're increasing price. No, wait. They won't increase price. Fuel is not increasing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, you must learn how to use what? Urgency. Somebody is negotiating with you. The price is 5 million naira. He's saying, let me pay 4.8. Let me tell you something that your bosses may not like. Because it will give them problem. But I will tell you. Even though they paid for me to be here, I hope they won't say I should return the money. But I'm sure they will love it. Guys, MDs, we like salespeople that can be authoritative. But you see, before you can be that authoritative, you must understand the dynamics of the office and management. So if we are selling something for 5 million naira, and you have a customer right in front of you who is saying he wants to pay 4.8, don't call me. What is the useless? It's useless wasting my time. Why are you calling me? 4.8. Don't call me yet. You understand? What are you calling me for? When my people call me, I will say, are you saying that he has paid or he wants to pay? I don't understand. You have an idea of the fact that at least we will make markup. And then maybe if this 200,000 we are giving him, we will still collect it from somebody else. Why are you calling me? You are not a super salesperson. You are still learning. You are still learning work. You tell the guy, sir, actually, I understand that we have some obligations in the office. There are certain things we really want to do. The only way I'm thinking this may be possible is, can you pay now? Can you pay today? Because at least that is what I can use to get management to. Do you understand? When the guy pays, if he does not collect it when you get to the office, bring it to me. I'll give you my office address. You understand? I'll give you my office address. He will collect it. I've never seen any MD refuse it. They say, no, that's not the price we are selling. We will return it to the customer. Have you seen anybody do that? So why are you now calling me? Oga, sell! Urgency! Do you understand? I used to work in the bank. One of the banks that I worked in, that was where I learned that principle. You know, CBN has a lot of rules for you to open an account, right? And those days, everything must be good, finished before they collect your check and go and open the account. My MD will say, "What is there anything wrong with you people? Can you bring the money first? We'll be sorting out the whatever. What kind of nonsense is that?" He said, "We'll put PND on his account. He can't withdraw. Bring the money first." You are saying that he does not, he's still looking for his ID. He's still looking for, Oga, can you bring it? Even if he doesn't have anything, he has not even filled any form. He has given you money. Bring it first. We'll be sorting out the record later. The money first. Somebody is owing you 1 million. He says he has 100,000. You say you don't want. Yorubas have that adage now. Akosako. You collect that one because hey, you don't know the problem. Somebody that is owing you 1 million that says he has 100,000, you don't know the problem you have entered. This 100, you first collect it first. You'll be sorting the 900 later. Do you understand? To say that, no, what nonsense? Out of 1 million, it's 100 you have. No, I'm not collecting. You go learn. You're going to learn. And maybe the hard way. Okay? Urgency, guys. Hey, urgency. We are not opening shop for fashion parade. It's to sell. So create urgency. Can you pay today? If you can pay today, we should be able to sort it out. Clarity. Look, before you ask for the money, be sure that the objections have been taken care of. Sir, trust everything is okay. Do you have any other question? Let him say no other question. Then he's ready for the slaughter. That's the way human beings are wired. If you just ask for the money anyhow, that's when you say, you hear, actually, I'll discuss with my wife. Then I will get back to you. I tell my salespeople, none of them, they know better. Nobody comes back to me with, I will get back to you. I will get back to you. If I give you blue. Get back to me for what? As a salesperson, you can never afford to lose conversation. Control. When a customer tells you, I will get back to you, and you walk away, you've handed over control of that conversation to him. That's why you will call him, he won't pick up your call again. Never lose conversation. Confidence. You have to be sure what you are selling. So the place of selling a good product, working with a good company like Landnest, is taken for granted. So you must then have that confidence and show it. Do you understand? People don't buy from cowards, so they don't buy from timid people who are just saying, sir, if you can just find it in your heart to please help us to buy just 1 square meter, we'll be really very grateful. You will be begging the whole world, nobody will buy. Do you understand? Let him know that, sir, I would really suggest that you pay today because we are getting serious interest. And I wouldn't want you to lose out of this. I would seriously not want you to lose out of it. I never see one buyer. Nobody don't pay you. And you are not lying. You say, getting serious interest. Are they not interested? Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, let me even sort this out before I go on. We'll go to the next thing. But let me clear this. And I hope I will help. A lot of salespeople believe that you can't sell without lying. Abi? It's the lie of the devil. They think that you can't sell without lying. Now, let me tell you the trap of lying as a salesperson. When you take lying as a strategy as a salesperson, you would become a weak, do you understand, and a lazy salesperson. Reason, you always find a way of escape with lies. And you will never be able to be top of your game. No. Good salespeople don't have to lie to sell. Hey, really, Mr. Dave, are you sure? Yeah. As a salesperson, you are like a medical doctor who would have to tell a family, a couple, that their only child is dead. They brought him alive to the hospital. But right there, he couldn't last the operation. And now he has given up. Can any medical doctor lie to those parents? But do they tell them in the best way possible that those parents will not eventually follow the child and die? Abi? So they are tactical. They know how to communicate. That's what a salesperson should learn. The art of being tactical. Do you understand? The art of knowing how to communicate, not lying. Because when you lie, you are setting up a cheat code for yourself that will eventually shortchange you. Because any other thing, you just resort to lying, and you think you are flowing, and it usually catches up. Good salespeople don't lie. They are tactical, yes. So, will you close like a pro? What's stopping you? Which option works best? Should we secure now? Those are the questions you ask. You ask your people questions a lot. To close like a pro, one major thing you must learn to do is to allow your people to talk more and you listen. You ask them open-ended questions, they talk more, and you what? Listen. When they bring objections, you deal with it. When somebody is giving you objections, an indication that they are probably considering what you are selling. Then I will give you this last one. You must learn how to make your people feel obligated to buy from you. You must learn how to make your prospects feel obligated to buy from you. I also say it this way. You must learn how to offer sacrifice. Let them eat the sacrifice. Once they eat it, bam. Most people, once they eat it. What do I mean? As a salesperson, number one thing, control and own your environment. Please, try this and you'll see it works. Avoid meeting your customer at their own venues as much as possible. Their offices, their homes, their places, as much as possible as a salesperson. If your office is not befitting enough, or if it will be a hard sell to bring them because the custom is not there in the country, to always bring them to your office. Find neutral places. Say, sir, let us catch up at lunch at this thing, or let us catch up for coffee at this. Learn to spend small money. Look, look, what you do, take them to, which hotel is the best hotel in Ibadan? Jazz. Which product is your highest range product? Which product is your highest range product? Pay for sure. How much is it? 40 million. If you want to sell that kind of thing, book them. Sir, can we meet at Jazz for just catch up for tea or something, would 2 be okay? Would 3, 4, or 10? If it is 10, you go there by 8. You meet the Jazz people. Oga, come. I'll be sitting here. I'm expecting somebody by 10. When I call you, you don't have more than juice or water. Once I ask you, hey, I'm telling you, because you don't have so much money, you are just coming up. Do you get what I'm saying? You dress very well, oh. You sit down. Once I call you, I will say, what do you have? Start from water, juice. I will interrupt you before you. Do you understand? So just know, if you say anything, this guy, you are going to pay. Oh. I'm not washing plate here. Oh. Sit down there. When the guy comes, say, how are you? I say everything. You must buy something. Oh. It's a neutral ground. You must own it. Have you seen that when you go and meet a customer like that, and he's the one that now, he met you there, you've been sitting there like bed that rain has beaten. Then the guy now came and said, you're just sitting. Do you care for something? Granite drinks or something? Let them bring something. Oh yeah, what's happening? Do you know that you just become a slave? You just be looking like that. That's why they will tell you, I will need about 30% commission. Discount. Then you now be calling MD. If I give you knock. Now say, MD, I have a prospect here. Sir, please, he's really interested. Please, can we give it 30? I'm sure he will pay. You've just played into his hands. Sales is psychological and it's very territorial. You understand? You must own your territory. That juice, you've bought the guy. What do you have? Say water, juice. Okay, juice, orange or something. You can orange. I think that should be good, right? Okay, bring us orange juice. Yeah. Maybe since you don't have money for 2, you'll have bought your own water. You'll have put it in front before it comes. You will pour it into the glass. You will never drink it until it's time. So that you won't finish it. Do you understand? By the time you finish, sincerely, you won't spend 5,000 in that meeting. You have heard him in the biggest hotel. When you say he should come and meet you at that place first, he's thinking. Do you understand? Yes. The idea is you must intimidate your clients to the point of surrender. I'm helping you. I don't need your money. I'm helping you. I'm helping your life. I don't need your money, really. I'm interested in you coming up to our level. Having something to do with us. That's the idea. It's very psychological. But if you go there, you are shaking like something. He won't do anything. Or he buys more for you. He won't even buy anything from you again. You say, okay, don't worry. I'm not interested, really. Maybe when I decide, or anytime I'm interested, I will call you. Then you now go say, oh God, in fact, this sales something. It's very difficult. It's you that you don't know what you're doing. Okay? So learn how to sacrifice, how to make people. And if you go for inspection, they are showing very good interest. Branch somewhere to buy something. Just say, I'm hungry. Just be hungry for no reason. Because you've seen that this guy is showing interest. He has inspected, he likes the place, the talk is getting good. Just say, there's one shawarma. I don't know. Don't take them to shawarma. Shawarma. There's difference between shawarma and shawarma. There's difference. So don't go to shawarma. Go to shawarma. Do you know? There's a place where they sell something. Let's just branch. I'm really hungry. Don't worry. On the house. Sorry? Bush meat, whatever. I mean, there's one bad booker. There's one bad in your booker there. The guy will say, don't worry, it's on the house. Don't worry, it's on the house. You see, the good ones, there are people that are sent from hell. But the good ones, who will not buy, but does not still know how to tell you yet, will avoid eating that thing. You say, let's go. But you say, no, actually, I'm not feeling hungry. You say, no, you can do takeaway. Say, really, I don't actually eat on Tuesdays. You know that the guy does not just know how to still tell you, I'm not buying. He's not going to buy, most likely. But you see, the guy that would sit down, eat quietly, fine. But there are those people that will eat, very few. They will even ask for takeaway. They will say, I love this one. My wife will love it. Can we have takeaway for my wife? You will call him the next day, who pick your call? But there are very few. You understand? And you should have budget for that. Okay? There are very few and you should have budget for that. So you must learn how to. Once that guy hits, and it works especially for people that are sent to come and do something on behalf of people that have conscience. You understand? People that are sent. Are there lawyers here? Are there lawyers here? They are here. I know they are always here. These people, fear them. Once any client tells you, I'm going to tell my lawyer, I'm going to inform my lawyer so that maybe she will get across or you get across. You better get across to the lawyer and say, the law, mama. Mama, the law. I just want you to know that this transaction is our transaction. Do all you need to do, but I just need you to know that this transaction, now wait till you give me, I go take. Because, look, we've been screwed. You must realize we've been screwed by these people. They've kidnapped the word. There is nothing you will say. Your client trusts your lawyer more than you. What he does not know is that the lawyer is after his pocket first before the interest of the something. Have you not seen a lawyer that will kill your own transaction only to go and give something a poorer property? They say a lawyer should find out about the details of a paper, of a document, of a property. Just do a search. You've done search. The feedback you are giving the customer is that I'm not comfortable. What's the meaning of comfortable? Who is asking for your comfort? We are saying, is the document okay? If it's okay, fine. If it's not okay, don't tell me I'm not comfortable. So it means the document is okay, but it's not comfortable. How? Is it your pocket? As how? As how now? You know? So you need to learn how to, okay? So, guys, if you can, I recommend this follow-up system depending on what you are selling. For those kind of properties that I had, 600,000 or how much did you, you can use this kind of follow-up strategy in terms of time, right? Especially when you do it towards the end of the month. The last week of the month or third week of the month, you can actually ensure that you are trying to close sales within that week a lot, okay? The contact you do, the reminders, okay? The testimonials you share with them, but the fourth day, you ensure that, you push the offer out and then you nurture them on a weekly basis. Most people will close within 5 contact period. Okay? Most people will close within 5 contact period. If you know what you are doing as you are contacting them. Yes, let's move on. So, there are CRM tools you can use to get your execution game at an A level, okay? There is Zoho. It may be expensive, but I understand that there are free versions. There is HubSpot, okay? There are free versions of it. There are other ones, Nigerian stuff. There is, you can use your common Excel sheet. You can use 9 to 5. That's what we use in our organization. It's a Nigerian stuff. And you can use it for your CRM. Or you can just use your diary, your Excel, your address book. Do you understand? And especially if you don't have too many customers right now. The major thing is that you are putting what you should do per time. Okay? Google Calendar can be used, or Calendly. You can use that. Of course, your Google Drive to store anything, your videos, all of those things that you have. WhatsApp Business is usually better as a consultant. You should have an idea of Canva that can help you to do some basic designs. And majorly for the AI tools, you just need something like a ChatGPT, or you can use Krog if you want, or Gemini for images and all, videos and all, better, okay? Once you have those two, the ones that can do videos for you a lot, that can do designs with Pinterest and Canva, okay? You can go a long way, okay? Gemini and all of that. And then ChatGPT or Perplexity or stuff like that. But I think ChatGPT is just fine. And it can do a whole lot. Flyers, all of those things can be designed. You don't even need to know how to design so much. If you know how to use ChatGPT and the flyer will be designed for you. As you've done that stuff, you can say what catchy phrase, sales copy, you understand, would be more appropriate for this type of clients. It will give you options. Then you can say design, give me like about 5 design options. You understand? You can use on my social media, maybe Facebook. Can give you different things for Facebook, for Instagram and stuff like that. I can do all of that for you. So you should need to explore those things and do them. Yes? Go on to the next. So, let me give you some case study. This site of ours is in the Bejuleki corridor. A salesperson met me and said, this is where knowledge is important as a salesperson. He met me and said, somebody had bought before. He was now considering buying another time. But when he went to the site, there was no difference between the last time, about 2 years ago, and now that it's going. So for him, nothing was happening. There is no progress on site. So he was considering even how to probably, can they reset the one he has bought, because there is really nothing happening on this site. The place of knowledge. Because a lot of times people don't understand what they've bought. You've bought a speculative land. You say something is not happening there. What will happen there? There's nothing that will happen there. The only thing that will happen there will be that birds will be crawling and all of that. Because even if we do anything here, this site now, I can tell you, is worse looking now than what you see here. Nothing has still happened there. But the price continues to increase. Yes. And in fact, right now, we are not selling our own plots again there. It's people that want to resell for lack of knowledge or for need of money that we are helping to sell there. Because in this same place, the current rate now is more or less like a steal. You should be paying times 2 for it by the time everything finishes in that place. Do you understand? So when the guy told me about this, I said, okay, but let the clients know, and I hope you yourself, probably you don't know this, that we are perfecting our title in that place and we've reached an advanced stage. We ourselves are not willing. In fact, I pray that he does not even buy it, because that would be the best thing for us. It will mean that we'll have more properties to sell at the time we should sell. Then when we finish perfecting our title, we're going to complete the fence stuff, and we're going to now do the infrastructure properly as we mentioned, and then speak to the old buyers, because we are now going to go and raise money and do what we need to do and be selling at the price that includes the infrastructure, and tell the old buyers the differential to pay in infrastructure. So this place right now at this price is because we are not even looking at it. If I'm to look at all of those things we've projected and that we will do, plus the thing happening, the coastal road that is coming, at that time the coastal road was just starting, that is coming in that corridor, what Dangote is doing, what the impact of his industry has created in that area, and that properties are coming and taking off. We should not be selling. The guy said, yes, okay. The next thing, it was a weekend we were talking. On Monday, what we saw in the office was alert for 2 plots from the same guy. So, the knowledge of your products, the knowledge of the environment, the knowledge of the industry, the knowledge of your country situation and the world, you need to have it. Anything on real estate, chew it. Anything on Ibadan, anything on your particular location. I hope on each of your sites, you know your competing estates. I hope you know. I hope you know the advantage your site has over those ones and the disadvantage your site has in comparison with those ones. Because guess what? You are selling to the same person. And whether you like it or not, they are looking at the other places, not just your own. Hello? I hope you know that when you take a client for inspection, they go back there without you. The knowledgeable ones. To properly do inspection that is without duress. Because your own is with duress. You are using your body to guard the signboard of the other person like so that they don't see it. Abi? Do you understand? You are pointing them. By the time you see that you reach the corner where one massive signboard of one estate is, that's when you engage them about. In fact, you know what Arsenal will win this year. Yes. Arsenal you start something that is engaging so that the guy does not see that signboard. So that you can pass the knowledgeable ones before they put their money. Because, hey, real estate is one of the highest ticket transactions most people will do in their lives. So they don't put the money down easily like that if they are smart. That's why they will inspect, their wife will inspect, their pastor will inspect, their imam will inspect, their village head will inspect, their KPAC will inspect, their daughter, their children, their friends, everybody will inspect. Then they will come and pray on it. They will do vigil. Before they buy, they are lawyer. You understand? Because once they part with that money, that's the highest ticket transaction. Then that is also why when they buy, they saw the color, it was white too. After they paid, they will not say, this white, is it really white? It's buyer's remorse. Do you understand? It's buyer's remorse. So that's why you selling real estate cannot be frivolous. You have to be up on your game, know what you are doing, and command presence. Okay? So the guy paid. Let's go on. This one. I'm citing this one to let you know that don't give up on any lead. Once they've not said, never in your life should you send me anything again. I don't want to hear from you again. They've not unsubscribed from your life. Never give up on any prospect. Personally, this was my situation. I knew this guy 2015 was when I knew this guy in one mortgage bank, top guy there. We were going to do a project. They didn't do that project with us. But we kept in touch. We kept, anything I have, I'll share with him. I invited him for my YouTube channel. I just kept the relationship because I just saw that this is a good prospect, right? It was 2000, right? It was 10 years after, just after service in church. After service at home, I was on the dining table, I can still remember, eating with my wife, right? My phone rang, it was him. I picked, hey, hi, how you doing? I'm fine. He said, about that your project. I said, it's fine. I said, we must do something together. Do you know that I just raised, really? Okay, were you because I'd read about it. There is hardly any day I don't read anything about real estate. I've read about it. I said, so, you mean you are the guy? I didn't know that is the guy even behind something that I'd read. Some guy that had raised some money in the capital market. He said, yes, we are the ones doing it. That the plan is to do mortgage, housing, and all of those stuff. So I just thought about that, your project. I said, man, if we don't do something together, shame on us. Do you know what? Right now, we're on a project of 102 flat apartments. If you take a 60 million naira as average, because there are different sizes of average price, that is like 10 billion naira project. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Then, is it 10 billion? 60 million times 102. You can do the maths. Then there is another 500 million guaranteed buyback transaction that we are doing. So, within, I'm done. Within, ordinarily, we are in a couple of billions. After how long? Total of about 7 billion, really. Transaction within now after 10 years. That is 7 billion that needed 10 years before it matures. I would have counted him as zero. I will be here now, I will be 7 billion less. Do you get what I'm saying? So never ever, except somebody says, never in your life. But what helps you to be able to keep tab is a system, is a structure, and the use of certain tools, right? Let's go on. So, a 1 hour, 30-minute session is not enough to do this, okay? So, but I would just recommend that you do this challenge. Give yourself this challenge. It can be coordinated as an organization, or you can take it as an individual. And just give yourself a 7-day execution challenge. You get 20 new leads, okay, daily for 7 days. You ensure that you do one piece on your content daily. You follow up every lead you get, and I've told you what leads are. You ensure that you try to book at least 5 inspections within the 7 days. Get 5 people to site, okay? Try to close at least 1 deal. Throw that up as a challenge. A group of you can come together and challenge yourself. Challenge is better done with people, not just with yourself, right? And challenge yourself. The office can even coordinate it. Say, execution beats intention, guys. Because if you live here now intending to do what I've taught, if I come next year, you will still not have done it as much. But if you live here now saying that on Monday, we are starting this challenge, right? And you throw yourself into it, that's how you become. Execution beats what? Intention. And it's execution that gives you. So guys, who said set goals? Shebi, I said it. Abi? I asked you, did you set goals? Abi? But you saw how many people did. Scratch that. Create and participate in challenges instead. Goals are inferior. Challenges are superior. Create and participate in challenges instead. So, if you want me to build a system that guarantees results for your team, then we can move from training to transformation. Landnest, we can start with a 30 days sell-a-thon challenge if you want. I can coordinate that. But hey, if you don't need me because it won't come cheap, you can also do something yourself. I've just challenged you on how to do it. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure having this opportunity to impart you. And I hope that, thank you. So we have just 20 minutes in case we have questions or anything. Yeah. Questions? My contacts are there as well. And I'm sure you can contact the organizer if you need to reach out to me.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, so do we have questions from this part? Okay. I see we're very active. Okay, I have 2 people from this end. 2 people. Please, I want to give us numbers. 1, 2. Anybody from here? 3. Is that all from here? Anybody from here? 4, 5. I asked. So 6. You're the 6th person.
7. We have 7 people. Sorry,
I apologize, Mr. Jafar. All right, so let's have number
8.
1.
Okay, we're not adding numbers anymore, so we have 8, and that's it.
Okay. Everybody knows their number already, right? All right, number 1.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Doris, and this is my question. So, I'm just going to ask about lead generation from using myself as a case study. So, I want to ask, as a beginner, so we know that lead generation is very essential when it comes to real estate. You have to, continuously keep getting leads. So, I want to know, as a beginner, how can I really generate leads? I'm talking of as a beginner without experience, that is just going into social media, trying to post and, So what are the likely ways? I'm talking about practical ways I can actually generate leads to meet up with the 10 to 20 leads per day that you gave us. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Number 1, join the challenge that your organization that you guys can do, or that I can help you coordinate. Join the challenge, that's number 1. Number 2, find someone that you think you can learn from, that you like how they are getting results. Do you understand? They are A-game salespeople. Do you understand? And just, if you can't get close to them, just copy them from afar. Just copy them from afar. Whatever they do, even if you don't understand it, just do it. Just engage yourself with the discipline of doing it. Over time, you will learn the workings behind what they are doing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then, number 3, there are lots of, if you Google, you see, we have tools of this age that we are not using. Just on your hand there. You can just say, ask whatever. If you're AI, you already, ask so. You know, now I'm a real estate consultant. I want to start generating leads that will be useful. How do I start? Give me 20 ways to generate leads. You will see it there right as you are sitting. And you start to execute one after the other. Do you understand? You can start hosting sessions yourself. What we've had here today is enough content for a year. Set ring lights. Nobody knows you are just starting. And don't be talking on the ring light as if you are just starting. Be talking as if you don't know me before. Real estate bad. Be talking as if you are an authority. Do you understand what I'm saying? Convince, sound to them like you know what you are saying, even if you don't know. They will come to you, and then you ensure you deliver. Okay? And that's how to do it. So there are very many ways, online, offline ways to generate leads. The most important thing is you will see the leads. You will see the ideas. The most important thing is the discipline to execute. Yes?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ifeolua. Thank you so much, sir, for that impactful session.
You're welcome.
So you mentioned earlier that if a client reached out and said he or she would like to speak with his or lawyer first, that we should try to meet with the lawyer. So my question is, what if I don't have the contact of that lawyer?
Pray. You can ask for the lawyer's contact you can cleverly ask for the lawyer's contact from it says, don't worry, you hear from my lawyer. Say, okay, your lawyer, no problem. You can give me his number so I can even send the details to him and all of that, and it can be faster. You give him a reason why, but you know the reason why. So you collect the number. I say, okay, lawyer, I'm coming. Mrs. Something said I'm coming. When can we see? Now see, you'll not be talk. You see now, say, okay, lawyer. The law. I just brought this transaction for you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Billionaire in the house.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I celebrate you, sir. Thank you for these impactful words. And I celebrate Landnest too. Thank you for the privilege. So my question is this, as a salesperson, and this is, your first time of practicing with the real estate world, and you walk up to a customer or a client, so to speak, and you're trying to, speak to the person about what you do. And the person told you that, gentlemen, I appreciate your time. Can you please leave? In the sense that he or she has fallen victim of, real estate companies, and he has gotten a land, and the land was a scam. In this kind of tough situation, what kind of advice and guidance can someone do in that area, sir? Thank you.
Okay, fine. I think I mentioned it. So just tactically stay around. Tactically stay in their consciousness. Do you understand? And continue to do your stuff, right? Because for all you care, real estate is a need. That person will still buy real estate. If he's scammed 20 times, he will still buy from the 21st person that will not be a scam. You are just trying to be the 21st person and not the first 20. Do you understand? So stick around and continue to hover around such a person and continue to do your business and project yourself. You must learn this, guys. When we say marketing is a game of numbers, it is real. That is to say that, I hope you know, we've said it now, they told you 1,000, you get 1. Does it not mean that 999 you are not getting? Mean that 999 will chase you away. Do you get what I'm saying? We said 100, you sell 1, you sell 2. So a lot more people will not buy from you is what we are saying. So be ready for it. It's not everybody that will buy. But what we are also saying is that some may not buy now. So never throw anybody away, because you never know when they would really buy and how much they will buy. Some of them will never even buy in their lifetime directly from you, but they may be the reason why somebody else will buy. They may even directly refer you. Do you understand? So you must stay around. Yes, respect their stuff. Oh, sorry, okay, you've had, well, I understand, but if you try us out, you will see the difference. No problems, I respect you, sir. No problem. And then you stay around. That's why you should have a database. You know, you have people on your contact. You have emails you are sending out. You have newsletters. You have information you are sharing. You are always there. You have a program or there is one information about real estate. You share it to him. You broadcast something. You are always there. Some of them are the type of people that will reach out to you one day by themselves because they've been watching you. He's following your handle. You just don't know. He may not be following, but he's checking. Do you get? So just stay put. Yeah. Yeah?
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
My name is Abayomi Adiola. I'm a
Barrister
Barrister Abayomi Adiola.
or Esquire.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer, principal partner at Netherlands Partners. And this is, I actually like help clients to buy lands and all of that, but I've not like actually sold before. So it's like literally, me just entering into the market. So my question now is, what would you advise someone like me, like maybe first 5 steps, if I'm going to going into it? Because first, I'm not going into it without any knowledge at all. But like, what would be your advice to say, oh, you're about to start, go into real estate full time, or, as part of, under the auspices of my law firm? What would be your advice?
Off record. And I don't know if they can stop recording. Off record. I just want to say something. Off record. Can you stop? Okay, off record. So I'm not sure. I just want to ask a clarifying question because we don't know where this will get you. I'm not sure even as a lawyer. So please, I beg that you delete that portion of our question. That you can, MBA frowns at it. You can't say you are going to real estate full time.
But that I said as
Okay. Okay, is that the word? That word is permitted under the auspices. Okay, if it's permitted, clear. So if it's permitted, what you do is learn as much as you should learn about it, right? But also get somebody that will be in charge of that, whatever that knows, right? So in learning, go for training, like what you are doing. It's very important. Go for training. Find a mentor, okay? Very important. Then always do your due diligence on both the product and the company that you are going to be selling for. And ensure product knowledge is top key for you. You know what you are selling and you are confident of it. When I say due diligence, it's independent due diligence, not they told us. You have to go and confirm by yourself. You know what due diligence is. So if you follow those 4 or 5 steps that I gave you, you'll be fine. Okay? You're welcome. Yes?
Thank you.
It's party time.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Oba by name.
Oba.
So a friend of mine currently asked a question, and these are my answers. But it seems like even me with the answer person question, I need help. And from the answers I give, it's like the answer is even having K leg. So I want to read out the question quickly and the answers that I give.
No, just the question. Just the question.
Okay, what it says is that as a client goes to you before, after concluding
You'll be marking yourself. Is that all?
Okay, yeah, that's the question.
Okay.
From all I gave, so I wasn't like, after several discussion, I answered that the person who said I'll get back to you, of which is the one who said that I'm giving the authority to.
Okay. Oh yeah. Never leave. Okay, so let's first address that. Whenever a client tells you I'll get back to you, say, Okay, great. So when, sir? The stubborn one will still say, I'll get back to you. You two say, like Wednesday, next week. Stubborn one will still say, I say I will get back to you, sir. You two say, okay, if I don't hear from you on Wednesday, I will call you by Friday, 2 p.m. Thank you very much for your time, sir. You must leave. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have time. The 100 self, you've not followed them. Aha, the husband or wife is a lawyer or whatever. They are talking to somebody else. They are either talking to somebody that is distracting them from buying from you, or they are talking to somebody else that they will buy from. Something is happening. So it's time to act fast to know what is happening and nip it in the bud if you can. Because if you don't do anything, you are going to lose that person. If you do something, you may likely gain them. You may still lose them, but you may likely gain them. So this guy was talking to this couple. They had inspected. Everything was okay. It's time to pay. They ghosted. Call, no call. WhatsApp, no reply message. Nothing. Then the guy went online to search for them, to do more research about them. He discovered their church, where they worship. He discovered that they are pastors. This guy is afar. It's like seeing Nigeria now with hijab. Hijab. It's like seeing Nigeria now with hijab. This guy is an afar. He wear tebuk or what? Then he grows his beard. You know, it's afar proper. Sunday morning. Afar went to church. You understand? When they call first timer, Afar came out. The pastor see Afar first timer. Pastor said shock. You understand? So after service, you know, pastors, they will have one or two things they will do. Now ain't going to meet Afar, say, give me some time, please. Let me just attend to you. So when they finish, sat down with Afar. What you do once you get their attention is go straight to the point. There is no kidding anybody here again. Sir, you've been avoiding my stuff. I had to, you know, and I discovered that this was just, so I just said to come to, I don't know, maybe you may be checking out something else, maybe somebody, but you don't have to buy from me, but I just want to know what is happening, you know. Probably if you're checking out something, if there is any issue you have with our product, let me just know so that we can, you know. Say, okay, sorry, actually, there is one guy. They've been talking to another person. They were going to go for inspection on that person. Afar knows his product. He knows his competitors. Do you understand? So when they mention that other site, he knows it. He knows the edge he has against those other products. It's not to badmouth that product. No. It's to talk good about your own. To promote your own advantage without necessarily mentioning that product. They said they were going to inspect. He encouraged them to inspect. In fact, he was so happy. The day they mentioned they were going to inspect, knowing now their triangle, he knows that they are going to run into traffic. He was happy. When he called them the day they are going to buy 6, he called them. They were still in traffic. 6 p.m. In his mind, he said, God don't catch you. Late night that day, he composed a mail marketing his product, spelling out the advantage, and of course, creating urgency. Maybe promo is ending or something, blah, blah, blah. The promo that they want to buy is ending and all of that. By 6 a.m. or so, now then wake them up with phone, send the account number. They paid. If he didn't do that, you know what happens the way human beings are wired? The guy may be feeling reluctant to even go back to him, even if he knows that the new product they are checking is not as good as it. They will buy that one. May be feeling reluctant to go back because he's been ghosting this guy, you know? And Alpha will lose the product, the sales. So you have to go, it's time to go the extra mile when that happens. To know, so that you know your faith. If they are buying, let them buy. If they are not buying, you know what is happening. Do you get? Yeah. But definitely something is happening. Nobody's that enthusiastic and it's time to pay, they just disappear. Something is happening. Yeah?
Thank you very much, sir. So basically, my question is, in terms of misprofiling a client. Now, when you are trying to prospect to a client, and then the client even come for inspection, and I'm trying to say, okay, maybe get 1 unit or 2. At the end of the day, you are talking about the return on investment. The client just said, what will that return on investment do for me? In terms of that, they are already thinking bigger than what you are imagining and what you put them on. Now, that means that person can get 10, 20 of that unit, and they are looking at, okay, the ROI of that is what can entice them. Or maybe you can make meaningful to them. And what I was trying to do in the beginning is to say, okay, maybe they should use that one to try it out, instead of just pitching the big fish to them immediately. So how can you restructure your pitch so that, because the client have already left inspection and like, okay, that return on investment that cannot do anything for me, maybe say 1 million naira per annum or 2 million naira per annum. What can that one do for me?
It's at that point you then upscale now, if that's what you're saying.
This is the problem. So at that moment, I was just like, I couldn't even detect that from that conversation at that time.
Okay.
So I was
it was later that he came to you.
Yeah, he just said, okay, I'll get back to you, I'll talk. And then.
Did he buy the 2?
No.
Rather than the 10? He didn't buy any. Is the conversation still on?
Yeah, we still have a few conversations after that. I said, okay, we'll talk, but I still know that the person can.
And so reopen the conversation
No, I
now.
try to trigger the conversation like that, but maybe it depends on how I table it. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so this is a bit dicey. I don't have so much information to be able to guide, but I suspect that time is a problem. I suspect that what you need to do is to have a sit down with the customer. I just suspect, and be able to know if it's something that is interested in. You can actually, if it is that he needs to get more money, he's just logical now that he should invest more to get more. If he feels that if he does 1 million, he's going to get so much and that money does not make any sense to you. If he has more money is to put there, except he doesn't trust your product or he has any challenge with it. So you need to really sit down with this person and know what the issue is, I think. Because if he said that and he's still hesitating, then I'm not sure the problem is not more than what we are thinking. Do you understand? Yes.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I think that's the last question. Do we still have anybody that has a question?
Around.
Okay, we have one more person.
You know what? Because of time, we will maybe drop a form later in the day so people can ask their questions and we can answer them together on social media tomorrow when we meet tomorrow, right? Because online people also have questions, so we could just round up all the questions and have them answered.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your time.
A round of applause for our speaker.
Okay.
We're not going to stop the applause. It wasn't energetic enough.
I mean, for the value you just got, you should be standing.
Thank you. Okay.
Now this is the energy. This is more like it.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you to our speaker as well.
All right. So while he had his speaking session, the training that we just had, there was an activity. Please, can we have that execution plan thing up? Yeah. Please, can we have it up?
The 7-day plan.
If we notice, there was one thing that I noticed from this particular training. It was a build-up from what we had yesterday.
Exactly.
It was more insight on what we had yesterday and more action plans for us to actually follow. So now we're going to do something real quick. The one that has the execution, the other
The
one.
7-day
follow-up
execution challenge, not the 30 days.
So if you look to your left or your right, you notice we're seated in 5s and 4s. 5 here, 5 here, 4 here. So I want you to look at the people on your side. They are going to be your accountability partner for the next 7 days. So this is where you network. I see some people are already smiling. You're already so happy that your friend is your partner. But now we're going to hold ourselves accountable. You cannot have a friend that cannot show you how to make wealth. So right about now, we are making action plans. So I want you to network with the people on your side, get their phone number, and pick a team leader. So that team leader communicates with myself, the community lead, and in the next 7 days, we are going to close a deal. Anybody that is able to close a deal will take up the conversation from there. So are we ready to do that together? Hey, nobody's ready. We're going to take that again.
Don't worry, it is something simple.
Okay. So wait, I need to be sure first if we're ready. Are we ready to do this challenge together? Are we ready to make money together? Okay, I see we're engrossed in the challenge part. Okay, so we're going to be gifting the first 3 people to close a deal in the next 7 days. I'm sure we're curious about what we want to win, Abby. The conversation is in the works. So first things first, network with your partner, get their phone number, and if possible, you can create a group to be able to track it, because talking to one person individually might be a lot. So let's do that together. And please, get the name. Can I have a protocol member pass a sheet so I can have the group reps' names and their number? So we can create a group before the end of today and start on Monday.
And beyond the names of the team leads, let's also have the members of the team alongside their phone numbers. So I want somebody to say thank you, sirs. Let's just say thank you, sirs.
Thank you, sirs.
Oh, you're not saying it well. I need ginger. Say
think
thank
something
you,
is
sirs.
coming after this. Thank you, sirs.
People are not ready. That's not loud enough. Say thank you, sirs.
Tell them the spice.
No. It's only people that say thank you that will be, they'll be getting rewarded. That corner, row 3.
They are very engrossed in the networking part.
Oh, really? All right. All right.
Drop the bomb.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So remember, it's a 7-day challenge, right? The Landnest directors have upped the stake. You know how we do it now, our realtors. What are we known for? What do we like? Do we spoil you or do we spoil you? Do we spoil you or do we spoil you? Do we pamper you or do we pamper you?
They are shy.
They are shy. They are not. I don't know why they are shy. It's because I've not told them what I want to tell them. All right. The directors of Landnest Homes and Properties, drum rolls please. They have decided that for every person who sells in the next 7 days, what's today's date? Today is 8. 7 days from now is 15th. For every person who sells in the next 7 days, besides their commission, they get 100,000 naira. Each. Outrightly. Outrightly. For 7 days. So today is 8 to 15th.
Can you see that man that is trying to confirm outrightly?
Outrightly, don't worry. And you know we keep our promises.
We should repeat it.
Oh.
You didn't hear it the first time. Each person in the group gets 100,000 other than the commission. Other than your commission, you get. In which money matters?
It has to be outright.
Everybody is involved now because it is money. Let's do like
it has to be outright sales. Yeah, like it has to be outright payments. So if you're selling NFCC 600K, the person has to pay 600K in full. NFCC.
outright sales. So.
Wait.
All right, let's move on from that.
Sorry.
Everybody got the information already.
Wait. I'm going to entertain 1 or 2 questions just so that we're very clear.
It's simple. The question is, you said each person, if a person in a group sells, the group is going to get 100K. Okay, the person that sells. Okay. Okay, for outright sales.
So let me give the instruction again. Between the period of now, 8th of May 2026, till 15th of May 2026, 7 days period, every individual that makes a sale with outright payments gets an extra 100,000 naira from the Landnest Homes and Properties directors. A round of applause, please.
All right, thank you very much. I see everybody is now excited and the room is warmer, right? So while the training session was going on, again, we had representative and individuals that walked in, so we'd like to recognize them again. We had representatives from the OG Properties. Please, a resounding applause for them. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And of course, the directors and co-founders, Landnest Homes and Properties, the very presence of Dr. Ifeolu Oladeji and Dr. Olushola Arel. Again, thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. I mean, look at us now. We're going home with some money. Some of us can still make sales today and make that happen. So let's double down on that. And of course, we have one of our very own speakers in the building, the very person of Mr. Olatide Onilela. Let's give him a resounding applause. Thank you so much, sir. So after now, we'll be having his session, and I'm sure everybody is ready for that. Before we proceed, we'd like to have the technical and the media team play the allocation video for us. Do we have the awards ready, please? Oh, okay. Let's move to that straight up. We'd like to have the directors please come forward as we present the award to Mr. Debo. Please, a resounding applause for our directors.
All right. Good day, everyone. Okay, so I'll just speak briefly about Mr. Debo Adijana. All right, so this is a kingmaker. This is a man that's trained several people, and he has been in the real estate space for numbers of years. I mean, I still remember his story when they started the operation Sack Your Landlord. You know, if you know that, or you can go and do research about that, you know that was a movement then. And, you know, he's rooted in sales and is rooted in real estate. Real estate is his lifeline. That's his blood. That is everything that he is. And I'm sure you all have learned from him today. And we are so grateful to have him today. It's a great privilege for us. You know, he has trained us also personally. We've been in his classes, in his trainings. And some of the top developers and people that you have known in the real estate industry have gone through this man's classes. You can be rest assured. So you are privileged, honestly, to be under his session. And I'm sure that he has left a mark in your heart. And please, in all honesty, everything you've learned today, execute like crazy. And be rest assured you will get results. Because he's a man that is driven by results. And whatever he has brought to you today is results driven. So please execute like what? Like crazy. And you will get results. So thank you very much. We are so happy to have you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for coming. First of all, please, it will do you a lot of good if you can follow his YouTube channel. Yes, please make sure you subscribe. Watch his videos. You can see he's an experienced man. Just like Dr. Shola said, we've learned under him, and some of the things we learned, you know, we've been able to apply it, and it is working. So we will be having more of him in Ibadan too. Do you want him more in Ibadan? Yes. So as we present this award to you on behalf of Landnest Academy, on behalf of the management and the entire team of Landnest, we just want to appreciate you for coming, for deeming it fit to come and train us. And we are also appreciating you in advance because we know that we'll be having more of you in Ibadan. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so please, can we have the...
Okay. So yesterday we spoke about social proof, right? As a way to show credibility and to prove yourself as a consultant. And today, we're going to be doing the same thing for Landnest Homes and Properties. And we will be showing you some of our allocations, like I promised you yesterday. So enjoy. as we take you through them.
Big boys lawa, and we are living our lives. No sleep tonight, just be doing as you like. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Wanna make sure you rise up and down, stop people sound. Genuine and put them music. No more, no less. No more, no less. No more, no less. Don't stop with the garbage.
I want to dance with my G's. Motistan Latin 1990. Me Uraye Jati Jati. But me one more girls don't like to party. Me self, I dig badroom baddies. On the weekend, I dey travel out. Big Bola B and Sufati. Add everything, what's the matty man? Mashima makes sense. Tutun with the jolly test. Touchdown at the town they red. I'm a butter with the dry break bread. Mashima makes sense. Tutun with the jolly test. Touchdown at the town they red. I'm a butter with the dry break bread. I love
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Ajiboye and I'm live at the site allocation for Golden Acres.
Falala, falala, make a de falala, falala. Blessings and blessings upon my life till they see me for valala. Mama say make I listen to Jah, make I no reason to fall. Man I be living too fast, make I de chill and relax. Life has been good to me, I do not take this with levity. Nothing is new to me, but lucky I'm grateful for everything.
I'm so happy, and also the plots and everything. The land is a dry land. I love the land.
All that I seek is in front of me. Isha Oluwa ko seni to ye bi mo se se mi o mo. I just stay on my grind every day. I keep my eyes looking up. I should see, I give the glory to God. I should see, I give the glory to God.
Today, not as a spectator, but as a visionary. Nest Farm Cluster City is not just a project, it's a project of opportunity and is a project that is meant for the future. If you are already part of this, I can confidently tell you that you are ahead.
I just saw my land and yeah, it's great to be a new landowner. So with the views in the chat.
Mo ti rí farm mi, mo ti rí everything. So inú mi dùn pé ọkàn mi balẹ̀. Now I feel like a owner. If my son holds a land, I'm still one of the owners too. So I'm so excited.
It's a wrap for the Nest Farm Cluster City allocation. And I can see the smiles on everybody and I'm so happy. Why? Because we have delivered yet on another promise.
This is the moment everyone looks forward to. The moment that has helped us sell out over 15 estates in less than 2 years. The reason why we stand out in the city of Ibadan and beyond. At Landnest, we do not joke with documentation or allocation. Today, we are here at Landnest to physically show our clients their property. I'm genuinely excited to see their reaction.
And one thing for us is that we prioritize documentation. These 2 estates already have CFO in the name of the company. That is securing everybody within the estates. And we are not going to do anything less for this property also. In a couple of weeks' time, you are going to receive the fine number for the CFO of Landnest.
There I got my document that transitioned me from being a mere mortal to being a landowner. And I feel really fly. Thank you so much, Landnest.
Landnest is still selling and you can be part of this journey. Send us a DM now to get started.
Landnest Homes and Properties.
Choke.
Choke, have you no choke? Exactly. Thank you so much. Oh, and if you need the videos, just reach out to any of our media guys. They'll point you in the right direction. Maybe you want to show it to your clients or something. I'd also like to talk about inspection. So at Landnest Homes and Properties, we carry out free inspections for all of our properties. So you can reach out to our customer experience team or our community lead on WhatsApp. And then, like I mentioned yesterday, we are having an allocation, Freetown Park and Gardens. Tomorrow.
Good afternoon.
Pardon me.
Afternoon.
Next week Saturday on the 16th of this month. Don't mind me. I'm excited. I want us to start now. Anyway, so yes, we're having that allocation on the 16th. We're already good for the allocation, but if you'd like to visit any of our properties in coming times, just reach out to us and we will arrange something. Also, tomorrow we're going to have a physical, I know you've seen our office and all of that, so we're going to have like an office tour tomorrow to keep you, and site inspection to keep you engaged and so that you can see proof with your own kuro eyes. All right, moving on to the next segment of today's program. We'll be having our second speaker, the highly esteemed Salesforce manager.
Good morning.
Properties.
Is it loud enough?
Join me in welcoming Mr. Olatide Onimila as he stands while we listen to the citation. Please, let's start for him.
Olatide Onimila is a real estate sales strategist and trainer with over 10 years of experience in the Nigerian property market. He has been actively involved in the marketing and sale of multiple real estate projects, working closely with clients and sales team to drive consistent results. Over the years, he has developed a deep understanding of buyer behavior, positioning, and what it really takes to close deals in today's market. Beyond personal sales, Olatide has trained over 500 sales professionals, equipping them with practical, real-world skills in prospecting, communication, and closing. His training focuses on clarity, confidence, and execution, helping individuals move from theory to actual results. Known for his direct and practical approach, he is committed to helping salespeople not just learn, but perform. With a resounding applause, let's make welcome Olatide Onimila.
You can't be louder than that, trust me. That's fine. No, I'm good. So my round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we today? Please, the energy is a little low. Can we raise it up a bit? How are we today? Are we getting value? How many of us were here yesterday? Please kindly signify by raising up your hands. How many of us are here for the first time? You're just coming here today for the first time. Raise up your hand, please. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Landnest Academy 2.0. And today I'll be talking about visibility for salespeople in the marketplace, right? But before I talk about that, I cannot help it. Anytime I'm talking about sales, objections, sales funnel, and everything that has to surround it, I always have to talk about the sales mindset, because I strongly believe that everything that is solid needs like a proper foundation. Now, most people think they have a sales problem, when in reality, all they actually have is a human problem. I'll go over it again. Most people think they have a sales problem, but what they actually have in reality is a human problem. Now, I'm going to ask this very simple question. How many of you have gone to a sales class before this Landnest Academy? Please raise your hand up. Please, very well so I can see it. If you've gone to a sales class before, sales academy, before this, please raise up your hand. Okay, how many people can say that they've increased their sales output after going for the sales academy? If you know you went for a sales class and after the academy, you could say, 100, 200, 300%, my sales output increased. How many people can say that? 3 people. Initially, 7 people raised up their hands, but now 3 people are raising up their hands. What that actually means is that most time, you actually don't need new information to get better results. Most people think that if they go for another sales class, if they get another mentor, if they read another book, they will get better results. But in reality, most people don't get better with new information. Most people actually get better with a change of mindset, something as simple as a change of mindset. Now, I'll give you a very practical example, right? If there was an introvert and there was an extrovert, who do you think is going to sell more? Why is that? Right, so it means that by default, if you have 2 salespeople, you have 1 introvert, you have 1 extrovert, the extroverted person is going to sell more by default. Why? Because they prospect more, they meet more people, they have a larger data to work with. So if those 2 people are salespeople, the introvert might think that he has a sales problem, whereas it is just simply a person's problem. Now let's complicate it a little bit. If somebody has low self-esteem and somebody has high self-esteem, who do you think is going to sell more? Why is that? Because if you have a higher self-esteem, you have a tendency to go out more, you have a tendency to meet people more, you have a tendency to know what to do with objections, you have a tendency to be able to come back when you're having a bad day. But if you have a low self-esteem, everything just seems like a bad day to you. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is that most times you think that you have a sales problem, whereas in reality, all you actually have is a people's problem. Now, I like to deal with people first before I deal with them as professionals. So even with my salespeople, I treat them as human beings first before I treat them as sales professionals. So you need to extend a little grace to yourself. Sometimes treat yourself as a human being first before you treat yourself as a salesperson. What are the things that you are dealing with as a human being today? What are your limitations? What are the things that you are scared of? What are the things that are holding you back? Because guess what? Regardless of how skilled you are still going to carry your limitations as a human being into whatever job that you are doing. So if you have low self-esteem or self-sabotage or you lack self-discipline as an individual, regardless of whether you are a doctor, a lawyer, a nurse, an architect, regardless of your job or occupation, you are going to carry those limitations into whatever job that you do. So as a salesperson, I've realized that most times I actually don't have a sales problem. What I actually have is a human problem. And very quickly, I'm going to be talking about 3 of the most common ones with you, right? 3 of the most common human problems that we deal with as human beings, as opposed to just salespeople alone. And the problem is that if you don't treat a problem like a human problem, and you keep going for courses, you keep going for seminars, you keep chasing mentors around, nothing is going to change. Because most of the things that you have heard here today, you've heard them before, right? You've heard them before. Nothing is practically new to you, if you have been 100% honest. 80% of the things you've been taught today, I'm guessing that you've heard them somewhere before, right? From a mentor on YouTube, you probably read a book. It means that new information is not the gold mine you're looking for. What you're actually looking for is a change of mindset. So I'll be talking about 3 of the most common ones with you. I'll start with the first one, self-sabotage, right? Self-sabotage. Self-sabotage is practically when you think nothing good is going to work for you, right? I've had people have prospects, have clients that want to buy a property, and they'll keep telling themselves that, look, I know something is going to happen, and this guy is going to end up not buying this project. Has that happened to you before? The conversation is going, it's too good to be true. You know that something along the line is going to happen and they'll stop replying you. Who else has those thoughts when they are prospecting with somebody? Please be honest, raise up your hands. Nobody. Fine. Good, at least there's one person. So now, self-sabotage is when you talk yourself out of good things happening to you. You are prospecting, you are talking to a client or a prospect, but deep down at the back of your mind, you know that this conversation is not going to work, it's not going to go anywhere. That's the mindset problem. Now, the second thing is like low self-esteem, right? Low self-esteem. You think too little of yourself. Now, Mr. Bumi was here yesterday and delivered a fantastic session. Crazy sales tips, how to handle objections, how to prospect and all that. But think about it like this. If I was seated in a crowd yesterday and I had low self-esteem, regardless of the information I received, will I be able to execute? The answer is no. So most times, what we actually need is not really somebody else to tell us what to do. Most times, we actually know what to do. We know we need to prospect. We know we need to handle objections. We know we need to do so many things. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is the mindset that actually carries all this information that we're gathering. Now, the last thing is self-discipline. Most of us struggle with self-discipline on a daily basis. If you cannot hold yourself accountable, regardless of the sales classes you go for, nothing is going to change. I'm going to double down on it again. Guys, you need to treat some things as human problems, not as sales problems. The solutions you are looking for is not with somebody on the podium telling you what to do. Sometimes it's about sitting with yourself, having those serious and honest conversations. What are my limitations? Do I have low self-esteem? Do I self-sabotage? Do I think that nothing good can happen to me? Because if this is the foundation of how you see things, how you process things, understand that regardless of the information that you get, nothing is going to change. Now, unfortunately, that's not the focus for my day. I'm not here to tell you about the sales mindset, but I just felt led to tell somebody that sometimes what you're dealing with is not really the sales problem. What you're actually dealing with is the people's problem. Okay, now, today I'm talking to us about visibility in the marketplace, right? Visibility in the marketplace. So if you're a salesperson, you understand that there are so many salespeople out there today. There's too many of us, if I'm being honest. If you do real estate full-time, you're not just competing with people that do it full-time. You're also competing with people that do it part-time. It means that somebody could be somewhere now in a bank, but if they say, do you have a property to sell in the road, he has something to sell, or he knows somebody that has something to sell. Now, what that actually means is that you're not just competing with people that do it full-time. You're also competing with people that do it part-time. So there are two ways to distinguish yourself, to separate yourself from the general public, to separate yourself from the crowd. Now, the first way is product knowledge, right? Knowing the product like the back of your hand. So most of us are salespeople. The other sales speakers before me did a good job at educating us about how serious and how important it is to have product knowledge. But one of the ways you can separate yourself from everybody else is insane product knowledge. Now, the second thing is to understand how to use visibility properly. You need to niche down, right? You need to have your own small space where you are competing with yourself and yourself alone. So before the end of this class, what I hope I would have been able to successfully do is to explain to you how to properly find a place for yourself in an otherwise crowded marketplace. Now, the first thing is that if you notice, you understand that there's something called, there are endless property listings. Now, the interpretation of that is, look, whether you realize it or not, your potential customer is overwhelmed with an array of options. They have too many options. The idea that something is going to end next week on a pre-launch price or your property is new is not enough urgency for your clients. Your potential clients are exposed to hundreds and hundreds of properties every single day. In fact, if you run ads, you realize that more often than not, the people that connect or contact you after the ads are salespeople like yourself. So you run an ad and the person is messaging is also a real estate person themselves. It means that there's so many options for people to buy from today. It means that visibility is not exactly the only thing that you need. You also need to know how to properly use the visibility when it comes. Now, the second thing is similar marketing, right? Similar marketing. Now, more often than not, if you check most real estate companies, their marketing is the same. The videos are the same. It's difficult to create something different because at the end of the day, it's only in so many ways that you can adjust things. You try this way today, you try this thing tomorrow. At the end of the day, everybody is doing the same thing. Now, the third thing is similar promises, right? Most of us as salespeople, real estate agents, we are using the same lingo. We are using the same language with our potential clients. When you buy this thing, there'll be an ROI of 35%. This thing will go from 100,000 naira to 300,000 naira in 3 months. All these things are things that the customer is hearing on a daily basis. Now, as I said earlier, in an otherwise crowded marketplace, there are two ways to distinguish yourself. First thing is insane product knowledge, knowing the product like the back of your hand. Now, the second thing is to properly niche down. Now, let me explain to you. Let me give you a practical example of how you can find your own space in an otherwise crowded marketplace. Now, who do you think earns more, a medical doctor or a dentist? Medical doctor or a dentist? Who do you think earns more, a medical doctor or a brain surgeon? Who do you think earns more, a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon? No, you actually don't have the data for that, right? So what I'm trying to say is that the more secluded your niche and your marketplace, the higher it is that you earn. So as a real estate person, what you actually need to do at the first case scenario is to carve a niche for yourself, have your own small place, have your own location in the generally overcrowded marketplace. Now, when I first started selling real estate, one thing I always used to do is that I had at the back of my mind that, look, I wanted to start from developing areas for two major reasons. Now, the first major reason is low entry point. Those properties are cheap to sell. Now, the second thing is that I knew I wanted to end up with construction, but I needed to build a name for myself. So I wanted to start from small properties that were otherwise affordable. People could buy them, they could afford them, and build my name over time. So when I get into construction, people already knew me. I built trust, I built credibility. I've also built product knowledge. I already know about the market. So when you're selling real estate, one thing you can do for yourself is that carve a niche for yourself. What real estate guy are you? Are you the guy that's selling developing areas? Are you the guy that's selling luxury products? Are you the guy that's selling, construction products? Are you the guy that's focused on commercial real estate? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. So to properly distinguish yourself from an otherwise crowded marketplace that has, can you go back please? That has endless property listings, similar marketings, similar promises, and similar content, you need to understand exactly how to go about it. Now, next slide, please. The real question is, why should a client choose you? Why should a client choose you? Why should a client choose you? Now, I cannot stress this enough. Your potential customers have thousands of people like you, that look like you, that make content like you, that sell products like you. In fact, it is very difficult to convince a potential client today to do business with you. Why? Because number one, there's already a crowded marketplace. And number two, there's already an issue of trust. So why should a prospect step out of their comfort zone to do business with you? You need to ask yourself that. Now, who wants to try? Who wants to explain how they are the different person in their marketplace and somebody should prospect or buy from them? Why should somebody buy from you? Who wants to answer that question? Anybody? Please. Sorry? Okay. Do you assume that you are the only brand? So how do you think your brand is supposed to distinguish you from everybody else? Positioning, right? So, she said that she's going to have a brand that properly positions us. It depends on what she wants to execute. But who else wants to try? How do you distinguish yourself from an otherwise crowded marketplace? Anybody? Anybody? Does somebody want to try? You want to say something? Okay. She says an information that you have that somebody else doesn't have. That's not really the answer I'm looking for. Does somebody else want to try? Yes, please. Okay, you're an accountant. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. Now, she said that she's an accountant, and what she does is that she uses her prior knowledge to be able to distinguish herself from everybody else. Now, the truth is that in reality of things, there's no exact way to make a client want you or your product. Now, everybody has their own individual strengths, right? They have things that they are good at. And as a salesperson, I don't want you to see a particular way of execution as the right way to go. The first thing you need to do is identify your strengths. What are the things that you're actually good at? Right? What are the things you are good at as a salesperson, and double down on them. Now, personally, I think I could be very articulate, right? I can have my way around words, and that is my strength. as a salesperson? What is your strength? Now, there are two ways to make somebody buy something. The first way is the logical way, and the second way is the emotional way, right? So most times, we tilt one way towards the other. Now, let me exactly break it down, and at the end of this conversation, you understand which one you actually are. Now, there are two reasons why people buy something, right? The first way is the logical way. So if I tell you that I'm selling an iPhone 12, it costs 10,000 naira, it is durable, it doesn't break, you can call your grandma in the village. Those are logical reasons to buy the iPhone. Now, there's an emotional reason why people buy things, and more often than not, we really don't know what these emotional reasons are. So, for example, I've met clients that bought real estate from me because growing up, their parents did not have anywhere to stay. So over time, they realized that when I start making money, the first thing I want to do is buy a land. That is an emotional reason. It is not the logical reason. It's not your sales pitch. It's not your ads that made the person buy. It was because they actually had an emotional reason to buy. So over time, you'd realize that what is my strength as a salesperson? Am I good at product knowledge, or am I good at emotional selling? Now, more often than not, men are good at product knowledge, right? We're able to break down logic to the bare minimum that anybody can understand. But more often than not, women are better at emotional selling. So know your strengths. What are the things I'm good at? Is it product knowledge or is it emotional selling? So you need to double down on this as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Generalist versus specialist. Next slide. Weak positioning versus strong positioning. So practically, what this is trying to tell us or show us is how most people get lost in the marketplace. Now, the first thing is weak positioning. I sell properties in Lagos. Who can tell me what is wrong with this statement? I sell properties in Lagos. Sorry? It's too broad. How do you think this statement could have been better? Sorry? What kind of properties are you selling? So a weak sorry? The location. Okay, now, what's actually wrong with this statement is that I sell properties in Lagos is too generic, it's too bland. There's no substance to it. But now look at the next statement. Helping professionals identify high growth investment opportunities before market appreciation. Now, in essence, what I'm trying to say is this. Most times, most of us struggle with real estate sales and real estate selling because we actually don't understand what we do. We actually don't understand what we sell. And we are very generic about how we talk about it. So most people say, I sell properties in Lagos. But it will help you to say, I sell properties in developing areas in Lagos. Right? You've niched down. I sell luxury properties. I sell luxury products. So what you need to learn how to do is don't be the general person that sells general things. What you need to learn how to do is to be able to properly niche down. So don't say, I sell properties in Lagos. Be more specific about the clients that you're trying to service. Now, next slide, please. Specificity builds trust. Next slide. Clients trust clarity. Clients trust clarity. Now, I'll give you a very practical example, guys. Recently, for the past 6 months, I've been pushing a particular product, which is Oli Modern Market, like most of you know it. But for late last year, I wasn't getting very good results with selling the product. And it was because of how I was marketing it. Now, when I put an ad out, I tell them about the price, I tell them about the location, but I usually leave the 25-year lease period out of my marketing. Because at the time, I was thinking that when they get to the point of purchase, if they like the product enough, they are going to go ahead with the investment. Now, I realized that at the tail end of the conversation, I lose trust because somebody is coming to the property, coming to the project, but they are realizing that you withheld information from them. So they come to the property, they want to buy, they want to make an investment, but at the end of the day, they don't go ahead because of the 25-year lease. So in November and December, I decided to change that. So the 25-year lease was one of the first things that I put forward whenever I was marketing the property. So I said, look, this is a good investment, good high income traffic, good location by the roadside on a 25-year lease. And I got almost 200% feedback, and people actually started investing in it. So clarity actually builds trust. If you are clear about something, trust me, the people that will do business with you, they'll do the business with you. But don't withhold information from your clients or your prospects because you think they won't go ahead with the investment. Give them all the information that they actually need. Next slide. Strong realtor brands communicate clearly. Number one, who they serve. Number one, who they serve. Now, the truth is that you cannot serve everybody, right? You need to be able to know the people that you serve and exactly how you can actually serve them. So if you are focusing on developing areas, you need to be the guy that is known for focusing on developing areas. If you are serving luxury products, you need to be known for the guy that is serving luxury products. Now, your content, everything around what you do, how you sell, how you project yourself, how you promote yourself, needs to communicate with your exact target audience. Now, the second thing is what they specialize in, right? What they specialize in. So as a brand owner or a real estate salesperson, you need to exactly communicate what you specialize in. For example, when I was starting out, as I said earlier, I wanted to be the guy that was selling developing areas. Ibejuleki, Ekpe. In fact, most times I go out and people are like, are you that guy that sells property in Ekpe? Are you that guy that sells property in Ibejuleki? You need to know exactly what you specialize in. Now, the last thing is why they are different, right? Why are you different? What is your brand story? What are you trying to do differently? For example, if you've been doing business with Landnest homes and properties for a while, you'd understand that what we are trying to actually achieve is a real estate company that does things differently in terms of delivery, right? We are sure that we allocate our clients, we don't have documentation issues, and that is what our brand stands for. So to be the person that stands out in your marketplace, you need to do these three things. The first thing is, who do you serve, right? The second thing is, what do you specialize in? And the third thing is, what makes you different? When clients are confused, they hesitate. When clients are clear, they move faster. When clients are confused, they hesitate. When clients are clear, they move faster, right? So in my experience marketing and selling real estate, I've realized that most times a client is not saying no. Most times a client is just saying that you've not given me enough information yet. And usually information is built over time. So there was a man I was able to close for 1 unit of Oli Modern Market in February. And I've been following up this guy since November last year. Now what happens is that when I send him a message, he doesn't respond. And it's also one of the things I encourage you to do today. Understand that if you are following up with a client or a prospect, a follow-up does not mean that you should expect an answer every single time that you follow up. The purpose of a follow-up is to keep you top of mind. So when the person wants to make an informed decision, they are going to think about you. So what I usually did was, anytime I went to site, I sent him a site update. Today we did concrete, right? Today we did iron steels. Today we've done the roofing. Today we are imputing the doors. Every single time I went to site, I gave him information about the progress of the place. So when he was eventually able to make an informed decision, I did two things for him already. The first thing was I gave him product knowledge. Over time, he has been able to see what is going on site. Now, the second thing is I built trust. I built credibility over time. So next time you're following up with a client, you're following up with a prospect, and you message them and they don't respond, a follow-up is not so that you get a response. A follow-up is so that when they want to make an informed decision, they're going to think of you because they're keeping you top of mind. If you send somebody a message and they don't respond, it just means that they did not respond. It doesn't mean that they did not see it, right? So understand that follow-up is not, when the client says no, when the client is not clear, it doesn't mean that they are saying no. What they're actually trying to say is that you've not given me enough information yet. Next slide, please. Content should do more than selling. Content should do more than sell. Content should do more than sell. Now, the whole idea of this is that there are three different types of clients in the marketplace, right? There are the hot clients, the warm clients, and the cold clients. Now, the hot clients are the clients that want to make a decision now, right? Those are the people that are in the market to buy real estate as of today. Now, the warm clients are the clients that, they have the means to buy your investment, but they're not looking at buying that investment now. It's your job as a salesperson to convince them to make that decision. Now, there's the cold clients, which are the clients that are either not interested in your product or they cannot afford it. Now, the truth is that if you do a content of come and buy, come and buy, come and buy, what you're actually doing is that you're speaking to only the hot clients, the clients that are in the market for your product at this very moment. So if you want to maximize content and marketing, you need to make content that actually speaks to those three sets of people. And the best way you can do it is by informative marketing. So most of us use Instagram, right? We use Instagram on a daily basis. And how many of us have seen videos on Indian street food? Indian street food. Have you seen videos on Indian street food? Right? Do you watch these videos as often as you can? Do you have any plans of going to India anytime soon? So why do you watch the videos? because they're entertaining, right? So that's what it actually does for you. Anytime you see you are being taught something, you are being educated about something, it prompts your interest in it, right? So as a real estate salesperson, it's not every time you tell people to come and buy your product, right? Sometimes all you need to do is give people information about your product as often as you can. So everything that surrounds your information is content. Where your information is located, restaurants around the properties that you sell, other investments around the property that you sell, what the government is going to do about the properties that you sell, why you like selling the properties that you sell. Everything concerning your property is actually content. When you say come and buy, come and buy, come and buy, you're speaking to just 30% of people. Now, next slide, please. Your content should, number one, educate. As I said earlier, your content should educate, teach people things, right? Teach people things. As far as Ibadan is concerned, we have a lot of properties in this location, but it will really streamline you and put you in a box if you're only telling people to come and buy your product all the time. You can educate them about certain things. What are the nice restaurants to eat out in Ibadan? What are the fun spots in Ibadan around the projects that you sell? What are the other investments that are around the project that you sell? Educate people about what you do. Now, the second thing is build trust, right? Build trust. You know, how do you build trust? You build trust by actually being consistent. Showing up every single day actually builds consistency and builds trust for yourself and then your brand. Now, the third thing is to show expertise, right? Show expertise. Show that you're actually skilled at what you do. It actually helps you to get the trust of your prospects or your potential clients. Now, the fourth thing is to communicate identity, right? As I said earlier, show people exactly who you are, show people what you do and how you do it, and that's how your content should be. Now, next slide. Miss Onyi, how much time do I have left? The goal is not just visibility. The goal is to become the obvious choice. The goal is not just visibility. The goal is to become the obvious choice. Now, when I first started selling real estate, I was concerned about the wrong things. And one of those things was going viral. I was like, if I could have a post that would do 10,000, 13,000 views, I'll be a very happy man. But at the end of the day, you'd realize that it's not about people seeing you. It's about the impact you have when people actually see you. Right? So it's not about going viral. It's about what you communicate when people actually see you, when people actually connect with you and then your brand. So as a salesperson, what you actually focus on is what you're communicating, the brand you're building, the niche you're trying to get into, not just people seeing your videos. Right? So the goal is not just visibility. The goal is also to become the obvious choice. Next slide. Strong positioning reduces competition. Strong positioning reduces competition. As I said earlier, in an otherwise crowded marketplace, one of the ways you can stand out is by two things, right? Your product knowledge and what else? Positioning, right? Your product knowledge and your positioning. So there are two ways to stand out in the marketplace: proper positioning and your product knowledge. Next slide, please. When you have weak positioning, clients compare you with everyone. But when you have stronger positioning, clients actually see the expertise. Now, more often than not, people think that their advantage is price. But most times, the advantage is actually the value that they give. Because most times, people end up buying a more expensive product if they are sure that they will get value for it. Now, most times, if you go to a restaurant and something is selling for 10 naira, something is selling for 20 naira, except you don't have the 20 naira, usually more often than not, you go for the expensive one because it just communicates more value. So your clients compare you with everyone because you have weak positioning. You are selling to everybody, you are talking to everybody, you are trying to do business with everybody. That's why your clients see you as weak. But if you want stronger positioning, you need to niche down. You need to be an expert. You need to have your own, you need to have a brand that people can associate with you, right? So don't just be the guy that's selling to everybody. Have stronger positioning by creating a niche and by being an expert. Next slide. That changes trust, referrals, client quality, and negotiation power. Next slide. Authority changes perception, right? Authority changes perception. What this actually means is that when you create your own niche, when you create your own space, it actually gives you a certain type of authority. For example, there's a real estate company that I did business with a while back. How many of us know Sujimoto? How many of us? I know why he's laughing. How many of us know Sujimoto, right? Now, that brand has been able to communicate the fact that, they deal in luxury products, right? And, for example, anytime we talk about Landnest in the city of Ibadan, people can associate two things with us. Number one, we deliver on our promises, and we actually allocate. If you tell anybody about Landnest, anybody at all, they said, that company, they actually do allocation. They always do allocation all the time, and they always deliver on the promises that they make. So your authority changes your perception. Since I'm pressed for time, I'm just calling up positioning framework. Next. Now, these are 3 examples that you can actually use to properly position yourself. I help professionals build wealth through strategic real estate investments, right? I help diaspora Nigerians acquire verified properties safely. I help investors identify high growth opportunities early. Now, what you understand about these 3 statements is that none of these 3 things are generic, right? They are very strategic, and they are talking to a particular set of people. So don't have a bland statement, right? When you're talking about yourself, your brand, and what you do, it pays to be very specific about the people that are trying to help and the people that are trying to service. So I help professionals build wealth through strategic real estate investment is one. I help diaspora Nigerians acquire verified property safely is also good. I help investors identify high growth opportunities early. So these are not generic statements. They're actually toned to a certain type of people and are very, very specific. Next slide. In today's market, visibility gets attention, right? So, these days, you can actually buy eyeballs for your business or for your brand. With an ad of 10,000 naira, you can actually have eyes on your business. So visibility actually gets you attention. Now, the second thing is positioning actually builds trust for you. And then trust, in turn, creates the demand. So you can see it's a 3-step, process where visibility actually gets your attention. Positioning helps you to build trust, and trust actually creates the demand that you're looking for your business. Next slide. Because in competitive markets, the clearest brand usually wins. Because in competitive markets, the clearest brand usually wins. Next slide. Thank you so much for that presentation. So guys, thank you so much for having me. I'd also like to recognize the presence of my directors, Dr. Olushola Reo and Dr. Efeoluwa Ayodeji. In this moment, I would also like to recognize the presence of my friend, my guy, my confidant, and my mentor, the Olushola, who is an inspiration to all of us. Please, a round of applause for him. So, I'd like to say one or two things about him before he comes on stage. Now, we met in Covenant University 2011, if I'm correct, right? And I always known that he had the seed of greatness in him. Now, look, we used to have football tournaments where he was the coach. And sometimes when his team is not playing well, he would ask one of them to come out, wear soccer boots, and then get on the field to play. Now, what most of you don't know is that he's actually a really, really good footballer, and he's actually a really good footballer, and he's top 5 FIFA players in Nigeria as it stands today. He's a very sporty guy, but my point is we also eventually served together in Akwa Ibom. And most times he would come to my house because he stayed in Ibiono Ibom. It's for most of us that stay in Ibadan, let's say it's between I hope I get these landmarks properly, it's between somebody staying in Monia and somebody staying in Bodija. So he'll come all the way from there, and then we'll talk about certain things. And at that time, he used to tell me about how he wanted to start podcast. Now, bear in mind, the name wasn't podcast at the time because we were not even popular at the time. But he used to tell me that today, I want to start something where I'll just have a show, where I have a mic, I talk about relationship, I talk about marriage, I talk about opportunities for people. This was 2016. Podcasts were not even a thing at that time. So at that time, I used to be I want to be a pastor. And I'm like, what is wrong with these guys? NYC, man, let's have fun. What is wrong with you? But he would just keep going at it and look, today, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to go about it. This is how I want to execute. And so my point is, guys, if you actually have a plan you want to execute, it's not going to come by accident. Usually the people that are great, if you look back in time, you'd see that the seed of greatness was always inside of them. So I'm very happy to share a podium with my friend, my brother, and I have no doubt that he's going to give you guys the same value today. Thank you very much, my boy. I love you so much. I love you. Yeah. All right.
Olushola builds things that work. A multi-potentialite and serial entrepreneur, he has founded and scaled profitable ventures and now helps others do the same, bringing strategy, leadership, and relentless execution to every room. As a consultant and speaker, he's trusted for plain-spoken clarity on profitability, self-leadership, and sustainable growth. He hosts Echo, one of Africa's fastest-growing podcasts, where he turns the stories of accomplished Africans into practical playbooks. Through his podcast and media touchpoints, he reaches over 1 million people each month. He also runs Positioning for Profit, an SME masterclass, and conveys the Audacity Conference, which draws thousands of attendees in Nigeria. Olushola is a Covenant University alumnus, where he became the first male to graduate with a first class in sociology. He also has an MBA from Nexford. Olushola advises fintechs, edutech firms, and consumer brands across sub-Saharan Africa. He is a personality clarity coach and serves as a resident pastor at Celebration Church in Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause and standing ovation, make welcome the Olushola.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I'm honored. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So today I said a lot, and I'm not sure today mentioned at any point in this conversation that is arguably the finest midfielder that I saw play football. I don't know. Have you guys tried playing football with him? Is dangerously gifted, and I think one of the traits that have actually stood out, and I would say have remained constant, is actually his humility. Today has actually always been down to earth, regardless of age, regardless of class, regardless of anything. He's always been the same, great guy that he's always been. We used to call each other baby boy, and I want to say thank you so much. It's pretty much a full circle moment that you're growing up before me and having to introduce me. Thank you, brother. Love you forever. Thank you so much. Thank you. So he has casted that I used to coach and then at some point run into the field. At least if the players are not getting it right, coach can show them. But I was nowhere as good as his left leg, talk less of his right. But it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, and thank you. And I want to say thank you so much to Dr. Shola, Dr. Ife. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. And I'm happy to build new relationships and foster new ties. And very importantly, I'm happy to meet new friends in the room. And I want to start by saying this. And I think it's a very good place to start from. I'm extremely picky about the rooms that I get into to speak at any point in time. Now, the reason I'm very picky is because the attention of my audience usually goes a long way in determining the efficiency of every single thing that I say. And that's why I naturally gravitate more towards paid conferences than free ones. The reason is because when you let people into a hall full of value for free, a mindset that sees free things as not valuable will limit them. That's very important. And I need to let you know that the degree to which something is valuable to you is not necessarily tied to how much you pay for it. Sometimes the most valuable pieces of advice you will ever get or hear will come from free rooms like this. And so I said all of that to say that over the course of the next couple of hours, some of you will be in for the greatest time you've ever had in any room. I'm good like that, I know. Don't mention. But the degree to which, you can clap. Thank you. But the degree to which you will make the most of it is down to you. And so, I beg of you, if you need to mute your phones, do so. If you need to keep them on, do not disturb, do so. But just make sure that of all of the other symposiums, seminars, trainings, and conferences you've ever been to that have not necessarily changed things for you, that this one will be different. But you have a role to play. I want to say thank you so much for being here. And I want to say thank you for taking a bet on yourselves, because this is proof that you are willing to go the extra mile and make a meaning out of your career as a realtor? Or do I say a burgeoning one, or someone who's perhaps entering into this industry? Now, let me also start by saying that there's so much potentialities that lie in wait in this industry. I like to say that whatever your hands find to do, do with all your might, but excellence in every single industry is commendable everywhere. Myself and today had a friend back at school, Ois, that's his name. And Ois would tell us back in the day that his dad would tell him that first class in anything in the world, even in clapping of hands, is respected all over. Which means that even if all you sell is a wedu, as long as you sell it well, you can rise to the top of that industry. And it also goes without saying that even if all you do is that you sell rubber slippers, you can be great at it. You know, one of my friends, and do I say my business partner, who is a consultant for LVMH, Louis Vuitton Moet Chandon. How many of you know that? One of the biggest brands in the world. The guys who make LV and you know, a chain of other businesses. You know, she was telling me, because she has the privilege of being one of the most sought after talents in fashion in Europe. And she, by virtue of what she does, gets to be in rooms with several entrepreneurs from all over the world. Now, one of the things that Asian billionaires do is that when they reach their heights and the apotheosis of their entire industry, they always plant their children to take over from them. Now, so if you go to the Oxfords and the Cambridge of this world, and very importantly, IFA, the Fashion Academy in Paris, you will see second generation or third generation entrepreneurs who are supposed to go back to take over the family's empire. And one of the very interesting things she told me was that you see some of them who will literally come to sign up in the academy or in the school for the masters, and their parents got rich off the back of one thing. So they're either selling zips, not the full jeans, or they're either selling the thread that you use to make the jeans. And that's what has made them billionaires. It's pretty mind-blowing, because the average Nigerian thinks that they have to be doing everything. You know, that Gbogbo Nishe mentality. Or you know what I'm talking about? That you must do this one and do this one and do this one and do that one for things to... I get you 100%. But listen and listen well. It doesn't have to be extremely diverse for it to be effective. And so I'm speaking to someone here in the room. I'm not saying that you pick up every single aspect of the real estate enterprise. I'm simply saying that in the midst of these conversations over the next 1 to 2 hours, that you will find your own and find some meaning. Do we have an agreement? And the truth of the matter is that the meaning might not necessarily come in the punchiest of lines that I say. The meaning might come in the midst of something that might sound like a joke, but you pick it. So which means that what will end up illuminating your mind might not be what will illuminate the mind of the other person. And so please pay attention, and with all seriousness, embrace all that I have to say. Thank you so much. Now, I've been charged with a very interesting task, and one that I'll say very delicate, of talking about something called the visibility advantage. Now, I'm supposed to be talking about, fixing the conversion gap in real estate from leads to closing and so on and so forth. But I'm very cognizant of my room, which is why I always prepare for every single conference years before the conference invitations come. So here's what that means. It means that as I'm speaking to you right now, I can change the scope of what I'll talk about over the next 3 hours if I feel like my audience cannot relate to what I had prepared aforetime. And so I had to ask Dr. Shola to know the kind of room that I was speaking to. And I've been told that I'm going to be speaking to people across 3 different categories, right? Chief of which are people who have already been in real estate and are seeking to grow and extend themselves a lot more, and people who are just entering into the industry, and thirdly, people who perhaps were there before, left, and are now back. So I want to make sure that in every single thing that I say, every single person across these 3 categories can relate to it. And so instead of just going straight to talking about the area of visibility and how to move from leads to closing, I think I'll prefer to start at the very foundation itself, why you have a business? Or do I say, if you have a business? Now, get ready. I will be tearing some of you's wigs. I will be breaking the chair and the table that you are sitting on. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't beef me. Beef the words that come out of my mouth, because it's not my fault. The pastor in me almost said, let us pray. You know what? Let us pray. Father, I thank you for everybody here. And I pray that over the course of the next couple of hours, that you help them, you meet them at the point of their needs, and that you give them the understanding that they require to take all of this home in the name of Jesus. Thank you very much. Hey, you guys indulged me. All right. The very first question I'd like to ask is, how many of you are in real estate? How many of you are in real estate? Now, before you raise your hand, make sure that you genuinely have a real estate business. Not just a phone number and a listing. Because it feels as though the benchmark for entry into the real estate business has been so democratized that it has now been abused by several people. You guys are competing with a lot of non-professionals who just carry the tag, I'm a real estate consultant or a realtor, simply because their brother has a property to sell and they posted it on their WhatsApp status. Now, am I despising the days of little beginning to say that you cannot begin that way? Oh no, I'm not. I'm simply saying that if you begin that way, you cannot stay that way. You have to get to a point where you say, hey, I might have started in the most elementary or the crudest of fashions, but for me to really make the most of this career, there has to be much more. And so I ask again, how many of you here are realtors? How many of you here are in the real estate business? You see, most people in the Nigerian real estate system are not running a business. They just have a hustle. You just have a hustle. You don't have a business. They're running what I call an activity. And you see, the difference between an activity and a business is the difference between income and wealth. There's a world of difference. And so for so long, a number of you have simply been earning an income and you've not been able to build wealth sustainably. And you see, one great gift that I have is that I know how to get the skills of the eyes of people. No one listens to me and stays the same. So I'm happy you're here because I want to move you from the point of income to build sustainable wealth. But I'm going to need your attention and I'm going to need your desire. And so, I know you want to hear about visibility, but before visibility, I want to start by talking about viability. Because your business has to be viable before it is visible. And if you put the cart before the horse, your fingers will be burnt in the end. You know why? In the world of excess branding, everybody wants to brand. Everybody wants to package themselves. You will know what I'm talking about now. If you have a small camera like this and there's location, anybody can claim that they are anything. Just give them phone, get them costume. And so in the world today, it's hard for you to sieve between substance and fluff. Think about it. Has it ever so happened to you that you have engaged somebody that claims they are professional and you ask them the simplest question and there's nothing? As an entrepreneur who has recruited about 100 people over the last 2.5 years, I've been in crazy rooms where I'm asking an accountant basic accounting questions and they cannot answer. If you think I'm lying, my ear is here. No jokes. It's like asking a pastor John 3:16 and he's stuttering. But guess what? They got there by packaging. Anybody can package. ChatGPT can package a CV for you. And then we see, wow, these ones are great candidates. You bring them before you and it's game over. And so here's my point. Branding prematurely will expose you in the long haul. The container might get you into the room, but it is the content that keeps you in the room. I'm saying this to say that in a not too distant time from now, you might end up being exposed. In a not too distant time from now, who you really are will really come out beyond all of the packaging. And so, what kind of business do you want to build? Do you want to build a business that people think is profitable, or a business that is genuinely profitable? Pick one. The former or the latter? The latter. And so before visibility, there must be what we call viability, because you cannot market what you have not built. You can't market what you haven't built. And so in today's, what do I call it, masterclass, I want to teach you 5 major principles that stem from business model questions. And so I'm going to run you through what I call a 5-question business model framework. And we'll work our way up from there. I'm going to ask questions, and I want you to also ask me questions when I'm done. Is that okay? Okay, so I teach for a bit, not really for a bit, for a while. And then I give us about 45 minutes to ask me questions, and I'll answer all of your questions. And so, a 5-question business model. Now, first and foremost, just for sake of concept clarification, right? What's a business model? Alex Osterwalder defined a business model as nothing more than a description of how an organization makes and delivers value. So I want to ask you, how do you make value, and how do you deliver that value? And so the very first question I'm going to ask you, number 1 out of the 5, is what value do you offer? What value do you offer? The clarity of your offer is the foundation of your business. What value do you offer? I crept in on my friend today, talking to you about positioning, and I'm sure in the midst of his conversation, he must have talked about something about having a unique value proposition. Pretty much what sets you apart from every other person. And so, when we ask many Nigerian realtors, they can't really answer this question clearly. You ask them, what value do you offer? And they start stuttering. Well, my value is already in the name. I'm a realtor. I sell properties. In your Bible, properties. I want properties. It's properties. Properties. Want properties. Money sell plots. I'm a realtor. What value do you offer? You are defining what it means to be a realtor. There's a difference between the definition of your career terminology and your unique value proposition. And so you must understand the difference between your value proposition and the description of an activity. Saying you sell property is you are describing the activity. It's different from your value proposition. And so if you cannot explain your value in one sentence, your clients cannot remember you long enough. In fact, if you cannot define and explain your value proposition in one single sentence, your clients will not remember it long enough to even refer you. This is very serious. It was Yasikan who said so brilliantly that if you don't have an introduction, you must be ready for a rejection. This is one of the smallest rooms I've spoken in recent times, which by the way I love. I love when the room is cozy and when we're just all here and just talking so you can see my face. I know everybody here. If anybody stands up, I can see you. If you're running home, I'll call you back. But you see, I'm very used to speaking at conferences that have thousands of people. And in as much as it feels cool and is really good, it also means that people tend to struggle for the attention of the keynote speaker after. And so what usually happens is, I like to interact with people, but I can't interact with everyone. And so, sometimes when they come, the protocol and my team just say, you have just 30 seconds, take a picture and that's it. And it's okay. But some people want to actually pitch to you, talk to you within 30 seconds, which is fine, yeah? But the problem is, many of them come to you and they have 30 seconds but act like they have an hour. How is that? I don't know if you can remember me, sir. There was one conference you spoke at there 5 years. No. No, sir. No. 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 No, 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 no. No, 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 no. And the solution is not also to make statements like, I made this. It makes a world of sense, but you will not be the first, neither will you be the last person in that career path that I will definitely meet. So what will set you apart? It could even be something very weird as, I want to speak sometime at Balmoral, Victoria Island. And a guy walked up to me one day and he just told me, just randomly, and he said, oh, I sell dundun for a living. I'm like, that's interesting. Because I don't think I've ever heard people say that before. People might necessarily want to overpackage it or underpackage it, but the way he said it actually caught my attention. And I said, oh, wow, how do you do that? And then he gave me a very succinct response, and we ended that conversation with phone numbers exchanged. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. Everything and many things are fighting for the attention of your prospects. What you say within a short period of time is what keeps them. Think about it. Think about this very deeply. For content creators, if you do the content creation masterclass, I was going to teach you on the power of hooks, for example. That the first 3 to 5 seconds of your video must pretty much say enough to keep them wanting the next 10 to 15 seconds. See, nobody owes you a second of their time. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. In the last 1 week, I've been at conferences recently and people just walk up to me, oh my God, how are you, sir? No, it wasn't even a conference. My friend and big bro, Ima, oh my God, turned 40 sometime last week. And so I had to go honor him. So I was at the event he had and everything. And so when I was done, so I drove myself. And it's like very weird that I'm at the conference alone. So there was no way for me to hide, no cover for myself. So when it was 9 o'clock, I decided to start going home. I was going from Ikeja back to VI. So I get out of the car. I get out of the conference room, only to start going to my car to run away. Immediately I saw small chops. Ah, God. Come on, people, pop share. They have used it to do me. Yeah, I don't know. And the people that did me, the people that did me, Baba has died. So there's no redemption in that regard. So I was going to my car, saw pop I said, hey, let me just buy. So I said, go there. The pop seller, hey, brother, you want like small chops? Come on, on Instagram. God. So as I'm standing in front of her, she says, no. She wants to give me the hot one. She said I should wait. So as I was there, like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people came. I was without defense. I was no cover. Sometimes what I used to do when I'm alone is I used to fake phone call. I'm giving you my trick now. So I did this. And then there was really not much I could do for long. People started coming, were introducing. And then on the spot, about 3 people took my number. How are you, sir? I said, oh, I'm good. You know what? Can we connect? Some people would like give number. So I gave number. Only for the messages to come in afterwards. And the requests were, oh, sir, can we have a 30-minute conversation? I said, do you know how much they pay me for 1 hour? You want to take 30 minutes? I don't even have 30 minutes for myself. And so, here's what I'm trying to say. Nobody owes you a fragment of their time. You must make it worth their while. And the fastest way to make it worth their while is to make sure your introduction is captivating. It must be captivating. Yeah, I sell real estate. I sell properties. If you were you, will you give you attention? And you need to understand that everybody who has your money in their pocket is a person of value. And people of value time more than money. And so, their time matters to them. And so your introduction must be captivating. Very important. And so the first question is, what value do you offer? What value do you offer? Value is not the property. The property is the vehicle through which you convey the value. But the property is not the value. It is just a vehicle. And so your value is what the client experiences. Your value is what the client gains by reason of your engagement with them. Your value is what the client avoids by reason of your direction. Are you getting this? Your value is what the client becomes as a result of working with you. What is your value? If I were you, treat value from a standpoint of outcomes more than anything else. So what that means is, by working with us, you get this. Are you getting this now? It's better usually to give people a feel of what their lives would look like after engaging you. You know, someone put it this way, that if you were to sell a headset, there are two simple ways to sell it. But you've been taught to think that the first one is smarter without knowing that the second is better. So imagine I was selling headset and I want you to tell me which one you end up appreciating the most. And I came and said, hey guys, I sell headset, oh come and buy. I put like, how much? I say 5K. Hey, I don't have. And then just a few will end up saying they want to buy. That's option number one. Option number two will be this. Hi guys, come closer. Come and hear this thing. And then the person starts hearing it, has a feel of it. And then 5 minutes into the feel of it, you remove the headset and say it's 20,000 naira. Here's what I'm trying to say. Somebody who has already had a foretaste of what is to come is likelier to buy from you than somebody that you are having to overly talk to about it. And so, the point is this. Always start from the end when trying to pitch value. Always try to talk about the outcome of the prospective engagement and what you think it will do to your clients. And so when we talk about value, I want to break it down into 4 major dimensions. It used to be 2 dimensions, but I've expanded them to 4. There are 4 fundamental values that people get when engaging with you. The first value is functional value. I want land, I get land. Are you getting this? Number 1 value is what? Functional value. I want land, I get. Number 2, economic value. I want land that will save me money. I want land that will save me money and help me maximize my returns, or help me avoid costly monetary mistakes. Number 3, emotional value. This one is extremely important. Why do you think, just think about this principally, everyone. Is there anyone here who has ever bought something expensive, even though there's an alternative that is cheaper? Anybody here? You can raise your hand, please. Let's make it interactive. Thank you so much. What's the thing you bought? Tell me. You bought a belt. Beautiful. You bought a belt. Fair. Now, sit down, sir. I want to ask you another question. Is there anyone here who has ever bought something that maybe feels the same quality, but bought it at a more expensive rate than they would have bought it from someone else? Someone, raise your hand. Thank you so much, man. What was that? Thank you. What was that? Okay.
Because of their branding and the kind of caliber of people that use it.
The caliber of people that use it. Fun fact, right? Let's say I'm wearing a watch. Okay, so this watch is a Maserati watch, right? I bought it in between Singapore and Malaysia on a ship cruise. I was feeling like a big boy, and my wife was pushing me. Babe, just buy it. You know you don't spend on yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I bought this thing quite some dollars, but pay attention to this now. This same watch, quote and unquote, that tells the time is also available in Under Bridge in Yanokpaja, and they sell it for 1,005. Yes or yes? Now, pay attention to 2 things. The functional reason someone buys a wristwatch is because it tells the time. The emotional reason people buy a wristwatch is who else is wearing it. Are you getting this now? So can you see the difference? Does that make sense to you? So let me tell you, people don't just buy for functional reasons. So if it's for functional reasons, nobody will buy Louis Vuitton. You know, something funny happened recently. When China and US had those brand wars, how many of you saw TikTok videos from China suppliers saying, now we didn't make come. Now, I was in China just 2 weeks ago. Trust me. Trust me, trust me. Now them really they make them. There's nothing you want in this life that you will not find. But guess what? The billionaires don't give a hoot about if you make it or not. Are you aware? They give you some little trade secret. 95% of the jeans in the world are made in Bangladesh. And they are as cheap as $2 to $3 to $4 to $5. Yet, Louis Vuitton or any major brand could perhaps package that same thing and sell it to you for 1,000 more the price in dollars, and you will buy. Because people don't just buy functional things. If it's functional things, I bet Bridge Niteju will show you will buy Okrika. And guess what? It will look just as good. But people buy prestige. So it's emotional reasons. Are you getting this now? Put it at the left side of your hand so you not eat with it, because I'm going to come back to it. Amen? Thank you very much. So where did I stop now? Thank you very much. What was number 1? Number 2? Number 3? Well, good class, good class. Thank you. Thank you. So number 4, for identity. Some just want to say, I'm a property owner. Is it just me? But I've never bought stocks before, and just because you want to say, I own part of MTN. You know what I'm saying now? You know what I'm saying now? No, I'm a landowner. See, whether we like it or not, particularly in this culture, we like identity. I'm a father of 3. Daddy, you got to that's prestige of last born mate graduate uni. Huh? It's a bit tied to the emotional also, but this one is a succinctly put identity. I'm to marry. You know, all those kind of English where they always talk. We like it, particularly as a people. And whether you like it or not, for many people, it just kind of gives them a reason to just rest in their hearts that they have something. You know what I'm talking about. African parents, just the fact that they want to say, we have house somewhere. They could even end up living in a rented apartment somewhere else. But that they have their own house, that if push comes to shove, they can be able to say, I'm a property owner. So now, with respect to the value that you give, these are 4 value dimensions that your market is looking for. 4 value dimensions. And so if I'm bringing this to the Nigerian context, understand this. The Nigerian real estate market is extremely valuable. In fact, as of 2024, it was valued at about $29.2 billion. And it's actually on course to reach about $40 billion by 2030. Now, as cute and as nice as those numbers sound, it's still sad that the industry with the lowest trust is still real estate. My being here is a reason of different factors. Because my natural reflex to real estate invitations is no. You know what I say? No. You know why? It's because I have not spent so much time to build my brand to this level for you to now come and bring it down. Why am I telling you what I'm saying? It's a serious problem. Almost every AK market day, every quarter in every year, one real estate big firm is being dragged. One of the biggest and most popular ones in the country reached out to me 2 years ago. Come and help me promote something. Then my help us do this one because you have the clientele. I laughed and yimud. Thankfully, someone close enough to me who had worked with that particular brand before had to tell me, bro, say no. He says, quite all right, they do this, do that. I said, but some things are still fishy. And so I declined. A year after, only for me to find out that they had one very serious scandal that almost went for a full year. They sold more properties than were available. They allocated to a few and forgot that of the rest. Remember what I told you about the identity part? Some people might actually not end up moving into the properties that they bought, but just for identity's sake. To say they have property, right? Now, many real estate consultants know that already and they ride on it. So what happens is they have 100 units available, they sell 1,004. Hoping that along the way, 200 will die. 100 will forget. Am I lying? Maybe this is family meeting now. Social media people are not here. Let's talk. Hoping that some will die. Hoping that some will forget. Hoping that some will not finish paying. And the policy is what? No refund. In fact, because usually after you've bought the property, they give you cow and rice. I say, malu atiku ali. Ale fuilo. Very nasty stuff. And so, let me tell you what this does to the average onlooker. Pay attention. What they end up doing is that they end up flogging everybody with the cane that was meant for 1 or 2%. And so now they've branded 95% of real estate people as fraud. And so when I hear things like Landnest are known in Ibadan now for always allocating, always doing everything and all, right? A brand is there, always allocating, but the non-allocation from one other brand is pouring debt water on another brand that allocates. And so here's what I'm trying to say. Rest assured and learn this and learn it well, that by virtue of the low trust industry you play in, the average person you come in contact with is already skeptical about your service. Do you know what it means for churches to be losing their buildings in Abuja? Do you know what it means for influential people to have their estates broken down? It's serious, very serious. So what this means is that if you are really going to attract the high-level clients and people who will patronize you to a very certain degree, you have to come correct. Come correct on all corridors, both legally, showing up well, having proper product knowledge because they will ask you questions, and also understanding also their own pain points so you won't sound insensitive. This is serious. So when we say value, don't come and tell me I sell properties. How do you sell it? For what reason do you sell it? What problems are you solving? It's called unique value proposition, which means everybody might be doing it, but you must have a peculiar reason for which you are doing it. And you must be able to communicate it. And so this is very important. And so your highest value as a realtor is not holding on to listings. Saying I have a 5-bedroom in Bodija, 2.5 million naira, going. It's deeper than that. And are you aware that people can also begin to see beyond all the flops? How many of you can remember circa 2021 to 2023? This is always the video of most real estate companies. You see a lady blessed with the blessings of the behind. A cameraman that starts with drone. He will start from top and then come to bottom. And you hear, hi guys, behind me is a 5-bedroom duplex just 5 minutes away from Dangote Refinery. Dangote Refinery don't suffer. Before we knew about Dangote Refinery, we heard it in real estate videos. No. Watch. Please join me as we go check it out. My sister, we're checking out the house. Why is the camera coming here? Right here, we have the master. Why? Now, in the end, people are not buying one. They are buying one, or rather buying 2 things but getting one for free. They want both the house and the shower of the house. Now, this is very serious. And you don't want to build a brand that way. You don't want to get to the pinnacle of your career and about 50-something men are saying, I'm the German. So, what is it? Is it Ajay? It's a German. Kora, 2 plot, lower. Walla. I'm surprised I know all the lingua. Amy. I grew up in between Mushi and Oshodi. The packaging in Leo. Listen, what kind of career would you like to build? One that gives you immediate gratification, or the one that positions you for the long haul? People are now seeing beyond and beneath all the plenty paparazzi. This is me being serious. And so in a market where trust is scarce, the realtor who is trustworthy does not need to compete. They simply need to be visible. As long as you're trustworthy. As long as you're trustworthy. And so now it's time for you to craft your value proposition. So write this down. A strong value proposition will answer 3 questions. What do I help you get? What do I help you avoid? And why should you believe me? Can you repeat it? Thank you very much. So an example, I help Lagos-based young professionals buy their first properties without being defrauded. How about that? I can even add to it. I could say, I help Lagos-based young professionals get their first properties without being defrauded, guiding them from scratch. What happened? Is there a question? Okay, the third one is, why should you believe me? Right? I'll give you an example. Right? I said a good example would be, I help Lagos-based young professionals buy their first property without being defrauded. You could even now add extra and go by guiding them from search to title so they can build wealth with confidence. Bagam. You know what I just did? I just gave you a submission of a 20-minute long conversation in just 15 seconds. Let's break it down. I help, which means I'm a consultant. Are you getting it now? Lagos-based, hey, it means I have a location. Lagos-based young professionals, it means I have a to whom. My target market is already getting clearer. Are you getting this now? Good. What do I help them do? I help them buy their first property. It means that the market to which you are sent to is an entry-level market. So today spoke powerfully about the power of niching, for example, and how that also helps you exert your authority to a large extent. The Gbogbo niche mentality might not really work here. Except maybe your firm has blown into the point of being a conglomerate. Then can you do everything? Because you have other branches under you. But at the core, it's usually smarter for you to have pinpoint accuracy to who you are going for. Because if you don't stand for something, you will fall for everything. If you don't have a people you are sent to, you will think everybody is sent to you. This is important. Are you getting this now? So I gave you an example. So this is a value proposition. Very important. Saying that I sell properties in Ibadan. That's not valuable. That's a job description. That's job what? Description. Value proposition is deeper than that. Are you getting me? Are you getting this? And so before you invest any naira in marketing, get ruthlessly clear about the value that you offer. You must be ruthlessly clear about what? About the value that you offer. Everything else that you do, your content, your brand, your pitch, they must flow from the value that you offer. Am I clear? Have you learned anything? That's number 1. Are you tired? I love it. You guys have been great so far. Clap for yourselves. So question number 1 was what? What value do you offer? What value do you offer? Question number 2. You know, I told you I had 5 business model questions for you, and then we'll work our way to the top. Thank you. Number 2. Who do I offer it to? Because the person that you serve determines everything about how you operate. The what? The person that you serve determines everything about how you operate. You know, one of the things that I think makes me a pretty powerful speaker is the fact that I know how to relate to whatever audience I find myself in. And that's usually a result of research, study, and I'll say cultural exposure. So a good example, if you go to a country like Rwanda, one word you must try never to mention is the word tribe. I was in Kigali last year, and I went to their genocide site. In the year 1994, there was a very serious war that broke out between the Hutus and the Tutsis. Some of you that are history students will be very familiar with this. And they ended up annihilating themselves, and to bring and restore order and peace to Rwanda, the likes of Paul Kagame and great leaders had to literally eliminate anything that had to do with tribe and say every Rwandan is one. If you carry your Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Ibibio mentality there, they would send you out of their country. And so imagine I'm speaking in Rwanda and I crack a joke that is tribal. I definitely will not be well received, right? Beautiful. Or imagine I'm coming to these are the people I won't touch people now. All of them now they speak Queen's English. Imagine say they enter the core of Mudakeke in Oshun. And I start talking there. And I saying, hi guys. So I need you guys to make sure you pay rapt attention to what I'm trying to say. You must make sure that the proliferation of the which is why, and aside, and just digressing a little bit, if you're here, I recommend that no matter how exposed and how wealthy you get, make sure that the children you raise can trace themselves back to their roots. You are not wise when you say or brag, my children cannot speak Yoruba. No. You know, I don't think. I think the only people I can cut some slack are inter-tribal marriages, where maybe it's kind of hard for a child to pick this one, pick that one, but I would still advise that you try to do your best. At worst case scenario, let them hear. So you not sell them in their mother's land. This is important. And sometimes, are you also aware that you withholding your language from your children puts them at a disadvantage in the future, because in the not too distant time, some of them could be nursing political ambitions. And they can't go back to their home state to be able to convince the people there. Because there's a particular lingua that is fit for the grassroots. This is important. But that's not why I'm here. Back to why I'm here. It is that for every audience you are going to address, you must be able to speak their language. And by language, I'm not just talking about the core of their linguistics. I'm saying the mannerisms they can relate to. Even if, this is very important. I went to speak somewhere in, I think, Kaduna. Where I go shake woman. Good. It's Kaduna. I went to train a company in Kaduna. So I got there. So I'm very playful, if you know me. I just like to come from a high horse, so we just relate to everybody. So they see me, oh my God, Olushola, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm seeing the men, how you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. So the ladies were so happy. Hi, yes. And I went, how are you? They were looking at me. He said, oh, you guys don't shake. Yeah. If I were in maybe the Burj Khalifa in United Arab Emirates, they will shake me. Because apparently, culturally, for some of them there, it's easier. But if I were in Tehran, Iran, or Islamabad, Pakistan, the ladies there will not shake me. This is important. Very important. So I'm saying this to let you know that the way I will appeal to Lagos-based young professionals will be different from the way I will appeal to Calabar-based seniors who are trying to buy their final property for retirement. Are you getting me? So you must be a student of not just what you sell, but to whom you sell it. The balance is very important. Very important. When you are in Rome, you must behave like a Roman. It was Seth Godin, arguably the godfather of marketing. He says that when you speak to everyone, you reach no one. When you speak to everyone, you reach no one. And so, particularly in the Nigerian real estate market, niches actually win. Niches actually win. For example, by 2025, it's been said that Nigeria's urban population has actually surpassed about 60%. You know, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, even Calabar and some parts of Enugu and the likes are now chief with respect to the population. There's a lot of urban dwellers, a lot. We're going to be seeing like a Singaporean-like, you know, massive move to those places even more and more. Similar thing in Japan. Tokyo is the most populated city in the world. People in Japan just always rush there because you would think it's only Tokyo that is in Japan. That's why almost no one here knows any other state in Japan. That's it. The same way, there are many people who are non-Nigerians who think Lagos is the capital of Nigeria. Now, why am I telling you this? It's because we're experiencing massive demographic expansion. Now, each of those expansions come with a unique consumer or what I call buyer profile. So, for every new market that you get into, or for every people you are trying to reach, each of them have their own profile. Are you getting my point? And they also have their price sensitivity. I did my NYSC in Siribom, in Akwa Ibom. Yeah, Uyo, what's his name? Today was actually in Uyo. So I remember I used to go to Uyo to go and see him because he was in the city. Me, I was in the outskirts. And so the prices that they will sell things for in the city is different from what is obtainable on the outskirts. Are you getting this now? Exactly. And so price sensitivity and also the decision-making pattern is different. If people will notice, in Lagos, the average person can buy 25 million naira land from your hand on the spot. You will convince them immediately. But in family-oriented places like maybe Oyo State, right? They always have to consult husband, wife, this, sometimes even if it is 100K, this not just because of the price, but because usually people make decisions as a family. Are you getting what I'm saying? Very important. So, here's what I'm going to do for you, just for sake of clarity and to help further drive home my point. I want to tell you that in the Nigerian market today, there are 4 primary Nigerian buyer segments. And I want you to learn all 4. And at the end of this class, I might have to force you to pick 1 or at most 2. Because I don't think you can fully appeal to every one of them at the same time, particularly as somebody in an entry-level position, or do I say mid-level? The number 1 buyer segment for the Nigerian real estate market is what I've called the aspiring first-timer. The aspiring what? The aspiring what? Now, this type of person, they are definitely currently renting or squatting or living mommy and daddy's house and want to buy property. How many of you have encountered people like that? They're aspiring. This kind of people, do I say they are the types to watch out for, but handle very delicately, because they will have their questions. So people that are in the aspiring first-timer category are usually between the ages of 25 and 38, 40. Their decision is both financial and emotional. Both financial and emotional. And they also have fears. They fear fraud. They also fear documentation errors, because many of them are very social media savvy. And you know now, what gets promoted on Twitter are the things that are negative, because it thrives on a contrarian perspective, that entire social media space. And so all the real estate companies, whose names I will not mention, that they've been dragging, the ones that they used to shout their name on social media every time. Hey, just shh. You know what just happened? I didn't mention one name, yet everyone can relate. You forget that each and every one of those videos were getting to hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of people. And do you know something? You don't even really measure the real impact of a video by the Instagram numbers. A lot happens on WhatsApp. Because some people download and broadcast. I thought I was popular just by Instagram numbers. Have you gone to Tejo show and the guy, hey, brother for TikTok? I'm like, me? Easy, bro. Easy. Don't kill my steez. Now, here's what I'm trying to tell you. Is the fact that you must understand the fears of the people you are going to meet. Some of them might end up being great customers in the long haul, but you got discouraged by their initial reaction to what you said. What was speaking was not no. What was speaking was, I have fears, but many don't know how to communicate it. Which is why a great salesman must be extremely persistent. You must master the art of going again. Going again. There's this man. Hey, I must remember his name. He's very popular in the real estate space. Holy Spirit. Damn it. I traveled to Abuja to train one company like that. And then he was there. Tell me, don't say the name if you remember. No, the man was there. He's Yoruba. No, not for Lajime. He's short. No. Someone help me. He's very popular. No, not Sivakta. Tadekash. That's his name. Tadekash. Yeah. So we're speaking at an event together. I traveled to Abuja to speak for at a real estate, real estate stuff. And then so he was speaking after me or before me, I can't remember. And so in the midst of it, I overheard something that he said. And then when he was speaking, he said something very interesting. He said, and I quote, that when they close deals, they always ask people, right? Okay, why did you end up buying? So apparently, I think he closed a particular deal. And his people now ask the client, why did you end up buying? He said, I bought so Tade will leave me alone. Have you seen those kind of deals before? So have some of you ever closed, have some of you ever bought something for someone because, say, Shagba, come on, Romi, you know that thing? Shagba. See, either it is by Shagba or Egba, I will sell. A great company is usually a fusion of both. People who are just jumping and eager to buy, and those who say, let me just try, so you will leave me alone. Those a trial will convince you type of customers, you need them too. Because guess what? When the trial has convinced them, they will actually be the guys who herald your good news everywhere. May God give you those kind of customers. But wait, may the quality of your service please them first. And so are you getting what I'm saying? So the persistence. So now, they always fear fraud. They also fear documentation errors. One other thing they also fear is buying things in the wrong area. Buying things in the wrong area. Buying things in the wrong area. Buying in the wrong area. I think I've fallen prey for this a little bit at some point. Just trying to buy land. And I think, I don't really think I should have bought at this place. Okay, it's fine. I learn and I move. So there's that. Now, how do you give value to people like this? Can anybody tell me, somebody that falls under the aspiring first-timer, who can tell me one of the best ways you can give value to this type of people? Thank you. Help me, sir. Social proof, solid, yes, thank you. That's very good, sir. And there's something I'm looking for.
Okay, another best way is to educate them.
Educate them. That's the word. They have a lot of questions. For someone like me, I don't know what the difference between C and O and governor's consent was. You don't come, see, what's that? C of O? How? All I just know is that we have house as a family. Okay, so I know there's certificate of occupancy. I know, but my point is, I just want to buy land. There are some people who don't have time for the jargons. So you have to find a way to simplify the jargons for them in a way that fuels trust. This is important. This is very, so product knowledge is as important as anything else for a people like this. You must know. Beyond all the regular gibberish of it's 5 minutes away from, Be smarter instead. You know what I think, what I advise you to do is, there's something a friend of mine put so brilliantly. My friend, she's the founder of Ziba, Trisha. Ziba Resorts, if you're familiar with Lagos, like maybe the best resort right now in Lagos. And it's located in Shangotedo, right? And I remember in 2024, myself and my wife went there. And then she had not yet expanded the way she's currently expanded now. And she told me, she said, and I quote, she said, I want to, these are her words, that she wants to expand, though she's expanding, and she wants to do a little bit more. That she's trying to buy this, that. And I remember how much the extra plots around her were back then. And so last year, we were talking again, and they had already doubled. And there was something she said to me. She said, if you want to buy land, buy towards where the government is going. I say, where the government is going. There are rumors of a new airport coming around Ekpe. Dangote Refinery has launched. Coastal Road. Now, the moment the Coastal Road began to be built, the moment they were working on that road, the prices around Monastery Road, Shangotedo, Ibramade Sonya all spiked up. Because Shangotedo to my house in Victoria Island used to be an hour 30 minutes. And all of a sudden, my friend who lives in Shangotedo now comes to my house in 28 minutes. That changes everything. It means if land in Victoria Island was 400 million before, and Shangotedo land was 20-something million or 30-something million before, that one can now go up to 60 million because after all, it's just 28 minutes from VI. Now, if you were a buyer and I, instead of telling you, come and buy it because it's cheap, come and buy it because it's close to Dangote Refinery, imagine I reframed it this way. Hi, James, how do you do? Oh, wow, you're looking for a property. You know what, James? There are a plethora of options, to be frank. But I think for someone like you, young, late 20s, doing well in business, I think it would only be smart for a financially savvy person like you to make a wise economic decision. And so I advise you to go towards where the government is going, because the government is never wrong. Like they always say, after God, fear government. And so, brother, I would advise that I know your budget is about 15 to 20 million. To be honest, 15 million can get you a plot of land close to Ikorodu garage. 15 million naira can actually get you 2 plots of land after the garage. 15 million can actually get you 3 plots of land around Laspotec in Ikorodu. 15 million can actually get you 2 acres at the border of Ikorodu entry in Ogun State. 15 million naira will definitely get you nothing around Bagada. And so let's switch it up a bit. If we go down Ekpe, 15 million naira would definitely get you something. But more importantly, brother, how about you just add 15 million naira extra? Oh, I know you will shout, but hold on. Please, boss. I know you will shout, but please be patient. Think about it this way, and don't think just about what you're getting. Think about the opportunity that you are foregoing, right? I can get you the Ikorodu one. I'm a call away from it. But imagine you added a little bit more, and you instead took advantage of the ongoing development that is currently happening at Shangotedo. There's a property currently on Monastery Road worth maybe 30 million naira, right? Now, there is such a way you will bring forth your strong reason after assessing the customer's budget that you will know that that guy will part with 30 million naira. Is it just me? But have you tried to just say, I'm going to buy something and my budget is just 10,000, and you end up expending 40K? There is a way a good salesman can slip through your pocket. This is important. This is important. I always say, people have more money than they're telling you they have. You just haven't given them enough reasons to part with it. This is important. Very important. Have you given them enough reasons? And so, if you notice what happened, I deliberately did not haggle about price. I majorly talked about the value, in the sense that I said, let's go where the government is going. And so, it's time for you to begin to evolve from the petty conversations of buy 1 acre so you will have plenty to give your children. What's wrong with you? You must be knowledgeable about the product enough to have other people buy into it. Am I making sense? Very, very, very important. So, education. You know another very important part? I call it hand holding. Is it just me? But how many of you want to buy something but you're not ready to put in the work to install it? I don't know about you, but I'm very weird. There's some very strange things I cannot do. And I cannot tell you. You know, you guys will laugh at me. I'm still majority shareholder and owner of a clothing company that does 9 figures every month, every year, right? And despite founding the clothing company, I cannot tag button. Yes. Who says you have to be the one that clears the grass of the land that you sell? And guess what? I can learn how to tag button because I did small home economics. But I can learn how to tag button also on YouTube, but I deliberately don't want to learn it. So I can use it to tell people in conferences that the excuse you are giving yourself that you have to learn how to sew first before you start selling clothes is not viable. Are you hearing me? But very importantly, there are many people like me who, for example, want to buy something but don't really want to go to the hassle of constant checking. And so, whether you like it or not, as a realtor, that plays into your hands. Because you're not just selling land, you must sell ease. What that means is simple. Oh, sir, all you have to do is sit here, sign the papers, make the payment, and we get your certificate of occupancy and your deed of assignment on your table. And apparently, sir, when it's time for allocation, we even have pickup vehicles. And by the way, for any reason you cannot make it for the allocation, we could actually arrange a private allocation date on a date that is convenient with you. Because someone like that, money is not the problem. So, I've also noticed that depending on the category of people you're trying to sell to, sometimes your money consciousness puts them off. It does. There are some clients that, yes, are thoroughly money conscious. Yes, I know that. But in this sense, particularly for someone who's an aspiring first-time buyer, hand holding is important. The person might not have too much money, but one of the ways you will close the deal is to say, sir, you will not buy this land and be left alone. Right? Throughout the entire process, we'll be there with you till you get a deed of assignment and get your allocation. We will not just sell to you and leave you alone. So you can find a way to infuse hand holding as an extra value that you give. Does that make any sense? Number 2 kind of Nigerian buyer segment that you'll find is the diaspora investor. That's already self-explanatory. This person is based abroad. They always transact remotely. Now, for somebody who is based abroad and transacts remotely, one thing you will know for sure is that trust is everything. Who knows what I'm talking about? Is there anybody here in this room that has not heard at least once or twice the story of someone that sent money to his brother or sister to build land for them in Nigeria, and 10 years down the line they came, the land fiam, no day, the lands, no day, the sister, you know, the money, you know, day. Anybody here that has not heard it? There's nobody here. You know what that means? It means that trust is everything. Because guess what? No matter how much they feel disappointed, they are still kind of willing. Because most of them are breaking their backs abroad, working menial jobs. And for most of them, the number one thing they look forward to is that after 25 to 30 years here, at least I will go to my hometown and live like a king. And so my question to you is simple. The best way to make money is to find a starving market. Don't put the cart before the horse by having a product. I'm going to look for a market for it. No. Instead, you find a starving market and you find a product that solves the problem and meets the needs of that market. And so guess what? This is a starving market. How are you going to handle it? Because they play right into your hands. And so diaspora market is extremely important because there's nothing we can do without the money that comes from foreign direct investments. We need it. But then again, there are some fears. The fears, obviously, they're going to be defrauded from a distance. There's a lack of accountability, or that there's no proper documentation and all. So what do? the number one thing you must sell to such a people is transparency. What did I say? Transparency. So, how do you build transparency? Number one, you have to make sure that you have ridiculous number of social proof. That's very key. Extremely key. Don't play with your social media handles. Oh. If you guys had an idea how many visitors you get for every ad that you sponsor on social media, your jaw will drop. In fact, it got to a point I had to come to a conclusion that I don't think there's anybody that I want to meet in my life that is on social media that has not first met me. It's strange. The number of celebrities I used to look forward to and watch when I was small, who enter my DMs to say, oh my God, thank you so much. What you said makes sense. No. It now dawned on me, if these ones are reaching out, how much more are the ones that will not even reach out? This goes to say that more than ever, if you don't make them, it's on you. Now you mess up. Now I'm saying this because right on your palms is the entire world. The internet has shortened the entire globe to you. And so what this means is that the greatest sermon your business will ever preach is your profile page. No jokes. As a business entity. Because that's how people interact with you. They go through it. Curate your page well. You're a realtor. They check your page. First slide. Oh boy, yeah. We just landed. We just went for Eid. And you are showing, you are popping, smoking on your page. I have a question to ask you. Doc, if you are a foreigner looking for a real estate company to fund or to help you buy property, and you finally see the ad of a particular brand, and in the Instagram highlights, you see the CEO blowing, smoking shisha, and partying with babes that are wearing bikini clad. That's what? Where my money is going. See, you must make sure that you don't over-package to the point that you lose the blessings for packaging. What I'm saying is, you just start real estate tomorrow, you don't buy Benz. I know you have to look clean, but Camry Tito. Camry Tito. Could you marry Big Barbara Logun? I will run. The same way your prospects will run. You know, one of my egbons, Olumide Shoyombo, is very popular. He's one of the biggest venture capitalists in Africa. He's the guy who wrote the first check to PiggyVest. He's one of the first people who wrote a check for Paystack, for MoneyPoint, for Number, for Lemfi, and many more. So imagine how wealthy he is, but yet he's an extremely simple guy. And so, he was with us 2 weeks ago. He spoke at my conference. And in the midst of the conversation, he was just talking. He said, that there's one of the things that, venture capitalists hate the most, is that they always check for the lifestyle of the people they are investing in. Are you aware that anybody who buys from you has indirectly invested in your enterprise? They always check. They say, if I drop maybe $100,000 into your business, and next day I see you fly business class, what will be in your head? It's not that it's your money they used. Think about it. Imagine some of you see your driver using iPhone 17. Nothing where you want tell me. You don't steal my money. Because that phone is your 7 month salary. For God's sakes. Are you getting what I'm saying? So there has to be a balance between, I'm still coming to looking the part. It's very important. But there's a balance between looking the part and looking more and bigger than the part. On top of puff. Then drive G-Wagon. The average African parent will tell his child to stop buying from that place. They are putting something. Now you get it. You see what I just told you, can be best explained this way. It was 21st century economist and philosopher Peter Drucker who said that culture will always eat strategy for lunch, which means that the culture of the place that you are trying to serve is very important. You must be very wise. I'm not saying you should not package, but package with sense. So long story short, if you are trying to tap into the diaspora market, transparency is key. If I were you, every single person you take for, what's it called, for allocation, you ask them if they can make video for you. Don't just post everything at once. I saw Obi Kubana did allocation recently or something like that, and then he gave people cement or something like that. He posted one video. Obi Kubana can do that one. No. You don't post one. No. If you take 20 people, make sure you make individual documentary of the 20 people and spread it over the next 20 weeks. Oh, should I talk? Maybe I should not talk. You are not Obi Kubana now. Anybody who is buying 50 million land from Obi Kubana knows that he can afford to refund them. Are you getting what I'm saying? He can afford to refund them. You are not your daddy. Nobody knows your daddy. Are you getting what I'm saying? It's the truth. It's the truth. So what that means is that you have to spend extra hours to prove yourself. So, but imagine somebody scrolling from Leeds, United Kingdom, and they see every week now people in share location. No? If I were you, I will mix like 2 to 3 different allocations, record 20 videos, then post allocation 1, do variety. So they will not know that it's the same place. Just find a way to package your social proof. Every chart or every thing, find a way. Not everybody in your clientele will like you to show that they have land, yes. But the ones that accept, make sure you milk it. Do you get what I'm saying? Very important. So transparency is key. Another thing that will also help you if you sell to the diaspora market is doing something that we call video walkthroughs. Video walkthroughs. I want to beg of you. This one, I'm going to have to beg. Because for many of you, I understand, you do a lot of what we call cost cutting. So you usually end up, in a bid to cut costs, end up giving barest minimum. So there's a new property available now, right? And maybe it's from the stables of Landnest, right? And the Landnest shoot their video, right? Now I'm talking about independent realtors now. Please pay attention. Maybe you don't work directly with Landnest. So Landnest shoot their video, right? And then say, you know what, you can come under us and still sell and so on and so forth. It's Landnest property, right? And Landnest logo and everything is there. Picture and everything is there, right? And they're trying to push their product, yes. But you want to through an affiliate system sell it, which makes sense, right? But if, for example, you're not directly linked under Landnest and you want to start as an individual person, it could be quite sensible for you in a bid to appeal to another person globally that you're trying to reach. To say, me that you see on the Instagram, I'm the person also in line or in control of this property. How much will it cost you to call your younger brother that is awaiting NYSC and say, hey, Toyib, tell me. After all, Roman Gerard, you know me. Toyib, lawyer camera, brasso, dick, iPhone 15, yet Tony, lawyer. Mike, Elizabeth, Thomas Fisher, content creation, yeah. Are you getting what I'm saying? See, you need to learn how to leverage cost-effective strategies to make money. Who says you must buy and own an iPhone 17 before you start making quality videos? Some of you don't even have social currency to at least tell your friend, your character is too bad. Nobody will borrow you phone. Borrow phone now. To buy your phone. At least it's easier for you at the base level to say, I know what you do. Make sure you shoot all your content in one day. Collect it back to your phone and CapCut it. What I'm trying to say is this. There's more confidence when they see that it is you that is saying, let's go through the property. Here, you can do this. This is this. As you can see, people are already developing. Are you getting what I'm saying? What I'm just trying to say is that many of us just want to wake up on a bed of roses without having to put in the pain and the work that is required to really build well. I beg of you, there is nothing great that does not come at the other side of pain. There's going to be the pain, the efforts. Initially, to at least get you in the right minds and get you to the right rooms. See, in a low trust industry, you will have to do 2 times more work. 2 times more work. If not, you will never move from income to wealth. So video walkthroughs are important. Make sure all your titles are verified. In fact, can I tell you, if you are going to go to the government office to go and sort out verification, say, join me today as we, go and work on some deliberations with my lawyer. Oh, okay. Do more. Your industry is very low trust. You are not yet maybe at Landnest level, which means that as you walk your way to the top, these are the things that give you social proof, or what we call proof of concept. Are you getting me? Very important. Very, very important. So, what was number 2? The diaspora investor. So, no, the number 2 question is, who do you offer it to, right? Now, under that, I've said that niches win. So, I was giving you 4 types of Nigerian buyer segments. The first segment was what? Fantastic. Second one is what? Third one is what we call the upgrade family. The upgrade family. The upgrade family. Don't be tired, though. Don't be tired. Tap to your neighbor. Say, Yakubu. Say, manage. Say, it will do you as if you want to sleep. But manage. This thing I'm teaching you now. People are paying millions to hear in one full day class. So it's very important. And by the way, I really hope we appreciate the Landnest team for putting this together. Well done, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're building a very solid ecosystem, and it's admirable to see. So the third thing is the upgrade family. So you see, this one is for people between the ages of 35 and 50. People between the ages of 35 and 50. So they are officially, once again, moving from rented to owned, or from a smaller home to a larger home. These ones, they usually have more money. So they are trying something. Maybe they want to change, my child wants to change school, they want to move closer to that, or for security reasons, or for community. So for example, for me, one of the main reasons I'm going to be getting maybe a home soon in a particular place that I want to get in is simply because at this stage of my life, I think a particular kind of community that I crave has to be there. So for example, you get to a certain age, you just want to live in a particular estate that actually has football field, right? Where you can play around, your children can play around, there's a pool that everyone can, you just build community, and a not too big estate, because the cozier the better, something like that. So people have different reasons why they want to move. But it's the upgrade family. They usually have liquid they can part with, right? But they are moving for specific reasons. But they also have fears. Some of their fears are that they don't want to overpay. Some of them also don't want to be in a bad neighborhood. Some others don't also want builder delays. By the way, is there anybody here who has ever tried selling property to someone, and the same person I tried selling property to ask you, do you know who can build for me? Raise your hands. Yes. Yes. Let me say this. One of the things I don't want you to do is I don't want you to, because of extra money, fall temptation of posing as somebody who can do everything. If you are not maybe an official real estate company that sells land and also builds, right, like maybe a Landnest or others, right, if you are primarily somebody who is just involved in land banking itself, right, or land sales and everything and all, it's wiser to say, oh, at the core, we sell properties, however, we are in affiliation with building technologists who build. Do you hear what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. There's one thing that I want you to please pay attention to. Your prospective customers can actually sense sincerity when they see it. And there's another thing that also makes you look sincere, is when you can say no to something that they perceive will give you more money. And let me tell you one other thing also. A very simple question here, everyone. Who would you rather buy your shoe from? someone that sells just shoes or someone that sells shoe, shirt, boxer, atakogun, akara, pomo. No. Who would you rather buy from? You know why? Everyone naturally gravitates towards specialists than generalists. And so, you might grow to a point where you can take up more and become a bigger person and be a generalist. But at the early stages, particularly when you are still finding your foot on the ground, it is wisdom to say, this is what I do. But I'm in affiliation with other people. So if you come through me to them, you can get discount. And that friend who is the builder can also cut you some because you gave them what? You link them up with someone. Am I making sense? But you see, this upgrade family, they have fears. One of their fears is overpaying. Overpaying. And things like builder delays. But if you can assure them, there'll be that. And so very important. So, if you were to appeal to somebody that is in the upgrade family segment, how do you appeal to them? What are the values you can give them? One of the very good values will be neighborhood expertise. Neighborhood what? So, for example, you want to sell a particular estate in Bodija. It is wisdom to note that if you are appealing to somebody in the upgrade family, which is ages 35 to 50, you already know that most of them have kids in their teenage years. Yes or yes? And so it is wisdom for you to have first of all gone to drive through the entire community to look for schools that are close enough, secondary schools, that are close enough to that place. And so when you are pitching to them, you say, oh, the reputable Akpata is there. The reputable this is. Are you getting what I'm saying? These things contribute to the decisions. Make it, see, let me put it for you this way. As a realtor and as somebody who is in any kind of business, you must learn to proactively assume all the possible questions your clients can ask you. And that does not come from being selfish and viewing things only from your standpoint. It comes from putting yourself in their shoes. Some of you are too money conscious that you don't think about your clients. Somebody that is 45 cares the most about two things: how they get to work and how their children can get to school. If you can tell them there is a good network of roads in that place and that their children can get to school and the children after school will be safe in that estate, they will buy. They will buy. Are you getting anything? So your value should be tailored to the people you are seeking to reach. So neighborhood expertise is key. And also one more thing, comparative analysis is very important. So let me tell you one more thing you must also do for people like that. Because they've been through it and they've been through life to a point where they think people want to cheat them also. So one of the things you should try and do is also be very market analytical, which means that you must make sure that you have a very good grasp of the comparable prices of other places. So whenever they want to buy this estate in Bodija, I'm giving an example. Or let's say they want to buy from an estate in Jericho. You will now be able to compare and say, if you go to this other estate, it is this price. So if you do this, is that. Make sure that there's nothing they say that catches you unawares. Is it just me? But have you ever tried negotiating with someone before? And just in a bit to throw them off, you call fake price. Like you say, let me give an example. Oga, why iPhone 13 could be 3 million naira? I think say iPhone 12 should not be 1 point, should not be. So what happens is that somebody who is grounded on market and price analysis, right, is able to obviously counter you. Say, sir, no. It is this, and therefore this is this. Are you getting me now? So your value must be very well spelled out. Number 4, very quickly. This one is a segment that we've called the yield investor. This person does not really have plans to live in the house. They are very return focused. So they are buying to rent, buying to develop, and they have a return focused mind. So they're just looking for like a 6 to 8% return on their investment every single year, and they're fine. And so for people like that, you must be able to, I don't know how many of you, I'm sure you're very familiar with this, but one of the fastest ways to make money as at 10 thereabouts, was to build a property around a school student area. Students will always buy, rent it. They will always rent. Hostel, in and out of season, you are making money. You are always making money. Always making money. So people, if you have clients, for example, that maybe are just looking for yields, they already have their own house. They want to rent. These are the things for them. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you must have strong investment analysis soon as a realtor. The only thing you know should not be that there's a property available. Why is it available? Why should the person buy it? Why? Ask questions. You must have area intelligence. You must also have something we call portfolio thinking. You yourself, you must be an investor. At least buy stocks. Understand what the market is saying. Therefore, it's from, I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you. But something as simple as saying, you know, for example, sir, I bought GT stocks 2 years ago. And so far, I've only gotten 20%. But in the same vein, if I had used that property or that money to buy so and so land here, by now, the price will have gone up by 2x. Am I making sense? Can you see how I used stocks to enter into real estate? How grounded and how vast you are will show in front of your clients. It will show. It will show. And so my assignments to you from that is simple. Pick one or just two segments. Let one be primary. Let the other one be stronger. Or let the other one be secondary rather. And become a realtor for that person. Now, it may not necessarily follow through these segments I mentioned, but my point is that for some of you, depending on how many kind of clients you get, you already know the kind of people that come to you and the kind of questions they ask you, right? From there, pick. For example, you can't be renting out facing and slap you, and at the same time, want to be the person who is selling the kind of houses that all of Lagos sells. You can't now. Over about 72,000 a year as rent for one room apartment, and you are the same person that wants to be selling 500 million. It can't happen. Are you getting what I'm saying? So it's wisdom also to brand for your audience. You didn't hear what I said? What did I say? Brand for your audience. Are you aware that some of you, you want to sell, you want to take somebody to face me, I slap you house, no problem, right? That they pay 3-5 per year, and you are coming with SUV. And you say, I have to package. Okay, the packaging for that place is that you come down from Kekeo. Yanimota, are you getting what I'm saying? This is very important. When you are in Rome, you behave like what? The Romans. Very important. And so, I would advise that you try to niche, because actually a specialist commands a premium. A specialist commands a premium. A generalist competes on price, but a specialist commands what? A premium. Are you learning anything? Please don't be tired. In the next 30-something minutes, I'll be out of your face and I'll take your questions. Are you with me? Well, you guys have been great so far. Clap for yourselves. Now, question number 3. How do you deliver it? What was the first question? Number 2. Who do you offer it to? Yes or yes? Number 3. How do you deliver it? See, how many of you have ever gone to a market where on the same lane, everybody sells the same thing? But on that same lane, despite the fact that they all sell the same thing, somebody is selling more than everybody else. You know what that goes to show you? It's that what sets you apart is not necessarily your product. The real competitive edge and the real competitive advantage is in the service and how it is delivered. This is very important. And that's why 5 of us can be selling the same land, dear brother. But I will sell more of that land, sometimes even at a higher price than you, just because of specific things that I did for my service delivery. This is very important. I want you to please pay attention. And so some of you always think, if my price is cheaper, they will buy from me. Beyond the pricing, beyond the product itself, how do you deliver it? And so your delivery model is your competitive advantage. That's your competitive advantage. You know, Steve Jobs put it so brilliantly. He says the experience is the product. The experience is the product. The experience is the product. And so most Nigerian realtors think that delivery means that they show up with the keys or that they show up for inspection. You see, the most successful realtors are people who understand that delivery is a design system. It's a design system. It's a design system. It is. And so, one thing I want you to do is this, guys. I want you to map out your client's journey. Is there anybody here who can use themselves as an example? Be bold enough to stand up. Anybody? Go ahead. I want to use you as an example. Stand up, sir. Good. What do you sell? Premium apartments. Great. What areas, sir?
Agodi area.
Eh?
Agodi area.
Agodi area. Okay, sir. Next question I want to ask is, could you walk me through the process through which you give value to your customers from beginning to the end? Tell me.
First of all, I start with enlightening them about what we do.
Okay.
We don't just sell.
First and foremost, there has to be a discovery. You meet the clients first.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I tell them straight, we don't just sell. We take investors' preferred property,
okay,
and how we can actually walk them through,
okay,
before we even start to tell them what we have. So meeting investors first, it is not about come and buy.
Okay.
It is about what do you need and how we can help you through the journey. And that is why we don't name our company after Bajali Homes and Property. It is Bajali Real Estate Consultants Limited. So with that, I am selling a psychological product of this guy is not here to take my money, but to render a service. Okay. So after that, I still have that preferred product I want to sell, but I will first of all take their own preferred options, preferred locations, okay, and what they are using the product for. Is it personal product or they are using it for business? So from there, I move them down to giving them a lot of options, maybe 2 or 3, so they can pick from.
Yeah.
After that, when they showed interest in 1 or 2,
yeah,
we drop down to inspection.
Good.
To see the product. Then after then, decision making. So after the decision making, we go down to closing the deal.
Okay. I'm waiting for something else.
Payment.
I'm waiting for something else. So see, the issue is most of us just stop there, but there has to be post-sale or what you call after-sale services. Now, the after-sale services doesn't have to be you forcing down their throats another thing that you do. But the after-sale could actually mean like a contact point for feedback, right, and remaining in their purview, right? It could just still mean that, I don't know about you, but somebody who buys a 50 million naira property from me will always get a kick from me till they die.
That's right, because one of my very first deal this year,
yeah,
it's around 300 million.
Okay.
And that same person...
write this down. 011-463-9678. GT Bank, Olushola Laleye.
And that same person has introduced me.
I give you my account number. They say that same person.
Don't worry, you can reach out to me through my social media handle.
Can I get 30 minutes of your time? I'm with you, my brother. Go ahead.
That same person has referred me to 4 of his friends.
Look at that.
And I have closed with 2 of his friends.
Look at that.
So
how much deals did you make from the friends?
50 million and 28 million.
Look at that.
Respectively.
Thank you very much. That's powerful. That's powerful. That's very powerful. Now, part of the reasons I like to walk the room in classes like this is because I want you, listen, I want you to know it is possible. This is important. I think the greatest thing that every speaker must sell to you is possibilities. Some people just feel, oh, here we go again. People are buying it. And guess what? People are selling to them. This is important. And please pay attention to this. You can be the next realtor who does that. Then whenever you hear stories like this, what usually comes is one of two things. It's either inspiration or intimidation. For some people who are inspired, they say, oh my God, I can do that also. For some other people who are intimidated, it does one of two things. The other thing, no, is not for them. And they already have fixed mindsets. So they already think that, the guy has something, or his daddy is a Nepo baby, or is a this, or is a that. They have such a fixed mindset, right? That's number one. Number two, the other part of an intimidated mindset is that they begin to beef. Ile ogolonta. What is he even selling? Or Yimu, they are lying to us. Let me see a lot. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, now, he has put that very well, but I want to give you a framework that will help you. I want to give you a framework that will help you. I want to give you a framework that will help you. Are you with me? Is that Della? I've been looking at that face for five times. I said, I don't want to call somebody a name that is not. Good to see you, Della. We'll see briefly after. So good to see you. Are you with me here? So, very importantly, what I want to do is that I want you to, let me give you a map that will help you. Let's do something called a 6-stage client journey map. Please don't lose me, this is very important. Number 1 stage is discovery. This is your first contact with the clients. Either through referral, through social media, or through search. In this discovery phase, your clients will either feel curious or they'll be cautious. They'll be what? Curious or cautious. If they're curious, they want to know more. If they're cautious, this thing is not giving. See that thing called first impression? It matters like mad. That's discovery. Number 2, qualification. Because when people come to you, don't rejoice too soon. No? Don't rejoice too soon. One of my mentees is a what's it called? Event planner. She was telling me that she has one very difficult client. I said, what happened? She said, this client told her that she wants a bougie wedding. I said, okay, nice. So she said she's been sending that client, what's it called? Decorations. And the client, anytime she sends decorations, the client said, no. We want something classy, something this, something that. I said, okay, no problem. So she finally went to go and send decoration of 20 million to the client. I said, that's too much. Our budget is 3 million. And you want it classy and bougie. I said that to say, don't get too excited to think that every customer that comes and tells you they want to buy 20 acres is going to drop money the next day. As an entrepreneur, can I tell you something? Hear me and hear me well. You must pray and hope for the best but expect the worst. You must be optimistic enough to believe and hope that the customer you are talking to will end up converting. But also have one part of your mind that lets you know that even if they say no, it's okay. This is important. This guards you against desperation. This guards you what? Against desperation. And also, it guards you against going to go and price new car for yourself when person never pay. Until they pay, the deal is not. Until they pay, the deal is not. It's not closed. It's not closed. It's absolutely not closed. And so, the next thing you have to do is check for their qualification. By qualification, it means you must understand their needs, understand their budget, understand their timelines. You must understand it. You must understand it. And so you must make sure that your client feels heard and not dismissed. And can I say something? There's a thin line between trying to please your customer and you trying to force what is available on the customer. Don't do that. Always try to get to the point where, look, this is what I think. I believe that not every inquiry must lead to a sale. Some people will inquire what services you don't offer or what is not available. Your only role is simple, to point them to what is available, yes. But you don't now have to force what is available on their throats. Because I've seen cases where some customers will buy because you force it on them and they will end up blaming you for what went wrong. This is important. Very important. So you measure qualification. Qualification is important. What's their need? What's their budget? Next up, after getting the qualification, there's what I call search. 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 Quality search. This one, you curate property, you do viewings, you do analysis, and so on and so forth. In fact, me, if I will advise you personally, I would say it's not every property that is available that you should be selling. Some of you, the reason you don't sell any property is that you have too many properties you are selling. Let me tell you something, a bit of a digression. How many of you are aware that Steve Jobs was fired from Apple? A company he founded, he got fired from it because they had great corporate governance. At some point, they said they don't want him to be CEO anymore, so the board decided to let him go. I'll tell you something very interesting that many of you don't know. Is that in 1997, they called him back to come and be the CEO again. It was crazy. Apple was in a mess. And when he came back to Apple, let me tell you one of the first things he did. He checked their product range. And Apple had, I think, between 150 to 300 products on the shelf. And he said, this is nonsense. Because many of you think that the more products I have on offer, the higher the chances of someone buying. But have you ever heard of the statement, someone is spoiled for choice? Instead of it leading them to buying, it will create an illusion and a confusion in their minds that in the end, because it is too many, they have none to pick. This is serious. There's something it's called in psychology, an illusion of choice. But there's another name is also called. And so, let me tell you what he did. Which, by the way, I'm talking about Steve Jobs. He did something that we teach in business strategy called range architecture. He cut their products from about 150 to 300, and he cut it down to just 10 products. And he differentiated those 10 products by something called Air and Pro. Does that sound familiar? And so, up until this very minute, when you want to buy an Apple product, it's going to fall under the Air category or the Pro category. The Air is for beginners and people who are not doing anything too serious with it. And the Pro is for people who use it professionally. Does this make any sense to you? So, for example, my iPad is Air, but my laptop is Air, but my phone is Pro. Because Pro gives you maybe better cameras. Are you getting me? But Air is for everyday use and is naturally cheaper. So, by reason of that range architecture, it's been able to arrange it in the minds of people based on price and functionality. And so, if I were you, could it just be that you might want to adopt a Steve Jobs-like approach to your business to say, I think I have too many land. And because I'm pushing everything, I'm pushing nothing. Are you aware that some of the products you have on your shelf, land-wise, just need accentuation, which means emphasis? Maybe you just need to keep talking about that same thing over and over and over and again. Now, one of my girls, she used to work for a real estate company, and it got to a point I had to say, oh yeah, I want to buy, Mark Pami. She kept on posting on her status every single day. I have one of my mentees. She came to me, oh, Bishop, I'm not getting jobs, so how will I get a job? I said, you just started, calm down. I said, I have one simple assignment for you. I said, every day for the next 2 weeks, write on your WhatsApp status, write, my name is Claribel. She knows the person. My name is Claribel, and I'm an event planner. She wrote it for 2 weeks straight, every single day on her WhatsApp. I said, make it 2 months. I can't remember the exact time I told her. And by the second week, she started getting 1 or 2 people saying, okay, how do you do this? How do you do that? The last time she checked in with me, my girl is so booked that she's turning down events. Let me tell you why I'm saying this. It is that the reason some of you are not selling is not because your market is not on your WhatsApp status. It's that the potential market has seen you promote too many things, they don't know which one you are doing, or you have not promoted the right one enough. And so here's what I'm trying to say. In fact, in some cases, there's one other thing I've also noticed, is that your prospect might actually want something else, but because of your consistency, they understand that if the desirable is not available, the available becomes desirable. And so, my point is simple. Maybe instead of having and selling for every single real estate company in the whole of Ibadan, for God's sakes, you just pick one or two, and then you curate and aggregate about 10 properties. Now, the 10 properties must cut across maybe the 2 customer segments that you have. Are you getting my point? So, if somebody wants Kinikon, you have this for them. If somebody wants this, you have this for them, and it's in packages. It's simple. So, if you're looking for something within Kinikon range, trying to move to Kinikon, highbrow neighborhood, Kinikon, I have this. If it's something for rental income, I have this. Are you getting what I'm saying? Very important. And so, you have to do the search. After the search, there will now be what we call the decision. Decision is going to be due diligence, obviously, negotiation, then documentation. At this part, your client will either be confident or they will be anxious. Second to the last part of the journey is completion. This part, the deal is over. You've handed over the titles, and then you've handed over documents and everything. That's important. This one, your client is usually relieved and very likely grateful. Now, the final part, which in my opinion is arguably the most important, is the post-sale. Is the post-sale. Let me tell you something. One of the greatest mistakes you will ever make as a real estate consultant is to think that because somebody bought from you once, they'll keep coming back. Many of you have no idea that there are so many people competing for the mind share that you have in their hearts. I'll give an example. Do you know how many people are event planners? Do you know? The fact that you plan my wedding does not mean you plan my child's naming ceremony. Because since my wedding, since the pregnancy, since the baby coming, since every single thing, a lot of things might have happened. There could have been somebody in my neighborhood who has learned real estate, or rather who has learned event planning. There could be somebody who this. So here's my point. You now have to learn that I have to find a way to keep myself top in my client's mind. How can I do this? How can I be fresh enough? Some days ago, I got a message or a voice note from my realtor who gave me or who hooked me up with the property I now live in, right? When we're trying to get it, we're looking for the best place to stay, blah, 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 blah. And then she said, okay, you know what? This is a good one. Now, long story short, I've been staying there for like 1 to 2 years, but she knows that there could be issues that arise and everything and all. And they're saying, come, are they treating you well? Is everything okay? Is this, is that? Now, the funny thing is that, let me tell you something, and let me tell you how these things do, and how these things work out. Because the average human being is super busy, and has too many things on their minds, right? You have to make sure that you have different touch points through which you can still penetrate the hearts of the people you once sold to. Can I say something to you? And I want to beg everybody here. Something as little as updating your WhatsApp status can be the difference between a year where you make 2 billion and a year where you make 10 billion. Because listen, out of sight is usually out of mind. I hate WhatsApp status. In fact, for a time I went 3 years without 2 years without updating my WhatsApp status. But you are not me. You may have 1 million followers. Oh yes. Do you have 2.5? You know this thing, Mama far away and Itiko far away. I can do that because the average person sees me already on their status every day. Are you getting me now? That might not be your reality, but from your own small shop, you must find ways to remain in the hearts of people. Update your status. Just sometimes, just post. I don't know about you, but okay, let me ask. How many of you here, growing up, when your parents started letting you go to school on your own, who can tell me one of the first instructions they gave you when you were trying to pick an Okada rider? Which category of people they dare to go for? Older people. You know why? Because number one, an average older person is going to be less reckless. Not just because they want to be less reckless, but because they have people that depend on them at home. And so sometimes, by posting your family picture on your WhatsApp status and your client seeing it, it does something to their trust bank. See, little things like you traveled somewhere, you just post, if you pay you all UK now, 3.5 million naira emulation. Are you aware? These are realities. Oh. See, these are the psychographics of sales. Very weird stuff. It will shock you what. It will shock you. If I tell you why some billionaires like me, it could not be that, boy, all respectful gone. Only kiepa. I mean, I let my mommy and they greet. And that could just be the difference. And sometimes I could just say, no matter what, I will support you. So what I'm trying to say is, find ways to remain top of their mind. Can I also tell you one more thing I think you need to learn to do? Beyond just closing a sale, have a client information form. I know the one that they filled beforehand is there, but you could even have one after sale, because usually nobody wants to divulge too much information to you. But after they've closed the deal, just say, oh sir, we'd like to know your birthday. It's important. As simple as your birthday, always send WhatsApp. Always send WhatsApp. Send WhatsApp and send cake. There was one travel company. I think myself and my wife did some travel with them, a couple of tens of millions. On my birthday, if I know this one was not, no, this one was the first travel, was about 12 M or 9 million, can't remember, because it was a two country travel. And we had paid finish. It was not even time for our travel yet. My birthday now came. I saw one sweet birthday cake from them. As if that was not enough. December came, they sent hamper. Some of you are hampering your chances of getting more clients through that client because you are too selfish. Clients bought product of 300 million. There is nothing stopping us, right? I'm sure you do that already. From carrying hamper of 250K. Strong, heavy one in December. Sir, are you at home, sir? I want to deliver it myself. See, you are not a 5 million naira client, sir. 300 M, I will be there. I will be there. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, these things are very important. So, your after-sales services are just as crucial as the fairity you did before the sale. Are you getting me? And there's also one more thing you must learn. You see, nothing sells like word of mouth. And the power of word of mouth is that it is not even the people you sold to that will be talking about it. It will be that when people see what it has done for them, they will ask. Because people will naturally gravitate towards something that is already working. Or something that they can already see. And you say, this house where we did launch today, who arrange them for you? Very simple. Another thing I also think you should learn to do is simple. Always make sure that you even have, do I say, a referral structure that is even palatable to the people you want to sell to. So, you know, sometimes I think we think that rich people don't really care about these things until they do. Now, in the end, some of them will not even collect the money for referrals from you. But just the thought that if I refer somebody to this guy, I get enough goodwill in case I'm going the next time. And sometimes you even have to ask you. I remember one time I was buying an acre of land from a real estate friend in real estate. Big boy. But I didn't just buy alone. I told my brother and I told one or two friends. Those ones came and bought land from him. And the guy gave me 2 or 3 plots as dash. You think I will forget? And how much of the property is dead? No more, just a few millions. But you see, forget. I will never forget. Are you getting my point? Create a system. Create it. Create it. Just create. Create. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that's very important. Now, finally, second to the last, as I wrap up, how do you get customers? Now, this is the part I love the most. How do you get customers? How do you get customers? How do you get customers? I hope you're learning something. Thank you very much. How do you get customers? First and foremost, I want you to repeat after me. Say, visibility is the reward for clarity and not a substitute for it. I think this is where, many master classes always start at this number 4. But deliberately, I started from number 1 to number 3. Because if I only teach you about why you should sell and how to get customers without giving you the foundation that I had laid before, then I'll be putting the cart before the horse. And you see, marketing is never the foundation. Marketing is an amplifier. You are the one that will give it what to amplify. Marketing amplifies what is already there. If what is already there is unclear, marketing will just spread that confusion faster. And so clarity is very key. And so, very quickly, how do you get customers? I'm going to give you 4 layers and I'm going to close with it. I'm giving you 4 layers and I'm closing with these 4 layers. Number 1 is your positioning. Your positioning. Your positioning. You cannot get the right customers without first being positioned for the right customers. And so when we say things like positioning, learn this well. Positioning is not a tagline. It's the cumulative answer to everything that I've been discussing. It's the cumulative answer to number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Now, because positioning talks about your value. It talks about the people you're selling to. It talks about how you plan to get it to them, which is your service. And now also, it all comes to 4 by talking about how to get the customers. So positioning is key. But there are a couple of things I want to tell you, at least on the foundational basis. And one of them is this. Your mouth is going to be your greatest asset as an entrepreneur. Your mouth is going to be your greatest asset as an entrepreneur. And I don't think it's going to be safe for me to conclude this conversation without deviating and talking about this. The biggest problem many of you have is not that you're not good enough or that you don't know enough. Is that you don't believe in yourself enough to speak like you do. I can't repeat it. What's Sakwamilori? Is 95% of things I'm saying, I know rehearse it. But you hear what I'm saying? You see, the biggest problem I think many of us have is that we have a lot of self-doubt. And I need you to understand that it is harder for other people to believe in you if you don't first believe in yourself. People only root for you when you no longer need it. Nobody will root for you when you really need it. It's easy for people to say, I've always known you'll be a great man. Yimu, when Sakpa been there, why you not tell me? Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, this is foundation, and I really want you to learn this, everyone, please. You see, your mouth is going to be your most powerful asset as an entrepreneur. Now, I'm telling you why. It's very important. You see, I'm going to be very cognizant of the fact that in this room, people are from different backgrounds. For some of you, you grew up in an environment where everybody told you you couldn't do it. If I continue this route, some people might end up crying because it's a very emotional conversation. But I'll just scratch it a little bit to go back to what I'm saying. But let me tell you something. Please pay attention. Who you are right now is a product of 3 things. What you hear, what you see, and what you say. What did I say? What you hear, what you see, and what you say. You see, the first 2 are always done involuntarily. The last one is done voluntarily. What you hear and what you see don't need your permission. Because sight and hearing are biological. Hearing is biological. It is listening that is psychological. Listening needs your own permission and your attention. But hearing doesn't. So what this means is that who you end up becoming as an adult is usually a product of all the things you've been hearing as a child. Many of you have heard that you will never amount to anything. Your stepmother called you Lori Buruku. Your parents never saw the beauty in your life. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I am sorry. But you see, that's why you currently second guess yourself. It's not really because you are not enough. It's because all the voices in your head made you feel that you are not enough. You know, there's a psychological research called the theta brain waves research. Della is an educator, by the way. She runs a very beautiful free school, by the way. I'm sure she'll know this a lot. Psychological research in children. It's been shown that within the ages of 0 to 7, pay attention, all the belief system that the person ends up imbibing as an adult was inculcated in you within the ages of 0 to 7. But here's the saddest part, is that it was inculcated in you without your permission. And so, the weirdest part is that you are in school and your teacher makes statements like, Olodonie. Now, the saddest part, not even the weirdest one now, is this, is that it's been said and has been proven psychologically that the mind of a child and the brain of a child is not yet mature enough to sieve between what is true from what is false, from what is a play and what is serious. So every time they called you Olodo, even when they were joking, your brain registered it as truth. Every time they said you were ugly, your brain registered it as truth. Every time they said they hate you, your brain registered it as truth. And so at the age of 13, 14, 15, and 20, you realize you have low self-esteem. Have you ever seen somebody talking in the bus and I said, Daddy, go? Now, some of you think that because it's of a certain age, it should automatically be wiser. No. No, 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 no. With age just comes experience. It can be the wrong experience. It can be. Have you seen men who boldly say, as grown up as I am, there's nothing you can tell me, I cannot keep one woman. Have you seen married women who make statements that no matter what you tell them, all men are cheats? Now, I need you to understand, it's a psychological battle. The reason they say all men are cheats is because every man around them in their immediate environment were cheats. And so they'll be conditioned that way to think that way. Does this make you a little bit more empathetic? So me, when I hear people talk gibberish on podcasts, I smile. I understand there's a deeper psychological problem. I have a young mentee. He's going to need serious psychological and mental deliverance. No, it's not even a joke. It's serious stuff. Because at the age of 7, Doc, he remembers his dad breaking the head of another man right in front of me, right in front of him, because the man was caught with his mom. He remembers 100%. Now his parents are separated, but his dad cheated back. And so all that he ever got exposed to was infidelity. So now he is about 30 now, growing and getting older, fine boy, sweet boy. But somewhere at the core of his mind, he expects that he himself is a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. Not because he desires cheating, but because between the ages of 0 to 7, the only reality he was exposed to was cheating. Are you hearing me? There's a video. I want to cut this part out of your recording later. There's a video of Fela's first son, Femi Kuti, saying that there's nothing on this earth that can make him a monogamous man. None of you have seen that video. Me, I felt pity. I was not making noise on social media like other people. It's because somebody who is Fela's son Are you getting what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, how does this relate to sales? And how does this relate to your life? Listen, most of the limiting beliefs you have today can trace back to the very same problems. Your exposure. And you know the crazy thing about your exposure as an adult is that what you have accepted as law as an adult was drummed into you as a child without your permission. That's why you see some children, they believe they can be everything in life. It's not really because they were born thinking they can be everything in life, but because it was drummed into them in a very interesting way. What you hear and also what you see. For some of you, the only image and the only picture of a successful entrepreneur you had was Iyanimota on the streets of your village who had a big shop. So you never saw yourself as somebody who was capable of owning a conglomerate sometime in the future. Not because it's not possible, but because you cannot see beyond your immediate environment. And because you cannot arrive into a future you have not first pictured. But if you cannot picture it, then it feels impossible. That's why 300 million naira property seems like a lie. Hey! Someone said it online today. He said, I just found out that Mr. Easy's father was actually Obasanjo's pilot. Yes. And he also was a pilot of somebody else also mentioned. I said, no wonder. Now, let me tell you why I'm saying this. Thank you. Are there grass to grace stories? Yes, there are. But hey, this is not Nollywood. Before you move from grass to grace, you must come down from grass and enter grr. Before, am I saying something here? Here's what I'm trying to point out to you, everyone. I want you to know why you got here and how you got here. There are voices in your head telling you are not enough. It's not because you are not enough. It's because all through your life, you've never seen yourself as enough. But you know the good news? It might be harder to rewire than to wire, but it is possible to rewire. It is. It is. Which means from today henceforth, you must now make sure that the third part of everything I said must make the word of sense to you. That third part is what you say. Your brain is not as intelligent as it tells you it is. Your brain takes your words as law. So what usually happens is that you see small, you hear small, so you say small. You speak smallness. But imagine you begin to reverse it. Start hearing big. Being in rooms like this where you hear 300 million is possible. Am I making sense? Imagine you start seeing big. Where sometimes, just without going anywhere, just pack your bag, for one day. Go to Victoria Island and start looking at the big buildings. I'm serious. Shame your village people. Just shock them. Let them think something. Actually, settings before you think. The destiny and more padlock. No. I'm serious. This thing I'm telling you is psychological. It's a science of perception. I'm telling you. It's serious. I remember when I was in university. This is real life story. Real life story. I was the top of my class in school, in my department. But I lost my dad when I was very young, like 7. My dad was a pretty big boy lawyer, but you lose him at 7, so he's no longer alive. And my mom just hustles us through school. I'll tell you what happened. We go through school, go through life, but I get into my university, Covenant University, and my mom was working, your people say, my mom was working all the work she could. All through the university, I never got monthly salary, monthly allowance. It was weekly or daily. Because my mommy has to work for me to eat. Oh yes. So now I get into the university and my classmates graduated from Turkish International, British International. Let me put things in context. I had a friend in school then that as far back 2011, 2012, his monthly allowance was over 100,000 and he was finishing it in a few days and would ask for more. My uncle was in the first set of that school. And When he was in his own set in the school, he said there was a particular class roommate he had. No jokes, real life story, that never repeated boxers. He said he uses it and he throws it away. I'm not, see, I wish I were lying. Now, hear me out, oh, hear me out. Now, all through when I was in Covenant University, the house I was going from home to go to school was unpainted. My mom did not paint her compound until I graduated from school. Only the inside was painted. And so I would go into that school, see everybody who came from Turkish and I tell myself, Laminu classy. Me, I'm from Brain International. I will show you. But here's the interesting part, and I want you to please pay attention to. I had a close friend of mine who was dating. See, if I close here, it's okay. But I'm not done. But this is very important. I had a close friend of mine who was dating, we're classmates, who was dating another classmate of mine, whose father was a bank director of one of the biggest banks in the country. I mean, he was a top guy. He was the head of the entire Lagos and Southwest for the bank. And so, we used to go to their house. My friend is toasting her. They were dating. And me, I used to escort my friend. Even though our younger sister liked me, but I said, no, this one you would derail me. So, here's the funny part. I used to follow them. I used to follow him every time. But he thought I was just following because I was his friend. He did not know that every time I was going to the house, I was taking pictures for my mind. So when I get into the house in Lekki, I will say, God, I will never be broke in my life. It was beautiful. They left the house in Lekki. They moved to another house in Lekki. That one, when you enter the house, there's massage chair. So we'll now go there. I'll sit down, my body. Say, ha! Let me tell you. When they moved to that house, the girl was taking us on a tour into the house. And she said, follow me. We went to the second floor, and there was a particular staircase that linked from the parents' room to the father's library. I say, God punish poverty. I wasn't quote and unquote poor. We were middle class, yes. But inside that Evian, another Evian there. But pay attention to this. So we had a place we used to go to for fun. It's a place called Palms Mall in Lekki, between Lekki and VI. And so back then, the girl would drive. I couldn't drive. I didn't even have a car to be able to drive, but she had a car allocated from the pool of cars by her father. And so she took us around and we'll go to Palms. Whenever we get to Palms, I'll be like, God, one day I'll be able to fully buy things in Palms and everything and do stuff. But here's what kept on happening. Every time I kept on going to their house, I kept on telling myself, this is possible. I kept on doing that. Now let me tell you something that happens. You know, at some point in your life, this was like several years ago, over a decade now. So, at some point in your life, you would think to yourself that if only you could just be able to afford money for Palms, your life would be better. Unbeknownst to you, God will bless you to a point where you will forget the things you used to crave before. So, something funny happened. Some months ago, my driver was driving me around my house. And we needed to get a new SIM for myself. And he said, boss, let's get a new SIM in Palms. I said, okay. So now, pay attention. Palms is now 5 minutes away from my house. The same Palms that used to look like it meant the world, right? I have so much outgrown Palms that I no longer even know it exists there. Are you getting my point? And the car that you used to think you will one day drive, you will have and it will tire you. And it will be a driver that will be moving you around. But yet, first and foremost, it must stem from the standpoint of it is possible. Every time I see somebody functioning in a grace that I don't have, I don't hate them. I say, even though I have 2 heads, I can have it. It is possible. My own father did not have father that dashed him all the money in the world. He hustled his way from OAU through to Lagos to become a lawyer. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you don't live here with anything, you must live here with, I can attract clients. It is possible. I can build a successful business. It is possible. Every time I see people doing it, it is proof that it can be done. It can be done. It can be done. done. It is possible. It is, you see, it is possible. It's possible. And so, your positioning is very important. So, this is important, and I want you to note that. So, that was the first layer. But you know what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move away from my notes, and I want to wrap up with this. And this is very important, particularly with the context of visibility. Now, I know I've already taught you about putting your value to the front and putting all those things in place, but I want to end with two things. I want to call one the science of organic visibility and the power of sponsored visibility. It's not part of my notes, but I want to teach it very quickly. Now, there are some laws to organic visibility that everybody must embrace. Number one, you must look the parts and smell the parts. What did I say? What did I say? Look the part and smell the part. Let me tell you something, and this is very important. Number one, nobody will be willing to give you more money than they think you have handled before. Should I repeat it? Nobody will be willing to give you more money than they think you have handled before. There was a video I did online. I think it got about 2 million views on Instagram. It was a video from the book, Otedola's book. Right? So he wrote a book, and in the book he gave an example of something that happened in the year 1996, thereabout. He said that a particular guy came to come and get a contract from him, and the guy came in a particular vehicle. He mentioned the kind of vehicle it was, which at that point was really like a bit of a low-level vehicle at the time. Now, something interesting happened. He said, and I quote, that he had sized the guy up, and he knew the guy's financial bandwidth. So when the guy mentioned a particular amount when he was negotiating with him, he said, I cannot pay you that amount. He said it came low so bad, and the guy ended up accepting it. He said when the guy was leaving, he called him. He said, calm down. The reason I priced you this low was because of how you appeared before me. He said he advised him, and then the guy today is the CEO of a particular company, if I'm not mistaken. Now, am I saying you should live a fake life? Absolutely not. The difference between packaging right and living a fake life is that a fake life tries to tell people that I am who I'm not. But packaging right means you bringing your strongest foot forward. There is a difference. There is what? A difference. Living a fake life is me coming to tell you here that I have 2 trillion naira in my account. But putting my best foot forward is me coming before you, neatly dressed, well looked, with a groomed hair, and packaging the best that I can to be able to at least appeal and appease my audience. Are you getting what I'm saying? So what usually happens is some people always get so offended when they hear things like this. Hey, do you want us to go and borrow money that we don't have to be able to? I say, shut up. Stop this thing. And I hate people who are very defensive. I want to ask you a question. Don't you judge a book by its cover? Don't be a hypocrite. You do. See, every human being is a profiler. We all profile everybody. Let me ask you a question, and please, be very honest with me. Bro, come, please. Please come. Thank you very much. God bless you. Look at this big man here, right? Imagine this chief were walking behind you, right? In the night, late in the night, around 1 a.m., you're late going back home somewhere, and this man was walking behind you dressed like this. And you guys are on the lonely part. What will happen? Tell me, what will happen? Oh, no, remove your shades. Can you see that? You see what has happened? Just his shades made him what? Look more dangerous. But him just like this, what happens? Will you really run for your life? It looks all right. But now, imagine. it's a global rule. People will address you the way you are dressed. See, I beg of you, men will always look on the outward. Only God looks on the inward. There's no lady here that will say yes to a man holding paraga, holding cigar, and chasing after them. Sister, fine girl, Ewabi. And say, oh no, you don't get it. I see the beauty in him. Shut up. We will all admit here that it's only a hypocrite that will say that your packaging is not what determines if people buy or not. I've already spoken to you about the content, though, remember. But listen to me. Can I tell you something? The packaging is as important as the content also. If you are walking into a supermarket and you're trying to buy a particular product and you don't have a preference, you will choose the product to buy based off the appearance of the container. Don't lie. I beg of you, everyone here, you must look the part of what you want to sell. For God's sakes, I'm not even saying you should borrow money. I'm simply saying, at the barest minimum, look neat. Your white cannot be brown. Your white cannot be brown and you want to go and close a deal. You know, there was a time I was trying to get a particular property, a couple of years back, a rental property to move into. And I was driving. You know those real estate agents, I'll tell you to meet me somewhere and you pay inspection fee, no problem. I said, let's meet somewhere. And this guy entered into my car. And the entire atmosphere, he was, I don't know if you know what it's called, Omi-Iru. It's also called Omi-Pomo. He was buying. I told myself, I said, see, nothing will make me buy this. Whatever property is selling, I'm more interested. See, smell the parts. You don't have to be a billionaire to buy perfume. Can I tell you something? Perfume is not the most important. The most important thing is that you even wash your armpits. You are going too far. Wash your... I beg you. Armpit and tibi, wash it. You see, this is, you know, I know you want to hear, see, you know, I'm a practical teacher. I'm not coming and giving you high-sounding words that you, no, this one, learn it. Always put your best foot forward. Some of you you have enough money to buy roll-on. See, there are some things that must not, see, I've been married for, I don't know if my wife has, my wife is always even complaining. If I bath for midnight, my reflex is, I'm saying, see, Ijawa, see, always guiding. May my wife not go wake up for money and say, my love. Some of you want to describe property to your client. The client is moving back. You think it's the power of the Holy Ghost? No! It's you, bro! Are you hearing what I'm saying? Look the, smell the. It's not, can I shock you? Many of the cleanest people that you will ever meet are not the wealthiest. Just look at your white. Look at the white. Look at it. The white is whiting. The white must white. And sure. And let me tell you one more thing. You must have two-factor authentication. If you know you will be somewhere for up to 8 hours, have backup somewhere. And you know you'll be exposed to sun, have backup somewhere. Some of you, the reason you might have lost your God-ordained boyfriend is because you went to work at 8 a.m. And you worked so hard. You were sweating. Instead of you, before you leave your office, to do two-factor authentication because you will enter public transport. And so finally on your way home, you now saw a guy that would have been the man of your dreams in keke. And by the time he saw you, a different stench was stemming out of you. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. I believe strongly that packaging begins from personal hygiene. See, this is what I'm telling you is visibility. See, if your mouth they bar, that's wrong visibility is visibility, but there's wrong visibility. Agent, brush your tongue. No teeth is really supposed to be white though. Are you aware? The real color of teeth is not even just that it's white. It's quite brown. That's the real teeth. So it's not about even the color of the teeth. If you have white teeth, good for you. But don't have white teeth and when you come, please. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Then after that, also, you dress the part. I've told you that. You are going to go and see. Can I tell you one thing you should do? Build a culture of excellence. That before I get to the limelight, even in my places of obscurity, I'm already excellent enough. So by the time I get to the required height of the limelight, it's already like second nature to me. I will not have to force it. Some people say, no, when I make ham, I will clean like Dr. Shola. When I make ham, I go fresh. No. You don't grow big to plan well. You plan well to grow big. I beg you. It must move from now. Develop the culture. If you have a show, even if the inspection fee is 2,000 naira, come out of your house looking clean. You know why? You are not the one that is in charge of the day that your destiny changes. Oh. And so you must prepare like it could be any day. Are you hearing what I'm saying? The next thing about visibility I want to tell you. Are you with me? Organic visibility I want to tell you is this. You must learn to talk the parts. Some of you, the reason you might never be able to attract the right clients, you know what? You start getting your questions ready. I'm taking questions in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you have questions for me, I'll take questions for 20 minutes, and then I take a pause. I've been talking for 2.5 hours. Oh. Thank you. Clap for yourselves. You guys have been incredible. Thank you so much. You guys have been incredible. Thank you. Nobody has slept. What was the word? I said talk what? Many of you, these food people are passing around. Now, must it allow mommy if I leave, we'll go after. I don't mean to cry. It's all our mommy I go to every time. When we finish. I know they chop on for part. Anyways, are you with me? So I said, one of the biggest problems that some people have is that even when their appearance gets them into those rooms, right? The content of their words that come out of their mouths end up betraying them. Has it ever happened to you before that you see a good-looking babe, like so beautiful, but the moment you open her mouth to talk, two sentences like tabon. I like, but she fine too. You know, and boys can be very mean. You know, back then after university, one of my best friends was dating a particular babe. The babe was curvy, carry front, carry back, fine girl, blah, 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 blah. No, guess what? She had another gift. The gift is that when she starts to speak, people take cover. And you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Don't judge me. I'm a changed man now, but I nicknamed her. I called her Brighter Grammar. Now, this is funny, but how does it apply to you? You see, your ability to convince a client is just as important as all the marketing efforts that got you to them in the first place. Many of you are great at using meta ads and all the tools in the world. You're great at videography and many more things. How about you begin to improve your presentation ability? How about you begin to develop yourself? Don't tell me this is the best you will ever be. Don't tell me because you were raised in money, you will not be able to understand how to speak Queen's English. Nobody's asking you to speak Queen's English. Just speak well enough. Speak well enough. Some of you cannot express yourself in one sentence without using 5 Actually, it sounds funny, But that could be the difference between you closing a deal of 100 million or a deal of 2 million naira. Are you getting what I'm saying? So my question is this. Do you have a personal development toolkit as a realtor? Do you have a personal development toolkit as a realtor? When was the last time you read a book since you graduated from university? You are in real estate, and yet you've not read up to 10 real estate books. You are in trouble. You are in trouble. There must be some people you at least follow on social media. There must be books you read. There must be things you study. Can I say something? There must be new words you learn every month. Since you left secondary school, you've not learned new English. Any small thing, you are stuck. No, those is English that could have replaced it. Some of you don't like me. I don't want to see me again. That's your business. Me, I will talk. I don't want you before I start. Say, I go tear your wig. But you see, think about it. I want to ask you a question. Is there anyone here who has finished negotiating with the customer and you knew that they will not call you again? We'll mess up. I don't mess up. You know. You see that thing called sweet mouth? You must develop it as an entrepreneur. Because every entrepreneur is first a salesman. So how can I speak better? How can I also improve my knowledge base of this industry? Imagine you start the conversation with the person. Oh, by the way, let me also tell you one more thing. Before you seek to only read deep, also read wide. Most of your clients, particularly the big men, always want to make small talk before they start your deal. They don't want to go straight to the... they start from probability and support. And that's where... Once they can bond with you on something. Hey, there's one I have. We just bonded on weird things. We're both Man U fans. We both like Ebenezer Obey. Oh, so I'm a very serious Ebenezer Obey fan. If you like Chief Commander like me, we are friends automatically. Chief Commander Olashukpo Remi Obe Fabi. So what made it really funny was that Ebenezer Obey played at my wedding. Oh yes, there's been a vow since I was small. I said, I will pick my wedding date after he has confirmed his date. I said, God, you will keep this man, we cannot die. Because I love him to bits. So now, he played at my wedding, he also played at this man's wedding. And we're both Man U fans. And I said, and we started bonding on many things. There are people like that. They want to make small talk. And sometimes the small talk might not even be about football. It might be about maybe something happening in the political scene. About you, the only thing you used to read is okay. You've set me up. Okay, the only thing we used to read is what's happening with the Kata Efe. W's in the chat. You cannot grow as a realtor. W's in what? Shorter dollar mamo Twitch. W's in the chat. How? So are you getting what I'm saying? In the midst of all the jokes, pick out the substance in every single admonition that I give. Is the fact that you must create a personal tool for excellence. Looking the part, smelling the part, dressing the part, talking the part, reading the part. Don't wait till you can afford to travel before you start reading about the countries you hope to get into. If I give you personal examples, you might laugh. I told you I lost my dad at 7. Yes, we have been flying since I was a baby, but it was not abroad. And so I will go to school. Some of my friends, they'll go on vacation. I did not know what vacation looks like because my mommy was the person sending myself and my brother to school. And we were okay, but we could not afford to travel. But guess what I did? From the age of 7, I started becoming so obsessed with social geography. So even if I could not get into the countries, I knew almost everything about the countries that I could read. By the age of like 12, I knew Literally all the countries in the world, and I knew the capitals of most of them. I could tell you some facts off the top of my head of countries I've never been to. So what usually happens is that my friends who used to travel will now come back and tell me about the countries, and instead of being intimidated, I'll be talking to them as if I'd been there before. There's such a way knowledge can bridge the gap. You no longer have any excuse. ChatGPT is there. You no longer have any excuse. You have Claude AI. I'm serious. You no longer have any excuse. All those things are there. Everything is there. The biggest problem is not that those things are not there, it's that you don't use them. I beg of you, don't wait till you can get to China before finding out about the great furniture market in Foshan and Dongguan outside the outskirts of Guangdong, China. You can learn about it online. Sometimes make references to it. Let the person say, have you been there before? No, I haven't, but I read up a lot about it. I beg of you, the world is your oyster. Make the most of it. And then the other part, as I close. God, I've said as I close many times. You are tired of me, have you? 2 more minutes. No, 5. I want to give you one more. So I've talked about organic visibility, right? Now the next one I'll tell you is curated visibility. Curated. So now, I've already talked about the power of referrals and many more things, but there's another part of visibility you must understand that has to be curated. This one is that there's something called perception engineering. Perception engineering. I coined the word, by the way. Now, perception engineering is that no matter the level you are at right now, with consistent effort, you can make people believe what you want them to believe about you. Yeah, I said? You can make people believe. See, everybody has a personal brand, whether they admit it or not. A brand is simply reputation. It's not logo, it's reputation. Branding is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So either you consciously build a brand or not, you already have a brand. Pay attention to this. But here's what it means. It also means that when you take stock of your personal brand, which is the reputation people have of you currently, and you don't like it, you can choose to do something about it. There's something called a brand overhaul. And it might look hard at the initial stages, but over a period of time, it will be fine. Vusi Tembekwayo said so brilliantly. He said people don't believe what is true. They believe what is often said. Which means, if you talk about something for so long and for a long period of time, people will begin to believe it as truth. Quick question. About your personal brand. Have you said it long enough for people to accept it as truth? Or did you only say it for a short period of time? Have you said it long enough and acted like it long enough and people have not accepted it? No, they will. As long as your action and your words are in tandem, they will. And so, perception engineering means that now that you are running a brand and a proper business, there must be a synergy between what your brand says and what your brand does. Every post on social media must be intentionally curated. Nothing must air spontaneously. No social media manager or content creator in your business must mistakenly post what you do not ask them to post, because perception engineering is so delicate that if you make one simple mistake, you will start again from the beginning. This is important. Now, why am I telling you all these things? Is that for some of you, some of your personal habits have to change. CEO of top company, you are still going to a Shewo house to sleep. Has to change. It's all part of perception. There are places you will not find some leading S&P 500 CEOs. There are places they must not find you. There are things you must not be found saying. You know why? The messaging of your company must not be at variance with your own personal principles. If you say we deliver the best, they must not find you cutting corners. If you say integrity is what your business upholds. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so, do it well, curate properly. I'm not saying your business must have all the best designs on the internet. I'm simply saying that you must try to at least do things diligently. Do things excellently. Ask yourself, before you ever post anything, say, is this the best this thing can be? My team call me obsessed. Well, maybe thankfully, to the glory of God, that's why I'm celebrated. I'm obsessed. Before a video goes up, you must explain to me why the video will reach more people. Listen to me. Social media is extremely powerful. I don't know how many people are in this hall right now, but I don't think you're up to 200. Pay attention. I get 200 views in a minute. I'm headed somewhere. But you see, you people here are roughly 200. Praise God for that number. If I posted on my social media, or anybody posted on social media, oh, I spoke to a room of 200, everybody starts clapping for you. Yeah, you did so well. But guess what? How come we always exalt physical speaking over the virtual ones? So, you spoke in a room of 200 people, everybody applauded you. But when you had 200 views on your Instagram, you were crying because you thought it was small. Burna Boy sells out a hall or a stadium of 50,000 people. He was celebrated globally. But you got 50,000 views and you say, it was not enough. You know why? It's because you only exalt what you can see, without understanding the potency and the power of the views you did not see. It's because you felt like 50,000 was just a number. How about I reframe it? Imagine 50,000 different people in their homes, in the toilet seats, watching your videos. It is just as powerful. So here's what I'm trying to say. The 1 views, 2 views, 3 views that your page is getting right now, love it, massage it, reframe it. Just imagine that it was an $10. Just imagine that was amongst the 25 people that just viewed your stuff. This is powerful. Because guess what? In actual fact, your potential buyer is there. But guess what? He just cannot say, hey, I'm here. And it's also been proven that only 1 out of 5 to 7 people that watch something end up liking it, even though they like it. Have you ever seen people that will tell you, more like video, I really love video you posted, but they don't like it though. Some just don't like liking, but some forget. So here's my point. The reward for your consistency on social media should not just be in the likes. First, the fulfillment must come from your appreciation of your personal efforts. What it took you to put it together. Are you getting my point? And also tell yourself that it's okay if the results don't show overnight but over time. Are you getting this? This is very important. I want to kneel down and beg you, please, curate properly. If it can be excellent, do it well. If you need to start from small, do it well. You cannot afford a videographer, but at least learn CapCut on YouTube, learn it. It's free, learn it. I hope you are aware, CapCut now has free transitions, free templates. Learn. Excellence at all costs. Excellence is not perfection. No. Excellence is not perfection. Excellence is always doing your best. Can I say something? It's possible for you to be the best without doing your best. And it's possible for you to do your best and not be the best. But greater satisfaction must come from doing your best and not by being the best. Let me explain. Has it ever happened to anybody here that in class, they brought results and they said, hey, everybody, these are your scripts. They shared your script and you got 4/10 and you are so angry, so pissed. And the teacher comes back and says, everybody settle down. I'm so disappointed in all of you. You all failed woefully. Only Shola got 4/10. The rest of you got 2/10. All of a sudden, don't lie, you move from being sad to being happy. Not because you did your best, but because you were the best of the rest. Do you admit? Let me tell you something. That's not the best way to live life. Now, let's switch it a little bit.
Imagine the shared scripts. And you got 9 over 10 and you were so happy, so excited. But teacher comes to class. Everybody settle down. I'm so proud of all of you. You all got 10 over 10 except Shola. And then you start feeling bad. Not because you did not do your best, but because you weren't the best. If you keep measuring the quality of your life and your journey as an entrepreneur based on what others are enjoying, instead of the quality and the growth in your own journey, you will die a painful death. Wasare asakpa. Are you hearing what I'm saying? My goal is to outdo my past self. My goal is to wake up and say, hey, we're doing better than we were last year. It could be that the person that got 9 over 10 got 5 the last test. Therefore, it's a thing of merriment. It could also be that the kid that got 4 over 10, but is the highest in class, got 7 in the last test, but is happy, not because he's better than his past self, but because he's better than others. Are you getting what I'm saying? Build a culture of excellence that says, I must be better today than I was yesterday. Are you getting this? When you do and build that culture of excellence in private, one day in public, you will get recommendations. Last one. I'll drop my notes, so my thoughts are scattered. Because this is the last part. Last one. Shall I say last one? Last one. The last one is this. It is... Someone says something funny there. The last one is this. It is, I want you to understand the power of relationships. My back is already paining me. So I'll say this one when I'm sitting down. You see, how many of you have ever heard of something called customer, what's this thing called? Target consumer. What's your target customer? What's that in English you always say? What's your what? Yeah, target audience, yeah. But when you usually hear the phrase target audience, many of you always think of the person that you are selling to directly, right? Person that's parting money with you. Let me teach you something that I think might change your mind and maybe ultimately change your life. Is that when you talk about a target audience or target market, it's more complicated than just the person that buys from you. Hear me out. There are 3 cadres in this. There is a user, there is a buyer, and there's an influencer. Hear me out. Most of us focus only on the buyer. We forget the user and the influencer. Forgetting that when someone buys something, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the ones that will use it. And that when someone uses something, it doesn't mean they're the ones that influence the person that bought it. I'll share an example with you. When I was getting married, you had to do what cool people do, which is proposal. I don't know who brought that in, by the way. Our father has just told our parents, Shoma Femi, Oma Femi, Jenwadi Yae, Lola. And that was it. But our own is plenty for ferity. And so, before I got married, I proposed to my then babe. Then babe now. Got answer here. Talk the part, Sherry. He knows what he's doing, don't mind him. So, my then babe now wife, right? So I was proposing to her. And then I wanted to get a ring. But guess what? To buy this ring, I did not really know her finger size and many more things. I didn't even really know where I could buy the ring from. So guess what happened? And to settle the proposal, think about it. Every single proposal decoration that is paid for by the man. Is the man the user? So imagine you sell proposal decoration and you start marketing to women. Are you getting what I'm saying? But guess what also? You also be foolish to market to just men because men don't know you. Because it is usually
the lady's friends that tell the guy where to go to. So now, I go to tell her friends. I'm the one paying, which means I'm the buyer. But they are the what? The influencers. And so we go to buy, they say, buy this one, buy this. If I want to buy the ring, one go point to one way past my budget times. Move ranko. Without you use your head. Yeah. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, let me tell you why this is powerful. Many of you have despised people who don't look like your buyers. Unbeknownst to you, they could be the bridge between you and your buyers. One day, we were driving somewhere in Lagos, and I told my driver, I said, I'm looking for a property to buy around Bagada. Maybe a distress sale or something. If you see anyone, let me know. And after a while, he came back to me. He said, boss, I found one. He said, there's one man in my area that sells blah, 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 blah. He said, let me know if you're interested. I said, well, how much? He said, the amount of money. And I said, okay. I wasn't buying it though. I didn't buy it, but he told me the amount. And I smiled. I said, okay, thank you very much. Now let me tell you something very funny. Imagine the caretaker or the agent of that particular property looking at my driver and say, this one a common driver. I'm not selling to him now. So why am I focusing on him? Unbeknownst to him, some of the greatest custodians of access are drivers. They are the ones that are caught up in the SUVs with the billionaires, to and fro work every day, that can give recommendations. My final admonition to you is this. Nobody will be a better salesperson than a people person. Learn to always wet relationships, both the ones that are giving you results now and the ones that are not. Stop being too money hungry that you despise people who might not be able to have money to give you in the immediate. They might not have money, but like some Egbon Adugbos, they might have social currency, which means that you should always do your best to at least be respectful to everybody, relate to them like they are human beings, and without knowing, they could be the difference between where you are and where you plan to be. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Wow, 3 hours.
We can do better with that applause.
All right, I'll sit, huh? Taking questions?
Yes.
Okay, I'm taking questions now.
Would you like to sit?
Let me sit to take the
Okay.
question. Can I sit here?
We could get you a chair, please.
Yeah, sit here. I know what I'm saying. I'll sit on the stage.
Oh, okay.
My-
Please, can we have a chair for him?
Is that
Let's
staircase?
let's sit down first. They're already raising their hands for a question. Oh, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, I'm here.
All right, so to save time, I would like us to write our questions down, right?
I want to see the people that are asking the questions.
Okay. All right, so we're going to give everybody numbers
Yeah.
so that we
works.
can work with the numbers.
Yes, thank you so
All
much.
right.
We can take about 5 or 6 questions.
5 or 6?
How many you want to take? Yeah, 6. No, 6 is fine.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, nice. So yeah, let's do 10.
So we can do 10 questions.
Hit me. I'm with you. Hit me.
If I've given you a number, please do not put your hand up anymore.
This is 5 o'clock, right?
Okay.
So we can answer questions till 5:40, 5:45.
5:45.
And then I have
I'm
to
giving you a
I have to
number.
recharge my batteries.
Okay. We could take a break now if you don't want to do it.
No. Okay. Does anybody want to take a break or you want to ask your questions now?
Wait, let us agree first. If we take a break, are you doing an hour or
No. Let me just. I think let me just take it now and then we can wrap up.
All right then. So I have 6 people before, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I have the 10 numbers already. Please know your numbers. So let's start with number 1.
Good evening, Mr. Olushola. Usman Bolago is my name. And just so I don't forget, I'd like to know the name of your perfume. Yeah, that's like the first thing I found out, I sensed when I met you. So, and I wanted to say that I've been following you for a while. And the first thing I got to know about you is that you always give value. Like,
Thank
you talk
you.
about a lot of things, and I wondered how you knew a lot of things. And then somehow you introduced Trips Clothing NG,
Okay.
and then you introduced Ijile by Trips.
Okay.
Now, the question is, how do you create so much content daily? Because in the real estate space, and when we talk about visibility,
Yeah.
I try to create content,
Hmm.
not the best content though, but it's very overwhelming and very exhausting.
Hmm.
But I want you to be practical, yeah?
Mm.
How do you actually create those first content that you were creating then? Did you have a media team? Did you were you using a media team? Was it just your phone? But because you were creating content back to back.
Yeah.
And that's one of the greatest ways to be visible to
Yeah.
the general public. How do you create so much content then?
All right. Thank you very much. God bless. So let me answer your question. All right. Is everybody here? So getting some distractions at some point. Okay, so is what perfume am I using? Can't really say it though. Okay. You know how to buy this particular perfume, because if you check the price, it's like plot of land, but it does not mean that what you should buy, please. So I use Amouage, right? Amouage. It's a niche perfume brand. It's from Oman. It's a niche perfume brand. But you see it at some top perfume stores. So I'm wearing 3 perfumes right now. So I'm using an Amouage Opus 15 King Blue, and then an Amouage Guardians 46. And then I topped it up with YSL myself. Yeah. So, good. So next up. By the way, let me just say, for people who are here, so there are actually some other more affordable perfumes that you can want to use in case you want to go and see an Odogu that will give you 5 million or 10 million. By the way, I think now I like to recommend perfumes. Is that fine? There's a perfume called Arabian Tonka. Who knows the Arabian Tonka? So it's like it's a cheaper version of the King Blue I mentioned. You could use that. Then there are other perfumes that are actually strong but very affordable also, like Club de Nuit. Who knows Club de Nuit? Not fake one, no. If I can find a good Club de Nuit for like 85k, 90k, sometimes it's an investment though. But make sure you know when it moves from being an investment to a liability. Yeah, but there's that. Those ones are pretty good. And there's also some other ones that are good, but just also stay in power. I've been using it since morning, and you're still smelling it, so it's fair. All right. To your question, leave Feferity alone. So to your question, you asked about content and so on and so forth. Hey, God. Sorry, I'm just catching my breath a little bit. I was a bit tired. So I'll respond this way. One of the first things that you must... No, let me stand. Because I think sitting down makes me feel tired. I'm a lot better now. Don't worry, I'm good. Can you take out this phone? I'll rest on the stand. Good. I'm with you now. So, thank you very much. Let me give this to Dami. The man in white. Thank you. So let me respond to you this way. I think the very first thing for everyone here who is trying to create content, please, I want you to learn this, as some of you are already eating. So please just learn. As you are eating, look at me. Please, learn this. Don't see content creation as a hobby. See it as work. Hobby is something you do when you have time. Work is something you find time to do. There's a difference. Someone put it this way, my friend Salem King. He said, and I quote, he said, imagine you're trying to get to a particular destination, and there were 2 options. To either trek there or to board a vehicle which will get you there. Which one would you pick? He said, start seeing social media as a free vehicle that will get you to the future that you desire. So, what usually happens is that some of you think that creating content is something optional for you as a realtor in this day and age. No. It's a mandate. You have to create. Am I saying everybody will start talking with Mike? No. Am I saying everybody will have podcasts? No. I'm saying one way or another, you all have to be creators. And so, I think my consistency in content creation, I owe it to the fact that I started to take it as work. Because if it's a hobby, you only do it when you feel like it. But if you start seeing it as work, you will do it even when your feelings don't cooperate. And so, every single month, we churn out about maybe 200 pieces of content. 200 pieces of content. I'm talking write-ups, speaking, everything is crazy. Very crazy. It cost me an arm and a leg. It cost me plenty money. But there are almost 10 different social media touch points I'm on. So imagine you're dropping 20 per month on 10 different touch points. It's crazy. I'm talking YouTube, maybe one full video, one short, one this each. About 100, 200 in total. And so what this does to you is that you have to create a system that oils it. However, before I got to this level, let me start from how to do it at an elementary level, because I want to be very practical. This is how I started. Number one, I always had something to say. If you like, they should give you all the camera in the world. If you're not deep, you're not deep. I'm serious. If you are not deep, you are not deep. So my point is, you must always fill yourself with a lot, because you cannot pour from an empty cup. So you must make sure you measure your input versus output ratio. So make sure that they tally. Make sure that you are taking in more than you are pouring out. That's number one. Now, number two is everybody here has something to say. There's nobody in this room that is not proficient in at least one thing or another. Some of you are proficient in gossips. You have something to say. Some of you are proficient in real estate. You have something to say. So here's my point. What matters the most is that you have something to say in the area of your value. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so how that works now is that you have something to say in the area of your value means that as a realtor, you at least understand the basics enough to share. But there's something about the power of sharing, is that as you share, you keep on having more things to share. But if you don't step out to share in the first place, you will have nothing to share. And so, clarity does not come before movement. Clarity comes because of movement. Do you understand? So, that's important. So how did I start? I had a close friend of mine who had the skill of recording with camera and editing. We started with my iPhone 7 Plus, no jokes. My oldest videos on my page, down, iPhone 7 Plus. And there was one small mic we put here, and we started recording. And then we pitch everything together, and the edit will be ready. That was number one. That was not enough. After a while, we began to grow. Because in the days of SACPA, you cannot afford a digital camera, neither can you rent one. But then, one of my friends now had the privilege of owning a camera. And so one day I called him, he was in Ikorodu. I said, bro, let me come to Ikorodu. I sense that I have to record some videos. And so that's how I used to go to Ikorodu, and we did something called batch creating. We used to record 8 videos every month. I will post 2 every week. And that's how the Olushola page began to blow up. It did not blow up because I shot my first video. It did not show up because I shot my second video. It blew up because I consistently showed up. Now, one of the biggest errors and mistakes you will make is that some of you will do 1 video or 2 videos and you go and start sponsoring it. That's why you will not get conversion. You know why? It's because before people press the follow button, they always go down to see if there are other videos, because it's the other videos that will give them a promise that they will keep getting the same quality. Are you getting what I'm saying? Before you ever sponsor on Sunday Head Not or sponsor a particular ad, at least post 5 or 6 or 10 or 15 of the same quality of videos. Are you getting what I'm saying? People don't want to waste their follow button. And so I began to post. And before I knew it, I increased my frequency. So at this point, 1 or 2 brands began to say, hey, I'm me. I started creating content not for money because I was already an entrepreneur. But as I grew also in my own businesses, I began to have enough money to at least be able to pay my friend to take it away from hobby to work now. Because there's so little your friend can help you do for free. He has to get to a point where free has to be what? Paid. And so before I knew it, brands started coming. Before I knew it then, because of the brand money, content creation began to be able to pay itself. And before I knew it, we kept on growing. Now, just on my personal team, I have about 10 people working on my contents. I have 4 editors. I have like 3 or 4 content writers. I have a head of projects that handles the podcast. I have this, I have that. But it did not happen overnight. It happened over time. Do you understand? Very important. And the final thing I would say is you must also be willing to spend money to make money. Many of you are too stingy. You think that if you pay somebody an internship 70,000 naira to come and record you and to come and be scripting your stuff for you, you think that you will die. Think about it. Listen, proof that you have faith in your hustle is that you can part with your money to pay somebody else, knowing that money will come back. Are you getting what I'm saying? When you employ somebody, they will end up paying themselves if they are the right pick. Are you getting me? So when they come and they add to the quality of what you are doing, you'll be able to make enough to pay them in return. Am I making any sense? So I hope I answered your question to a given extent. Next.
Yeah, I know you must have been tired. First of all, I need to motivate you.
Tell me.
And
come. This one, you go call me money. All right.
So before today,
tell me.
I wanted to be your fan. I've been your follower, but today you will be the one to be seeking for the access. So that's number 1. Number 2 is on a serious note, I had to study how you have been doing it before now, and how you have gained more access to a lot of people, and how you have gained access to a lot of people.
Yeah, tell me.
And because of my brand niche to be pure luxury and premium, I want to learn from you on how I can gain access to more.
But you say me the farms you now. How you?
No. I put that one first because I know you want to connect with me.
Wow!
Yes. That's it.
No, 300 million. No, right, Jesus. Damn me.
So I need to get something from you so you can feel entitled to get something from me as well. So I have seen your video with Don Jazzy and the people we actually look up to. And what is that jinx or the strategy for you to get closer to people?
Okay, thank you. I get you 100%. No, don't let me keep you standing. Okay. Can I sit down? My ear is just laughing. Okay, no problem. So, So, there's a lot of things that made me laugh. So that's why. So, okay, so how do you get to meet with people that you've always dreamt of being? First thing I'll tell you is be a value magnet. Be a what? Be a value magnet. There's a point of success you get to where deep always calls on to deep. And it feels automatic. And you literally have to do little to nothing. So first and foremost, I believe I have a special oil or grace of favor on my life, yes. And I believe so strongly. But second of all, I believe that I'm a value magnet and I'm also a very good and great people manager. Hear me out and let me explain. Some distractions around the back. Can we keep it mute? Thank you. So this is how it works. I notice that people, I'm not talking people that are doing relatively okay. So there's something Navarro calls the exploitative phase versus the exploration phase. So he believes that when you're just starting out, you're in the exploration phase. And so in the exploration phase, you are always available. You are going everywhere, trying to meet everybody, just so you can get your first big break. But when you get to a particular level, it becomes exploitation phase, which means because you don't have so much time on your hands, you only have to go for what matters and what counts the most. So for example, for me, my default answer is no. I turn down about 90% of speaking engagements we get, if not more. For example, all through most of June, July, leave me alone. August, leave me alone. And sounds funny, but even the phone conversations or whatever it is, right? If you leave me alone, I won't respond to any message I get on WhatsApp because I'm always busy. There's always something I'm doing. And I'm at the stage where I have to cherry pick. I speak to thousands of people every month. And it's crazy because at that level, I cannot reply to everybody's WhatsApp. I'll be honest with you. If you ask me for my phone number, if I feel like giving you, I will give you a generic number, and there's an inner carcass number after that. And there's an inner carcass number after that. It's the level of your access that determines what you get. Are you agreeing with what I'm saying? So, you want my number? I can give you. Maybe I will give you after the conversation, yes. But what determines the weight and the degree of the frequency of conversation is the level we move up after that. And so here's my point. Somebody who is a value magnet understands that everybody that gets into his space has to earn it. And so, it is same with me and same with everybody that I meet on a particular value wavelength. In our first conversation, I won't just open my entire bosom to you, except I can decipher that you have something that I need. Whether you like it or not, it has become a bit symbiotic. It might not necessarily be that the person is giving you money, but that the person is worthy enough to be able to share your contact on that private level. So I've learned that. So what I do is I always keep chasing value, and it's been like that. So that's number one. So I've always pushed myself as a person of value. And let me tell you the truth. More people are watching you than you think they are. And people are watching out to see if you are one of the consistent people or if you fade off along the way. So you mentioned Don Jazzy, ridiculously humble man. Like ridiculously humble person. What can't describe it? We follow each other on social media for a while, by the way. So nothing also is relationship management. The moment they follow you, it's not the day you start asking for favor. You get what I'm saying? There are people that I've looked forward to all my life that followed me and DM me and say, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you do this, you do that, and I'm in awe. But you must now be the person to manage the relationship. You don't want to be like every other person in their lives who always wants to take from them. The principle is you must give. That at the point that is now time for you to take, they'll be waiting for you. He already posted my video about 2 different times on his Instagram. Before I ever even asked him one day, I said, boss, come on my pod. And he goes, hey, if you see the way he, you would think he's the humble guy you hear about, he's 5 times more humble in person. 5 times more humble. Incredible man. But one thing I can tell you for sure is, the way he relates with me, I wouldn't say he relates with every other person like that. He must have at least seen a value. I feel so humbled. The few times I maybe message him and we just chat, he responds on the dots. That's honor. But also is because you are also what? A giver of value. And some people began to act funny. After they saw my episode with Don Jazzy, some people began to message me. Please, I'm trying to reach Don Jazzy. Can you help me? Say, Shefe Baye me, Jenny. Why are you doing this? How many people do you like why? Why? So there's that. And it all goes down to value magnet. I can go on and on. Let me also tell you one more thing. Your demeanor must also be humility. I have many examples. I'll give you one. So I'll give you a very simple and recent one. So Auntie Tara Doto was on my podcast sometime last year. So when she was on the pod, she was like, we're just talking randomly on our way down. And like a couple of other people that have been on the pod, whose episodes you haven't seen yet. But on this particular day, it was her. I was just walking as I talked to all of them on the way down. Because we're shooting at EcoBank's headquarters. I said, Auntie, how are you? What are you doing? What are you up to? Say, she's having a conference. I said, yes, Auntie, I saw it on your social media and I commented on it. She said, I saw it though. I started laughing. And the next thing I told her was, what ways can I help? And she said, oh, really? Now, because she feels, Olushola is very busy. So, wants to help me. It's valuable. And I said, oh, that would be good because we don't have any guy on our committee right now. I said, Auntie, I'm available. So what happens is, I will not leave my work to go and be part of somebody's committee if the person is not valuable. And also, she will not accept me if I'm not valuable. So next thing happens, I'm on a committee, we plan the entire conference together, and then a particular week to the conference, or some weeks to the conference, say, Olushola is going to be anchoring 2 of our panel sessions. Because I just like the way we had our own conversation, and I want him to be the person that I said, okay, Auntie, no problem. Now, bear in mind, professionally, I don't do panel sessions. I don't. I will not leave my house and drive to your conference, even you pay me or not, to come and be answering questions for 5 minutes and be going to my house. God forbid. If I'm talking in the conference, everybody will sit down for at least 1 hour to hear me. Those are my rules. I walked my way to this point. And I believe I'm one of the finest speakers on the continent. No cap. Now, she tells me you're going to do panel session. At that point, is not when I'll start telling her Auntie, who is obviously one of the brightest speakers, one of the brightest female speakers in the world. Start telling her, I don't do panel, I will not do this. No. There are some people that you make exceptions for. Are you getting what I'm saying? They must have earned it. I'm giving you the principles of how you build relationships. And so I go to the conference, pay attention. Mrs. Awoshika, right? Everybody here knows her. She's Tara Dotoye's mentor. Before the conference, Ibuka Awoshika was already around in the morning because she was really proud of her mentee. Was already there, every single thing and all. And I actually know Mrs. Awoshika's best friend. Mrs. Yewande Zacchaeus. I've always known her. She's actually even family relations with my wife. But typical of me is, one of the things I've noticed that HNIs hate the most is over-farming. I'm always like this. Despite being a popular person on the day, a lot of people were coming to meet me, take pictures with me and everything and all. I saw Miss Awoshika. I just went, I opened chair for her, did everything, I served. Now, Miss Awoshika's team handled her social media, so there were chances that she was not really conversant with my face as much. Are you getting what I'm saying? Don't always assume that because you are popular, everybody knows you. And so, here's what I did. God has always told me that I will get you into rooms, but what you do in those rooms is up to you. So now, she said, you're anchoring 2 panels for us and everything, heavy conversation panels with founders, big ones. So now, I get to the panels time. Miss Awushika came in the morning, but she left 1 hour into the conference, only for her to come back just 10 minutes before it was my turn to go up, or a few minutes before. And so I picked up the mic and I told myself, well, it's time. So I carried the mic and I was engaging different founders, but the way I orchestrated and directed the entire conversation, it was so sound, so good. I gave my points while they gave their points, and at some point, some people gave some, in fact, it almost even got sound innovation by the time we were done. And when we were done with the panel session, it was time for break. And Ms. Awoshika saw me during the break and turned to me and said, that was good. That was very good. Very good. Very good. This is someone that is known to not give compliments anyhow. She means what she says, and she says what she means. Now, what happened was that day, a lot of things sprung open, and a lot of founders, both the ones who knew me massively online, but were experiencing me in person, were so thrilled and were so excited. Why am I telling you this? It started from a simple desire to serve. So sometimes it is the pride of, I'm already a famous speaker. Why am I going to go and volunteer for somebody's committee to help out with our own conference? Are you getting what I'm saying? And guess what? Since that moment, I've done incredible things with her, and many more doors have opened. I wish I was in on my conference earlier this year. I don't know if you are aware. Audacity conference. That's how relationship, by privilege, someone on our team still reached out to me again yesterday for a very interesting conversation on something. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. The very first part is be a value magnet. Second part, be humble. And then third part, in the midst of your humility, never lose your principles. That's important. The fact that I need something from you does not mean I will mark pay monkey lobo. I be mark pay or bunny brother. I didn't hear you, sir. I did not say that. I did not shade you. But what I'm saying is, I don't. Did I say I needed something? But it's fine. So, are you getting what I'm saying? So, which means that one thing about people of value is that they also respect people with standards. You know what I'm saying? They respect you if you have standards. Oh, no, he won't do this. Oh, no. He says no when he says no. The fact that I said yes to that thing does not mean I will keep saying yes every time. And guess what? People of value also respect that. So I would say those things help. Those 3 principles. There are some other ones that are coded that I will not say yet. I think the final one I'll tell you is be wise. So one thing I've noticed, and one thing I'll tell you for sure is this. If you are my mentee, and you come to my house without coming with a gift, I'll blacklist you. You know what I said? I'm the one that is saying it. Let the camera see me. If you are my mentee, and you come to my house, first time, second time, 3 times, and you do not come with a gift, I will blacklist you. Because you are not wise. Oh God. And you were not well brought up. I don't go anywhere without a gift. You know why? Giving is one of the strongest proofs of honor. From when I was small, 19, I would go to Pastor Yeren's house back in the day when he was living in Agor Palace with Sele. I would buy orange from Sele bus stop, 200 naira, and drop it on his table. Because he who is faithful in little will be faithful in much more. Today, he knows I can give him way more because I once gave. The problem is many of you always wait till you've hammered before you show the people you love that you love them. No. So, it will shock you that wealthy people, what matters to them could be the carton of crackers that you bought for them that you know that they like. The pair of shoes you bought for them, they will never forget it. The birthday that you remembered. There's a popular man of God in this country now that when I leave here, I have to go and message him because today is his birthday. You know him, yes. That's the person. If I message him on WhatsApp, sir, happy birthday. Because they might get many requests or many birthdays, but they will remember that you messaged them. See, trust me, they do. Most importantly, they remember the people that give them gifts. And it's a thoughtful gifts account. I'm not joking. I remember the gifts my EA gave me on my birthday. I still sprayed it some days ago. Is it that I cannot afford the gift? I can. But the fact that the thought behind it was there, it means a lot. So you know what you've done? You've added something. You've added what you call an investment in their emotional bank account, and they will not forget it. So it's very important. If they mistakenly invite you for an event, show up. Oh, hey, show up like your life depends on it. Show up. And if you cannot show up, send a gift there. That's how you nurture relationships that count. Thank you very much. How many more questions do we have? Let's just do 3 more. Huh? 3 more. 3 more. How can you tamala?
Okay, thank you
Which
very much.
tamala is better, Sky or La Mommy? No, I like La Mommy. I've never eaten Sky before. I think I've seen Sky just once. Is there space in Sky to like eat? Because La Mommy, I used to do VIP. So Sky is there's. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's be faster.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Tell me.
I must really admit this so far through the course of this year, this has been the most effective gathering I've ever been in.
Thank you so much.
I'm really glad
I'm
I came
honored.
around.
Huge thanks to them. Huge thanks. Give them
Thank
their
you.
flowers now.
All right. Thank you so much, Director Shala. Thank you so much, Director.
Give them their flowers.
Thank you so much, sir.
Give them. Thank you.
All right. And I will say this is the closest I've ever been with you.
I'm honored too. Thank you so much.
sir.
And it's my prayer that it won't be the last time we're this close.
Yes, it won't be the last time. Okay. For one person who is, I consider myself a creative, right? And I think one of the problems that creatives have is it's usually many interests, right? You're good with this, you're good with this, you're good with something else. And you're trying to balance it because, for one, I believe that one of the things that really affects people like us is the fact that we spread energies. And when we spread our energies, since that we are spreading them, we can't really have a laser focus on one so that one can be actually effective. Now, how do we balance multi-interest where you're doing, okay, let's take for example, you're doing social media marketing at one point, right? On that point, you're trying to do one business because you are really interested in a particular business area. Let me consider real estate. Okay, you also love real estate, right? You are trying to,
I get you 100%.
Yeah, so how do you try to balance that and still ensure that either you can make, all of them, the results you can get from them really good, or probably you can focus on one and make one really good.
Beautiful. I get you 100%. Thank you so much. By the way, I think you are so well spoken. Thank you. So I'll answer your question very quickly. Is there anybody here who can do more than one thing? Is there anybody here who can do more than 3 things? Is there anybody here who can do more than 5 things? Yes. You see, that's what I call the conundrum of the multi-potentialite. People who are so gifted and so engraced in so many things that they struggle to pick one. And he's right. Your energy is usually, do I call it diluted now? Because it feels like you're good at this one, you're good at that one. Which one do I now focus on? I'm going to give you a very simple recipe that I hope will transform your work. The very first thing I'm going to tell you is this. It is that no matter how great you are at many things, you cannot do everything excellently at the same time. It was Alex Omozi who said that his father once told him that a focused fool will achieve more than a distracted genius. And what that means is that somebody who is not half as skilled or as gifted as you are, who has the gift of focus in a particular area, will achieve more than you who is gifted but has diluted focus across board. Olumide Shoyombo was at my conference called PFP just 2 weeks ago. And when we had the VIP room afterwards, some VIPs had conversations with him. And one of them asked him a question and said, "Sir, are you likely to invest in a company whose founder has more than one business?" Olumide gave the shortest response he gave the entire day. He said, "No." I said, But let me tell you why he said that. It's because in the world of venture, which is venture capitalism, the world of venture means that when people part with their hard-earned money to fund your business, they want to have the full confidence that that is what you are thinking about 24/7. But then again, how then do you explain someone like me who seems to have many things that he's doing? There are many dangers of trying to be like me, because even me that seems to have many serial entrepreneurial potentialities has also had to come to terms that he cannot be great at everything at the same time. So here is my recipe. It is that you should find the lowest hanging fruit, build it, and then bring other fruits closer later. I was speaking at a conference with my friend Selem King, and Selem quoted someone so brilliantly, and the person had this to say. He said, "I advise, please pay attention, that you specialize publicly but diversify privately." What did I say? But what? Let me tell you what that means. It means, and I quote, that you might have several giftings, but you're going to need laser focus to be able to build one to the top. Because you see, when you dilute your focus too much, you will dilute the attention and the levels of excellence also. So what that means is that if you are great at singing, drawing, dancing, and many more things, it is wisdom to be able to specialize on one publicly. And we're not saying as you specialize on one publicly, you throw the others away. We are saying don't quench the flame of the others, but you could maybe do them as a hobby, but focus on one as work. And while you focus on that one as work, right, the plan is that when that one gets you announced and gets you to the top, having built credibility and what we call social proof and proof of concept, it will be easier for you to pull the other things closer. Dangote can sell oil because he was successful at cement. My brother, it will be hard for you to convince investors to buy into you just by saying, "I did this one, do this one, I can do this." What have you built? Not what have you tried to build. So what I'm trying to say here is specialize publicly by picking the lowest hanging fruit. You know, Navaravikan puts it this way. He says, find what looks like play to you but looks like work to others and build it. Which means of everything that is around you and of all the skills that are good, ask yourself, which one gives me a higher chance of success? Which one increases the odds of my greatness? And then focus on that one. And before you know it, you build enough credibility to be able to introduce other things into it. So for example, as a business consultant, speaker, and entrepreneur, having built this much, it's easier for me, having gotten this very massive audience, to be able to later tell people, "Oh yeah, I can sing hymns." People will go and stream on my YouTube. But let me just tell you, I'm a recording artist. Najoko. I just do it because I like to worship God. But I checked the numbers some days ago. One of the videos on 400,000 views. The popularity gathered from what was my lowest hanging fruit spilled into the rest. Are you getting what I'm saying? Tomorrow, if Dangote says he's selling lingerie, people will buy. Because he was already successful at something. If Nas Boy says he's singing today, people will stream because they already loved him as a comedian. Are you getting what I'm saying? I'm not saying it will guarantee success in the other thing, but it will at least get the audience of people for the other thing. Mark, write this down. David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, will go into politics between now and the next 10 years. Write it down, I just told you. And when he goes, either he is great at politics or not, he will already have a bandwagon of people waiting to vote him in because he's already successful at something else. So here's what I will tell you. I will say you have to show proof in one area. And to build proof of concept, you will need focus. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Please, a resounding applause for him. A resounding applause for him. You can do better with the applause. A lot of value was dished out today. So please, let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir. We may all be seated. Please, while we're at that, can we get the awards ready and to the front? Thank you very much. I know at the beginning of the event, Ms. Sharon made a joke about the fact that we should consider this room as food being cooked here, and everybody had their plates here. And literally, everybody brought out their plates to make sure they ate from this value that was dished. So please give yourselves a resounding applause for staying up until this very moment. Thank you so, so, so much. And with that being done, I would like to invite the directors up to just say a thing or two, and then we move straight into the award. Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, good day, everyone. All right, so first off, I want to appreciate everyone that is still here till this time. Even though a lot of people could not come because of the rain and all. So please celebrate yourself for being here. Celebrate yourself. And I'm sure that you have gotten value. And that's one thing I want you to know, that at Landnest Homes and Properties, we are not just building business, we are building people. And for those that have not been a part of Landnest Homes and Properties, we are telling you that this and more is what you'll be getting. So please do not hesitate to be a partner. So very soon, the host is going to bring, going to share how you can join us and how you can be a part of the business, how you can also grow with us. And we'll be so glad to have you around us. All right, so before we go, we want to appreciate our speaker, and that's the Olushala. Please, can you come forward a little bit? All right, please. I want us to do one thing before the award will be presented. I want you all to stand up and with a loud ovation and say thank you very much, sir. Please, can we do that?
Please, a round of applause.
All right. Please, can we say we love you? Please say it one more time. Landnest love you. Please come back to Ibadan again. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Would like to have you more in Ibadan and Lagos too. Thank you for taking your time to teach us. It is all around blessing. Have you been blessed? Have you been blessed? Did you only learn about sales? Yeah, we are so happy to have you, and we look forward to having you more. On behalf of Landnest Academy, the management of Landnest, the team of Landnest, and everybody seated here, we just want to show our appreciation by presenting this to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Whilst you're still here, please would also like to present the award for our second speaker, Mr. Olatide Onilenla. Mr. Olatide. Mr. Olatide.
Appreciate him, appreciate him. He's our Salesforce manager. Thank you.
All right, he's a very tall man. So please, and we want to appreciate him. This is the mastermind, the chairman of the committee that did this event.
Please, a round of applause for him.
We appreciate him. And in all honesty, if you remember that the Olushola said it, this guy is very humble. I mean, very, very humble. And for him to be working with the brand, he stays in Lagos and he works in Ibadan as though he lives in Ibadan. And the amount of energy and effort he puts into every work and it, is so amazing. I want to use this medium to appreciate him. Please, can we appreciate him once again?
Please, let's appreciate him.
Landnest Homes and Properties, we are presenting this to you. Thank you very much.
we were able to bring the Olushola with his influence. Can you appreciate him again? Thank you very much.
No, that's all. That's not all. So before you go, we'd also like to thank you and honor you for this amazing conference that you put together. And would like to invite the Human Resource Manager, Mrs. Ayodele Fagolagun, right, to present the award. To present the award to our directors. Please let's give her a round of applause.
On behalf of all of us at Landnest Homes and Properties, we are saying a big thank you for putting this together, for always dishing value to us every now and then. Thank you very much, sir. And to Dr. Ife Oluwoladeji, thank you for always. We really appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, now together, please, together. Thank you so much,
Thank you
sirs.
so
We
much,
are
sirs.
appreciative of this particular platform that you've made available to everybody that is interested in the real estate space. All right, on how to join the sales partners group or how to become a part of Landnest, please can we all sit down while we pass this important announcement across. So we have a particular group where all our sales partners and interested real estate enthusiasts join on. I'm the community lead as well as Dublin as the host. And this particular group helps share every resource that you need to be a part of us. You get to learn on the job while having like minds also. So all you have to do is register with us. There are QR codes that you can scan here. So when you scan this code, it helps you register. And with that, you can become a part of Landnest Homes and Properties. And from there, if you have any question, you can always ask on the group, and any resource or material that you need will be provided. Also to our ambassadors. We have individuals that want to join us either as interns or as ambassadors. At the entrance, you know where you registered earlier. You can put your phone number, your name and email address right out there and signify if you want to be a part of us as an ambassador or as an intern. And these opportunities are made available for each and everyone that's interested.
Lastly, before we all go, tomorrow's program is not happening here. It will be happening at the Landnest Homes and Properties headquarters at number 2, Dele Adetoro, Bodija. Right? So 10 a.m. tomorrow, let's meet at Bodija. Number 2, they are just to be dropped on the group, so don't worry about forgetting it. So number 2, Dele Adetoro, Are, Bodija. That's where we're going to be meeting by 10 o'clock. We're going to also be getting our certificates tomorrow. So come ready for that. Come ready, dressed for pictures as well. And yeah, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate your presence and have a lovely, rest of your day. Thank you. The time for tomorrow's event is 10 a.m. Please remember, we're not meeting here. We're meeting at the Landnest headquarters at number 2, Dele Adetoro, Are, Bodija, by 10 a.m. tomorrow.